Hey there, welcome back. Before we dive in, take a deep breath and let the stress of the day melt away. I'm really glad you're here, and I'd love to get to know you better. So if you had to choose, what would be your favourite food? Let me know in the comments. Now sit back, relax, and enjoy the story. And enjoy. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy. The Victorian railway station smelled of coal dust and old wood polish, despite being meticulously restored for tourists like Clara and her classmates. She pressed her nose against the glass display case, studying the brass buttons and faded conductors' uniforms within, while her history teacher droned on about steam engines and industrial progress. Clara's attention wandered to the sealed-off carriage at the far end of the platform, the one with the red rope barrier and the authorised personnel only sign. Clara Whitmore had always been drawn to places she wasn't supposed to go. At 16, she possessed an insatiable curiosity about the past, particularly the Victorian era. Her bedroom walls were covered with reproductions of old maps, daguerreotypes, and newspaper clippings from the 1800s. She devoured historical novels and spent her weekends haunting London's museums, much to her parents' bemusement. "Clara, stay with the group," Mrs. Henderson called out, but Clara was already slipping away, drawn like a moth to flame toward the forbidden carriage. The restoration had been so thorough that stepping into the compartment felt like entering a time capsule. Red velvet seats, brass fixtures, and wood panelling that gleamed despite its age. Everything was perfect. Too perfect, as if frozen in a moment that refused to die. She ran her fingers along the ornate woodwork, marvelling at the craftsmanship when something caught her eye. Wedged between two seat cushions was the glint of metal. Clara glanced back toward the platform where her classmates were still gathered around their teacher, then carefully extracted the object. It was a pocket watch, heavier than she expected, made of brass that had aged to a deep golden patina. Strange symbols were etched around its circumference. Not Roman numerals, but something far older and more mysterious. Celtic, perhaps, or even older than that. The watch face was cracked, its hands frozen at 3:17, but there was something compelling about it that made Clara's fingers itch to wind it. The crown turned easily under her touch, clicking with a satisfying mechanical precision. Once, twice, 3 times she wound it, and suddenly the hands began to move. The ticking was unnaturally loud, echoing in the small compartment like a heartbeat. The air around her began to shimmer, and the smell of coal dust grew stronger, more acrid. Steam seemed to be rising from nowhere, and the sounds of the modern world, traffic, air conditioning, her teacher's voice, began to fade. Clara tried to drop the watch, but her fingers wouldn't obey. The ticking grew thunderous, the steam thicker, and suddenly the world exploded in a cacophony of whistles, grinding metal, and shouting voices. The last thing she saw before consciousness fled was the watch face, its hands spinning wildly backward. When awareness returned, Clara found herself standing on a railway platform, but not the quiet museum piece she had left. This platform teemed with life, porters hauling steamer trunks, vendors hawking hot pies and newspapers, gentlemen in top hats consulting their own pocket watches, and ladies in bustled skirts navigating the crowded space with practiced ease. The air was thick with genuine coal smoke and the acrid bite of steam from the massive locomotive that dominated the platform. The engine was magnificent and terrifying, a gleaming black beast with brass fittings, releasing great clouds of white steam that hissed and billowed around the wheels. Clara had seen steam trains in museums, but nothing had prepared her for the sheer presence of one in its prime. The ground vibrated beneath her feet with its power. "All aboard! All aboard the 3:20 to Birmingham!" a conductor shouted, his voice carrying over the din. Clara looked at the great station clock. 3:15. Her heart hammered as the impossible reality hit her. The pocket watch in her hand now read 3:15 as well, its hands moving steadily forward in perfect synchronization with the station clock. She was in 1842. Somehow, impossibly, she had travelled back in time. Clara stumbled backward, pressing against a pillar for support. The clothing, the architecture, the very quality of light, everything screamed authenticity in a way no restoration could achieve. The people around her moved with purpose, unaware that a girl from the 21st century stood among them, clutching a brass watch and fighting the urge to hyperventilate. A commotion near the locomotive caught her attention. Two men in railway uniforms were having an urgent whispered conversation, their faces creased with worry. Clara edged closer, her modern clothes somehow unremarkable in the diverse crowd of travellers. "The brake line's been fitted wrong," one was saying. "Thompson swears he told the foreman, but—" "Shush!" The other man glanced around nervously. "The departure's already been delayed twice. Mr. Hardwick won't hear of another. But if those brakes fail, then God help us all, but I've got a family to feed and you do too. The train leaves in 5 minutes, faulty brakes or not." Clara's blood ran cold. She looked at the passengers boarding the magnificent locomotive. Well-dressed families, businessmen, workers heading home after a long day. Children pressed their faces against windows while their parents fussed with luggage. She thought of the museum placard she'd seen once, describing a railway disaster in the 1840s. The Larkspur Rail disaster. 43 dead, dozens injured, and the subsequent outcry that led to the first comprehensive railway safety laws. The conductor's whistle pierced the air. Steam hissed as the massive drive wheels began to turn. Clara watched, frozen, as the train pulled away from the platform carrying hundreds of innocent people toward their fate. But she wasn't frozen. She was Clara Whitmore, and she had read enough history to know what was about to happen. Without conscious thought, she ran toward the signal box at the end of the platform where a lever stood that could divert trains onto the maintenance siding. "Hey! You can't—" A railway worker started to protest as Clara shoved past him and threw her full weight against the heavy lever. It resisted for a moment, then gave way with a grinding clank. The points shifted just as the train approached. Instead of continuing down the main line toward the curved bridge where history said the faulty brakes would prove catastrophic, the locomotive diverted onto the siding and rolled safely to a stop. Clara collapsed against the signal box, breathing heavily as chaos erupted around her. Passengers disembarked in confusion. Railway workers ran back and forth shouting orders, and someone was demanding to know who had operated the points without authorization. "It was the girl," someone shouted. "The girl in the strange clothes." Before Clara could escape, she found herself surrounded by a crowd of grateful passengers and bewildered railway officials. Word spread quickly through the station that the mysterious girl had somehow known to divert the train, preventing what the engineers now confirmed would have been a catastrophic brake failure on the curved viaduct outside town. "You saved us all, child," a well-dressed gentleman said, pressing a gold sovereign into her palm. "However did you know?" Clara could only stammer incoherent replies as more people pressed forward to shake her hand and praise her quick thinking. Someone mentioned contacting the newspapers. Others spoke of divine intervention. All Clara could think about was the terrible certainty that she had just changed history in ways she couldn't begin to understand. Over the following days, Clara found herself a reluctant celebrity in Victorian Britain. The story of the miracle girl who saved the 320 to Birmingham spread through newspapers across the country. She was housed temporarily with a kindly station master and his wife, who assumed she was a runaway from some unfortunate circumstances. Her modern clothes were replaced with proper Victorian dress, and she learned to navigate the complex social expectations of the era. But as the days passed, Clara began to notice things that chilled her to the bone. In the newspapers, she read accounts of railway accidents that she was sure hadn't happened in her own timeline. Workers crushed by improperly secured cargo. Children maimed in factory accidents that should have been prevented by safety laws that apparently didn't exist. Most troubling of all, she discovered that the Larkspur Rail disaster, the tragedy she had prevented, had been the catalyst for sweeping reforms in her own timeline. In her history books back home, the disaster had shocked the nation and prompted Parliament to pass the Railway Safety Act of 1843. Better braking systems, improved working conditions for railway employees, restrictions on child labour in dangerous industries, all of it traced back to the public outrage following the deaths of 43 people on that April afternoon. By preventing those deaths, Clara had prevented the reforms that would have saved thousands of others. The full weight of this realisation hit her when she met Thomas Aldrich, a 12-year-old boy who worked on the railway tracks. Small for his age but quick-witted, Thomas had been assigned to watch for Clara after she'd been staying with the station master's family. He showed her around the rail yards, proud of his job despite the obvious dangers. "Aren't you frightened?" Clara asked, as they watched workers manoeuvre heavy equipment without any safety protocols she recognised. Thomas shrugged. "Course I am. But Da says fear keeps you alive in this work. Lost me brother last year when a coupling chain snapped." He said it matter-of-factly, as if accepting that industrial work claimed young lives as a simple cost of progress. In Clara's timeline, those coupling chains had been redesigned after the Larkspur disaster. The public outcry had forced railway companies to invest in safety equipment they had previously deemed too expensive. Children like Thomas worked in much safer conditions, or better yet, attended school instead of risking their lives in dangerous labour. Clara's friendship with Thomas deepened over the weeks. Despite their age difference and the century between their births, they connected over their shared intelligence and curiosity about the world. Thomas was illiterate but possessed a sharp mind and an intuitive understanding of mechanical systems. Clara found herself teaching him to read using discarded newspapers, watching his face light up as he deciphered his first words. But her joy in his progress was constantly shadowed by the knowledge that she had condemned him and countless others to live in a world without the safety protections that should have existed. Every day she remained in the past, more preventable accidents occurred. More families received news that their fathers, sons or brothers wouldn't be coming home. The crisis came 3 weeks after her arrival. Thomas was working near the main line when a poorly secured rail car broke loose and rolled backward down a slight incline. In Clara's timeline, emergency brake systems installed after the Larkspur disaster would have stopped it immediately. Here, there was no such system. Clara watched in horror from the platform as Thomas tried to outrun the runaway car. He almost made it. Almost. The car clipped him as he dove aside, crushing his left leg and trapping him beneath its wheels. She ran to him as railway workers shouted for help and someone was sent to fetch a doctor. Thomas lay unconscious, his leg bent at an unnatural angle, blood pooling beneath the massive iron wheels. Clara knelt beside him, taking his hand and whispering reassurances she didn't believe herself. The doctor, when he arrived, was grim. "The leg will have to come off, I'm afraid. Too much damage to save it." As Clara sat vigil by Thomas's bedside in the days that followed, watching him struggle with pain and fever, she came to a terrible resolution. She had to undo what she had done. She had to let the Larkspur rail disaster happen. The decision tormented her. She would be condemning 43 specific people to death. People she had met, people who had thanked her for saving their lives, but by preventing their deaths, she had condemned thousands of others to suffer in an unregulated industrial system that treated human life as acceptable collateral damage. Clara spent her nights walking the empty railway platforms, the brass pocket watch heavy in her hand, wrestling with the most agonising moral choice of her life. Was it right to let people die for the greater good? Did she have the right to play God with the timeline? But then she would return to Thomas, lying pale and feverish in his bed, and remember all the other Thomas Aldrich throughout Britain who were suffering because the reforms that should have protected them had never come to pass. The decision became easier when she learned that the railway company was planning to run another train over the same route, with the same faulty brake system that had almost caused disaster before. They had quietly fixed the specific brake line that had failed, but the systemic problems remained. Another tragedy was inevitable. It was just a matter of when and where. Clara made her choice. She waited until night, then slipped out of the station master's house and made her way to the rail yard. Thomas, despite his injury, had insisted on helping when she explained what she intended to do. He understood better than anyone the cost of the industrial system they lived under. "You're sure about this?" he asked, as they approached the signal box. His crutch made soft sounds against the gravel ballast between the rails. "No," Clara admitted, "but I'm sure about what happens if I don't." The midnight freight was due through in 20 minutes. The same route, the same faulty braking system, carrying a crew of 5 men. Not passengers this time, but railway workers whose deaths would still serve as the catalyst for reform. Clara and Thomas took positions in the signal box. When the train appeared in the distance, its headlamp cutting through the darkness, Clara forced herself to leave the points aligned for the main line. The locomotive thundered past them, sparks flying from its wheels, heading toward the curved viaduct where physics and mechanical failure would write their inevitable equation in blood and twisted metal. The crash, when it came, was audible even from 2 miles away. The grinding shriek of metal, the thunderous impact, and then the terrible silence that followed. Clara sank to her knees in the signal box, tears streaming down her face, as Thomas put a gentle hand on her shoulder. By morning the news had spread throughout Britain. The Larkspur Rail disaster, they called it. 5 railway workers dead when their freight train's brakes failed on the curved viaduct outside town. The newspapers were filled with outrage and demands for investigation. Parliament promised immediate action. Railway companies, facing public fury, began implementing safety measures they had resisted for decades. Clara watched it all unfold with a mixture of relief and crushing guilt. The reforms came swiftly this time. New braking systems, safety protocols, limits on working hours, and restrictions on child labour. Within 6 months, the industrial landscape of Britain had been transformed. Thomas, fitted with a wooden leg, was pulled from dangerous track work and given a position in the signal box, where his quick mind and knowledge of the railway system made him invaluable. But Clara couldn't forget the faces of the 5 men who had died, men she could have saved with a simple movement of a lever. She had chosen the greater good over individual lives, and the weight of that choice aged her in ways that had nothing to do with time. 6 months after the disaster, as Clara sat reading to Thomas in the station office, the brass pocket watch in her pocket began to tick again. She had carried it every day since her arrival, but it had remained silent and still. Now it pulsed with the same strange energy she had felt in the museum carriage. "It's time," she said simply, though Thomas couldn't possibly understand what she meant. The watch grew warm against her palm as the hands began spinning forward, faster and faster. The familiar shimmer filled the air, and steam that belonged to no visible source began to rise around her. Thomas called her name, but his voice was already fading, drowned out by the thunderous ticking that filled her world. The last thing Clara saw of 1842 was Thomas's concerned face, and she realised with a pang that she would miss him more than anyone else she was leaving behind. When the world stopped spinning, Clara found herself back in the restored railway carriage, surrounded by the pristine Victorian replica and the distant sounds of modern London traffic. Her classmates were still gathered around their teacher on the platform outside, apparently unaware that she'd been gone at all. The pocket watch in her hand had stopped once more, its hands frozen at 3:17. Clara stumbled out of the carriage on unsteady legs, her mind reeling with the transition back to her own time. Everything looked smaller than she remembered, more artificial. The carefully preserved station felt like a stage set compared to the vibrant reality she had left behind. "There you are, Clara," Mrs. Henderson called out. "I was wondering where you'd gotten to. Come along, we're heading to the exhibition hall next." Clara nodded mutely and rejoined her group, but her attention was drawn to a brass plaque mounted on the wall near the sealed carriage. She had walked past it dozens of times during school trips to various museums, but now she read it with new eyes. The Larkspur Rail disaster of April 15th, 1842 claimed the lives of 5 railway workers when a freight train's brakes failed on the curved viaduct 2 miles east of this station. The public outrage following this tragedy led directly to the Railway Safety Act of 1843, which established comprehensive safety standards for British railways and saved countless lives in the decades that followed. The disaster is considered a turning point in industrial safety reform. Below the main text was a smaller inscription. This carriage has been preserved as it appeared in 1842, when a young girl's quick thinking prevented what could have been an even greater tragedy. Her identity was never conclusively established, and she disappeared from historical records shortly after the disaster. She remains one of the great mysteries of Victorian railway history. Clara stared at the plaque for a long time, her fingers tracing the brass letters. She had done it. She had set history back on its proper course, ensuring that the reforms happened when they were supposed to happen. The cost had been terrible. 5 lives that she could have saved, but the alternative had been far worse. As her class moved on to the exhibition hall, Clara lingered for a moment, looking back at the sealed carriage where her journey had begun. The pocket watch was silent in her hand, but she could feel its potential, as if it were merely sleeping rather than dead. She wondered if it would activate again someday, if she would be called upon once more to make impossible choices about life and death and the proper course of history. The weight of the watch was heavier than gold, heavier than brass, heavy with the knowledge of what she had done and what she might be called upon to do again. Clara slipped it into her jacket pocket and hurried to catch up with her classmates, carrying with her the terrible wisdom of someone who had learned that progress always comes at a price, and sometimes the price must be paid in blood. She looked different now, her friends would say later, older, more thoughtful, as if she carried some invisible burden that aged her beyond her 16 years. Clara never spoke of where she had been or what she'd seen, but she developed an intense interest in social justice and workers' rights that would shape the rest of her life. Years later, as a historical researcher and labour rights advocate, Clara would sometimes find herself studying accounts of industrial accidents and thinking about the individuals behind the statistics. Each safety regulation had been written in someone's blood, each reform born from tragedy that might have been prevented if only the political will had existed before the disaster struck. She kept the pocket watch in a place of honour on her desk, a reminder of the terrible mathematics of progress, and the burden of those who understand that sometimes letting tragedy happen is the only way to prevent even greater tragedies. The watch never ticked again in her lifetime, but Clara never stopped listening for it, never stopped wondering if history might someday call upon her again to make choices too heavy for any one person to bear. In her final years, Clara would donate the watch to the same railway museum where she had found it, ensuring that it would be there waiting in the sealed carriage for whoever might need it next. The circle would continue, as circles must, carrying its burden of impossible choices and necessary sacrifices through time, waiting for the next person strong enough to bear the weight of shaping history. The brass plaque never mentioned that the mysterious girl who prevented the greater tragedy was the same person who later allowed the lesser one to happen. Some stories are too complex for brass and bronze to tell, too heavy with moral ambiguity for the simple certainties of historical commemoration. But the watch remembers, patient and silent, waiting for the next moment when time itself might need to be bent to preserve the greater good. And in the quiet spaces between seconds, between the ticks of ordinary time, Clara Whitmore's choice echoes through history, a reminder that heroism sometimes means letting tragedy happen, and that the greatest acts of courage are often those that no one will ever know were committed at all. The weight of her decision would follow Clara through every day of her remaining life. In university, studying history and economics, she found herself drawn obsessively to the industrial period, writing papers on railway development and labour reform that her professors praised for their unusual depth of understanding. She could write with authority about the smell of coal smoke and the precise sound of steam engines, because she had lived among them. But more than that, she understood viscerally how individual human lives intersected with the great movements of history. Her doctoral thesis on the social cost of industrial progress became a seminal work in the field, though Clara could never explain to her academic colleagues why certain details felt so personal, so immediate. She described the cramped conditions of railway workers with the precision of someone who had seen Thomas struggle with his injuries, and she analysed the political dynamics of reform with the insight of someone who had watched Parliament respond to public outrage in real time. But it was in her private moments that the true cost of her knowledge revealed itself. Clara would wake from dreams where she heard the grinding crash of the freight train, saw again the faces of the 5 men whose deaths she had chosen not to prevent. She carried their names with her always. William Hartwell, age 34, father of 3, James Morrison, 26, recently married, David Chen, 41, supporting his elderly parents, Michael O'Brien, 19, saving money to bring his sister over from Ireland, and Samuel Thompson, 52, who had worked the railways for 27 years and was planning to retire at Christmas. Clara had researched each of them meticulously after returning to her own time, finding their names in the newspaper accounts and parish records. She felt she owed them that much, to know exactly who had died for the greater good she had chosen. Their faces haunted her dreams, but she never allowed herself the luxury of believing she had made the wrong choice. The mathematics of mortality were clear. 5 lives lost to save thousands. It was the arithmetic of progress, brutal and necessary. In her 40s, Clara established a foundation dedicated to workplace safety. Using her inherited wealth, she had never married, never felt she deserved that kind of personal happiness, to fund research into industrial accident prevention. The Clara Whitmore Institute became a leading voice in occupational health, though its founder never spoke publicly about her own experiences with industrial tragedy. She returned to the Railway Museum regularly over the years, always making excuses to visit alone. Standing before the sealed carriage where her journey had begun, Clara would sometimes take out the brass pocket watch she still carried and hold it up to the light, searching its scratched surface for some sign of the power that had once transported her through time. The The watch remained stubbornly mundane in her hands, its mechanism frozen, its hands pointing eternally to 3:17. But Clara could feel something sleeping within it, a potential that hummed just below the threshold of perception. She began to understand that the watch was not just a tool of time travel, but something far more complex, a burden that passed from one person to another when history required intervention. Her research into the watch's origins led her down increasingly obscure historical paths. She found references to similar timepieces in medieval chronicles, always associated with individuals who had appeared suddenly during moments of historical crisis, made crucial interventions and then vanished without explanation. A mysterious woman who had warned the defenders of Constantinople about a weakness in their walls, a young man who had prevented a fire that would have destroyed most of medieval Paris, a child who had stopped a plague ship from docking in Venice. The pattern was always the same. Someone appeared at a crucial moment, made a choice that preserved the greater good at terrible personal cost, and then disappeared from history. Clara began to suspect that she was part of something far larger than a single journey through time, a hidden network of guardians who moved through history, making the impossible choices that shaped the course of human progress. As she aged, Clara found herself spending more time at the museum, as if waiting for something. She arranged to have herself buried with detailed instructions about the pocket watch, ensuring it would be returned to the sealed carriage after her death. She wrote letters to be opened only by whoever next found the watch, trying to prepare them for the burden they would inherit. "Time travel is not an adventure," she wrote in one such letter. "It is a responsibility heavier than any human should bear alone. But if you're reading this, then history has chosen you as it once chose me. The watch does not transport you through time randomly. It takes you where you are needed, when you are needed. Trust your instincts. Understand that heroism sometimes means allowing tragedy to happen. And remember that every life you touch, whether saved or lost, carries equal weight in the scales of eternity." Clara died at 73, found peacefully in her study surrounded by books and papers, the brass pocket watch clutched in her hand. The museum staff, following her instructions, returned the watch to the sealed carriage, placing it carefully between the same seat cushions where Clara had first discovered it so many decades earlier. But the watch's story did not end with Clara's death. 3 years later, during another school field trip, another curious student found herself drawn to the forbidden carriage. Sarah Chen, 17, fascinated by early 20th century history and the social upheavals that had shaped the modern world, slipped past the barriers and discovered the brass timepiece gleaming in the afternoon sunlight that streamed through the carriage windows. The strange symbols around its circumference seemed to pulse with hidden meaning as Sarah picked it up, feeling its unusual weight and the odd warmth that seemed to emanate from within the metal itself. Without fully understanding why, she found herself winding the crown, listening to the increasingly rapid ticking that filled the small compartment. The last thing Sarah saw before the world dissolved in steam and light was the watch face, its hands spinning wildly backward, carrying her toward whatever moment in history required her intervention. Behind her, Clara's letters waited in the museum archives, ready to guide another reluctant guardian through the terrible mathematics of shaping time. And so the cycle continued, as it always had and always would, with each guardian carrying forward the knowledge that progress demands sacrifice, that heroism is often invisible, and that sometimes the greatest act of love is allowing tragedy to happen, so that something better might be born from its ashes. The brass pocket watch ticked on through time, patient and persistent, waiting for each new soul brave enough to bear the weight of history's most impossible choices. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy. The July heat pressed against the windows of Grandmother Thorne's countryside house like a living thing. Eliza wiped sweat from her brow as she climbed the narrow wooden stairs to the attic, each step creaking under her weight. Her parents had insisted she spend the summer here while they travelled abroad for work, and though she loved her grandmother dearly, the old woman house felt like a museum of forgotten things. "Just old wives' tales," she muttered to herself, echoing what she'd told her grandmother the night before when the elderly woman had warned her away from the attic. "Some things are better left undisturbed, child," Grandmother Thorne had said, her weathered hands trembling as she gripped her teacup. "Our family has a long history with things that shouldn't be touched." But Eliza had always been too curious for her own good, and at 16 she considered herself far too rational to believe in family curses or haunted heirlooms. The attic stretched longer than she had expected, filled with trunks, old furniture, and cobweb-draped relics. As she made her way deeper into the space, something caught her eye. A large shape in the corner covered by a paint-stained sheet. When she pulled it away, dust billowed up, revealing an enormous mirror. The glass was old and clouded, held in an ornate frame that might have been beautiful once but was now tarnished black with age. A spider web of cracks ran across the surface, distorting her reflection into fragmented pieces. The frame was carved with intricate symbols, spirals and crescents that seemed to shift when she looked at them directly. Unable to resist, she began wiping the dust from the mirror's surface with the hem of her t-shirt. The glass felt strangely warm under her touch, and as she cleaned it, her reflection became clearer. At first, she thought it was just a trick of the light. The way her image seemed to shimmer and blur at the edges. But as she continued cleaning, the distortion grew more pronounced. Her reflection appeared to be moving independently, turning its head when she stood still, smiling when her face was serious. "What the hell?" she breathed, stepping back, but her reflection remained in place for a heartbeat longer before snapping back to match her movements. The mirror began to glow. It started as a faint luminescence around the edges, then spread inward until the entire surface pulsed with silver light. The cracks seemed to seal themselves, the glass becoming perfectly smooth, and in that perfect surface she no longer saw the dusty attic behind her. Instead, she saw a room lit by flickering candles, with rough wooden walls and a small barred window. She reached out instinctively, her fingertips barely grazing the glass, and suddenly the world lurched sideways. Cold air rushed past her face as reality folded in on itself. When the spinning stopped and her feet touched solid ground, she found herself standing in the exact room she'd seen in the mirror. The candles were real now, their flames dancing in clay holders. The air was thick with smoke and the smell of unwashed bodies and fear. Through the barred window she could see a slice of sky that was the wrong colour, not the bright blue of summer but the pale grey of early dawn. Heart pounding, she moved toward the window and peered out. The landscape was completely wrong. Gone were the rolling hills of her grandmother's neighbourhood. Instead, she looked out on a small village of wooden buildings clustered around a central common. People moved between the houses dressed in long, dark clothing. Men in wide-brimmed hats, women in full skirts and white caps. It looked like a living history museum, except there were no modern conveniences anywhere. No power lines, no cars, no paved roads. "This isn't possible," she whispered, backing away from the window. Her voice sounded too loud and too modern. The sound of footsteps and voices grew louder outside, and fragments of conversation chilled her blood. Seen the devil's work before. Not natural the way she appeared. Must be examined by the magistrates. The door opened with a groan of old hinges, and a stern-faced man stepped inside, dressed in black with a white collar. Behind him came two other men, and a woman whose white cap pinched her features. "So," the first man said with authority, "this is the creature that appeared in Goodwife Miller's barn." "I'm not a creature," Liza said, then immediately regretted speaking. Her voice was too clear, too confident, too modern. "Listen to how she speaks," the woman whispered, bold as brass with no proper deference. The leading man stepped closer, studying her with eyes like chips of flint. "What is your name, girl?" "From whence do you come?" "Eliza Thorne. I'm not sure how I got here." Eliza Thorne. A strange name for these parts. "And your attire?" He gestured at her jeans and NASA t-shirt with obvious disgust. "What manner of garments are these?" Before she could answer, one of the other men spoke up. "Magistrate Hawthorne, mark how her hair is uncovered, how she displays herself without shame." Magistrate Hawthorne. The name sent a chill through her. She'd studied the Salem witch trials in school, remembered reading about John Hathorne, one of the men who had condemned innocent people to death for witchcraft. "Your sudden appearance in the night, your strange attire, your bold manner of speaking, all point to one conclusion," Hawthorne said grimly. The word he didn't say hung in the air like smoke. Witch. They led her to a jail in the basement of a meeting house, a single room with stone walls and mouldy straw scattered across the floor. The heavy wooden door closed behind her with finality. Hours passed in the dim cell. When the door finally opened, she saw a young man about her own age carrying a wooden bowl and cup. dressed in simple brown clothing. His face was kind but worried. "I brought you some porridge and water," he said quietly. "They said you hadn't eaten since your capture." "Thank you," she said gratefully. "What's your name?" He hesitated. "Nathaniel. Nathaniel Prescott. I serve in the magistrate's house." He paused, then added quietly, "And you should know. They're saying terrible things about you in the village." "What kind of accusations?" "They say you appeared from thin air in Miller's barn, that you spoke strange words and caused his cow to dry up. Others claim they've seen you in their dreams, tormenting them. They say you're in league with Satan himself." "None of that is true. I didn't do anything to anyone." "I believe you," Nathaniel said, surprising her. "But it doesn't matter what I believe. Once the accusations start in a place like Salem Village, they spread like fire in dry timber." "Salem Village," she repeated, her worst fears confirmed. "Then you know how dangerous your situation is." He glanced toward the door. "I shouldn't be talking to you like this." "Why are you helping me?" "Because I've seen this before. Not exactly this, but strange things happen in Salem Village. People disappear. Others appear where they shouldn't be, wearing clothes that don't belong to any place I know. Always near the old barn at the edge of Miller's property." Her heart began to race. "What do you mean?" "There was a girl, maybe 2 years past, found wandering the woods dressed in strange garments like yours. She spoke strangely too. The magistrates had her examined, and she was hanged as a witch within the month. But others have appeared, like me." "A few over the years. Local folk say the barn is cursed, that the devil uses it as a gateway. Most who are found there don't survive long enough to tell their stories. The barn, the glimmer she'd seen." "Nathaniel, is there something strange about that barn?" He looked at her sharply. "Why do you ask?" "Because I think it might be connected to how I got here." "The devil's glass," he whispered, fear in his eyes. "The devil's what?" "There are stories about a cursed mirror hidden in Miller's barn. They say it shows visions of other places, other times. Some claim it's a window to hell itself. A mirror." Her heart pounded with sudden hope. "Have you seen it?" "Once. I glimpsed something in the loft that caught the light strangely, and for just a moment I could have sworn I saw elsewhere. Another place entirely, with buildings taller than church spires and strange lights that burned without flame." He was describing her world. "When does it appear?" "Only at night, and only when the moon is full. It fades with the dawn." He studied her face. "You truly believe this glass is connected to your appearance here?" "I know it is." "When is the next full moon?" "A fortnight hence, perhaps a bit more." "Will you help me reach it?" For a long moment he didn't answer. "If I help you and we're caught, they'll hang us both. If you don't help me, they'll hang me anyway. And probably find some excuse to hang you too. These trials don't end with just one death, Nathaniel." Finally he nodded. 2 weeks until the full moon. God help us both." The days that followed were a nightmare of waiting and growing dread. Each morning brought new accusations, new arrests. Through Nathaniel, she learned that charges against her were multiplying daily. She had supposedly been seen flying through the night sky, tormenting children in their sleep, spoiling milk and beer. "They're building a case against you," Nathaniel warned during one visit. "Magistrate Hawthorne plans to have you examined by the full court within the week." "How long until the full moon?" 8 days, and the court examination is set for 6 days hence. 2 days. She would have only 2 days between her trial and her chance at escape. The day of her examination arrived grey and cold. The courtroom was packed with spectators, their faces showing curiosity, fear, and barely contained excitement. Magistrate Hawthorne took his place at a high table. "You're Eliza Thorne. You stand accused of practicing witchcraft, of entering into a covenant with Satan, and of tormenting the good people of Salem Village. How do you answer these charges?" "I'm not a witch," she said clearly. "I haven't made any covenants with anyone." A murmur ran through the crowd at her bold denial. "Yet the evidence against you is overwhelming," said one of the other magistrates. "Your sudden appearance, your strange attire, your bold manner, all point to supernatural influence." She realized she was fighting a battle she couldn't win with words. In their world view, everything about her was wrong. "I want to confess," she said suddenly. Hawthorne leaned forward eagerly. "You admit your guilt?" "I admit that I'm not from this place or time. I admit that I arrived here through supernatural means. But I'm not in league with Satan. I'm just lost." "Explain yourself." "I came through a mirror. There's a cursed glass in Miller's barn that serves as a doorway between different times and places. The courtroom erupted in excited whispers. She had given them an admission of supernatural involvement. "This mirror, describe it," one magistrate demanded. "It's large, with an ornate frame hidden in the barn's loft. It only appears during the full moon, and it shows visions of other places and times." Hawthorne and his fellow magistrates exchanged meaningful glances. "And you claim this glass is not of Satan's making?" "I don't know who made it or why, but I don't think it's evil. All that is beyond godly understanding comes from the father of lies," Hawthorne declared. "You have confessed to trafficking with supernatural forces. The only question that remains is the identity of your confederates." And there it was, the trap. "I don't have any confederates. I used the mirror alone, by accident." "Impossible. Someone taught you the glass's secrets. I'm telling you the truth. There is no one else." Hawthorne nodded to someone behind her, and two large men approached. "Since you refuse to name your confederates willingly, perhaps some time in contemplation will loosen your tongue. The court will reconvene tomorrow to hear your full confession." Back in her cell, she paced frantically. One more day until they expected her confession, complete with names. If she couldn't give them names, the torture would begin. Near midnight, Nathaniel appeared at her cell door, looking haggard but determined. "Tomorrow night," he whispered urgently. "The moon will be full tomorrow night." "But the court? We can't wait any longer. It has to be tomorrow night." He pressed something small and metal through the bars. A crude lockpick. "Keep this hidden. When you hear the church bell toll midnight, use it on the lock. I'll create a distraction to draw away the guard." The next day crawled by. She was brought before the court again, and when she refused to name confederates who didn't exist, Hawthorne's face darkened with anger. "Your stubbornness serves no one but Satan. If you will not confess willingly, other methods will be employed." As the hours crawled toward midnight, she clutched the lockpick and tried to calm her racing heart. Outside her window, she could see the moon rising, full and bright. The church bell began to toll midnight. Her hands shook as she worked the crude pick in the lock. For several terrifying minutes, nothing happened except the scraping of metal on metal. Then something clicked. The lock opened. She crept through the building and out into the moonlit village square. She had made it perhaps halfway across when she heard the shouts behind her. "The witch has escaped! The witch is free!" Light blazed in windows throughout the village. She ran then, racing down the path toward Miller's farm with the sounds of pursuit growing louder behind her. The barn loomed ahead. She burst through the door and looked frantically for a way to reach the loft. A ladder leaned against the far wall and she dragged it to the centre of the barn, positioning it beneath something glimmering above. The mirror was exactly as she remembered it, large and ornate, but now whole and perfect, its surface reflecting not the barn around her, but her grandmother's attic. Behind her, the barn door slammed open and torches blazed in the entrance. There she is! The witch seeks to return to her master. She climbed the ladder frantically as men poured into the barn below. She reached the loft and threw herself toward the mirror, just as hands grabbed at her legs. The surface was like liquid silver under her palms. She could feel it beginning to draw her in, but something was wrong. The grip on her ankle tightened, and she looked down to see Nathaniel, his face streaked with tears. "Take me with you," he pleaded. "Please, I can't stay here. They'll kill me for helping you." She could hear the villagers climbing the ladder behind him, could see torch flames reflecting off raised weapons. In seconds, they would be in the loft. The decision had to be made in a split second. "Hold on," she whispered, and reached down to grab his wrist. The moment their hands connected, the mirror's surface exploded with light. The silver liquid became turbulent, and she felt the pull intensify. But something was fighting it, a resistance that felt like trying to push through thick honey. Behind Nathaniel, Hawthorne's head emerged from the ladder opening. "Seize them! Do not let Satan's servants escape!" The mirror was struggling with their combined weight. They were sinking into it, but slowly. Too slowly. Then, as if responding to their desperate need, the mirror made a decision. The resistance vanished all at once, and they plunged through the silver surface. The last thing Eliza saw was Hawthorne's reaching hand before the world dissolved into spinning light and impossible cold. The transit felt longer this time, more violent, like being caught in a tornado made of light and sound. Then, with a jarring impact, they tumbled onto the dusty floor of her grandmother's attic. They lay gasping, trying to process what had happened. The sudden silence was almost as disorienting as the magical trance it had been. She could hear the familiar sounds of the modern world: air conditioning, distant traffic, a neighbour's lawnmower. She sat up slowly and looked around the attic. Everything was exactly as she had left it, but the mirror itself was changed. The great glass was fractured now with deep, violent fractures. Pieces of the surface had fallen out, leaving jagged holes. As she watched, another shard broke free and crashed to the floor. "What? Where are we?" Nathaniel's voice was small and frightened. "We're in my time, my world. We made it." He struggled to his feet, moving to the small window. What he saw there made him stagger backward in shock. Paved roads, power lines, cars moving in the distance, houses with large glass windows. "Sweet Mary, Mother of God," he whispered. "What manner of place is this?" "It's 2024. You're in the future, Nathaniel. More than 300 years in the future." He turned to stare at her, his face pale. 300? But how am I still alive? How are you... Understanding dawned. "You weren't from Salem at all. You were from this time." "Yes. I was visiting my grandmother when I found the mirror. I never meant to go to Salem." He was quiet for a long time. "Then I'm alone. Everyone I ever knew is dead, have been dead for centuries." The pain in his voice broke her heart. "I'm sorry. I should have warned you what it would mean." "You saved my life," he said simply. "Better to be alive in a strange world than dead in a familiar one." A loud crack from the mirror made them both turn. The frame itself began to sag and buckle. Whatever force had held the mirror together was failing. "It's breaking," Nathaniel observed. "Yes. I don't think it can be used again. We destroyed it by forcing it to take both of us." The sound of a car door slamming outside made her freeze. Her grandmother was home. "Someone's coming," she said urgently. "You need to hide." But before she could figure out where, her grandmother's voice called up from below. "Eliza? Dear, are you up there? I thought I heard voices." "I'm here, grandmother," she called back, trying to keep her voice steady. "Well, come down when you're ready. I've brought some groceries." Eliza looked at Nathaniel desperately, then made her way downstairs. Her grandmother was in the kitchen unpacking bags. "You were up there for quite a while," Grandmother Thorne said. "Find anything interesting?" "Just an old mirror," Eliza said carefully. Her grandmother's hand stilled. Slowly she turned to face Eliza, and there was something in her expression that made Eliza's stomach clench. "You didn't touch it, did you?" The question hit Eliza like a physical blow. You know about the mirror?" Grandmother Thorne sank into a chair, suddenly looking every one of her 87 years. "I was wondering when this day would come, when you'd be old enough, curious enough to find it despite my warnings. You know what it is. I know what it was. The Salem mirror, we've called it for generations. A doorway through time created by... well, no one knows. But it's been in our family for over 3 centuries. Since Salem. Since Salem. You see, dear, our family has always had a complicated relationship with that time and place. Eliza Thorne wasn't the first of our family to travel through that mirror. She was the last, until now. You're named after her." The room spun. "That's impossible." "Is it? You've seen the mirror work." Her grandmother studied her face. "You did use it. You went somewhere." "I went to Salem during the trials. I was accused of witchcraft, nearly hanged. I barely escaped. And you brought someone back with you. I can sense another presence in the house." Eliza stared in shock. "How did you—" "The mirror calls to our blood, dear. Those it touches carry a trace of its magic forever after." Grandmother Thorne stood up slowly. "You'd better bring your friend downstairs. If he's going to live in this world, he'll need to learn how to navigate it." With no other choice, Eliza led her grandmother up to the attic, where Nathaniel was still huddled by the window. He looked up when they entered, his face cycling through fear, confusion, and desperate hope. "Nathaniel Prescott," her grandmother said gently. "Welcome to the 21st century." He goggled at her. "You know who I am. I know you helped my granddaughter escape Salem Village at great risk to yourself. I know you've sacrificed everything to save her life, and I know you're very far from home." Tears began to flow down Nathaniel's cheeks. "I am lost. Everything I knew is gone. Everyone I loved is dead. I don't understand this world." "You will," Grandmother Thorne said firmly. "It won't be easy, but you will learn. Humans are remarkably adaptable." She turned to look at the shattered mirror. "It's finished, isn't it?" "Yes," Eliza said. "Bringing both of us through broke it completely. Good. It's caused enough pain over the centuries. Perhaps it's time for it to rest." Over the following weeks, Grandmother Thorne began the impossible task of explaining 3 centuries of history to Nathaniel. He was overwhelmed, but intelligent and adaptable. Slowly, gradually, he began to accept these new realities. The practical concerns were more immediate. He would need identification, education, a way to survive in the modern world. Grandmother Thorne seemed to have anticipated this. "There are people who specialise in helping those who need new identities," she explained mysteriously. "It will take time and money, but it can be done." "But what will I do?" Nathaniel asked desperately. "How will I survive?" "You'll learn," Eliza said firmly. "We'll help you." And so began one of the strangest chapters of Eliza's life. Over the weeks that followed, she and her grandmother worked to introduce Nathaniel to the modern world. They started with basics: electric lights, flush toilets, packaged foods. Then more complex concepts: modern money, job possibilities, social interaction. Nathaniel proved to be a quick study, though the process was often overwhelming. There were days when she found him staring out windows with profound sadness, mourning not just the people he'd known, but the entire way of life that had defined him. But there were good days too. The first time he successfully made a phone call, operated a television, tasted ice cream, these small victories brought genuine joy to his face. As summer ended and fall approached, they began to plan for the future. Nathaniel would need more than survival skills. He would need purpose. "I think you'd make a good teacher," Eliza said one evening. "You have patience, and you A teacher of what?" "History. You lived through part of it. That gives you a perspective no one else can have." The idea intrigued him, and they began exploring what it would take for him to pursue education, to learn enough about the modern world to eventually teach others about the past he had personally experienced. It was during one of these planning sessions that Eliza first noticed something strange happening with mirrors in the house. Not the Salem mirror, that lay in pieces, completely inactive. But other mirrors sometimes seemed to show her reflection doing things she wasn't doing. At first she thought it was imagination, but the incidents became more frequent. One morning, while brushing her teeth, she watched in horror as her reflection continued brushing long after she'd stopped. "Grandmother," she said that afternoon, "I think something's wrong with me." She explained about the mirrors, about the reflection that seemed to have a life of its own. Her grandmother listened without interruption, her expression growing concerned. "Show me," Grandmother Thorne said finally. They went to the hallway mirror, and Eliza stood in front of it. For a moment, nothing unusual happened. Then her reflection smiled, a cold smile, nothing like any expression she'd ever worn. Her grandmother made a soft sound of distress. "Oh, my dear child, I was afraid this might happen." "What's happening to me?" "The mirror didn't just transport you through time, it left a mark on you, a connection. And when you forced it to bring both of you back, I think a piece of you may have been left behind." The words chilled her. "Left behind where?" "In Salem, in 1692. A part of your soul trapped in that time and place." Her grandmother took her hands. "The Eliza you see in the mirrors, that's the part of you that never made it home." "But I did make it home. I'm here." "Most of you is here, but not all. And the longer time passes, the more that trapped piece will try to assert itself." "What does that mean? What will happen to me?" "I don't know. This has never happened before. But I suspect that eventually you'll have to choose between the part of you that's here and the part that's still there." That night, Eliza lay awake staring at the ceiling, afraid to close her eyes. Every mirror had become a potential threat. Nathaniel knocked softly on her door around midnight. "May I come in?" She sat up as he entered. "What's wrong?" "I've been thinking about what your grandmother told us, about part of you being trapped in my time." He sat on the edge of the bed. "If part of you is still there, what does that mean for what happened after we left?" The question struck her like a physical blow. "You think my presence there might have changed things?" "I think we may have left behind more than just a piece of your soul. We may have left behind evidence that witchcraft was real, that the mirror truly was a gateway." She felt sick. The broken glass. When the mirror shattered after we went through it, pieces must have fallen in Salem too. pieces that the magistrates would have found, pieces that would have seemed to confirm everything they believed. His face was grim. I fear we may have made things worse, that our escape may have cost other innocent lives. The weight of this possibility was crushing. There has to be something we can do. But she knew it wasn't possible. The mirror was destroyed. There was no way back to Salem, no way to undo whatever damage their escape might have caused. The next few weeks passed in a haze of guilt and growing paranoia. The incidents with mirrors became more frequent and disturbing. Her reflection began to mouth words she couldn't hear, to gesture frantically. Sometimes, late at night, she thought she could hear faint voices calling her name from very far away. The fragment of her soul wasn't just trying to communicate, it was trying to come home, and it was getting stronger. She would catch glimpses of movement in her peripheral vision, see figures in colonial dress at the edge of her sight. The temperature would drop suddenly. Electronics began to malfunction in her presence. "It's getting worse," she told her grandmother one morning after waking to find her bedroom window covered in frost, despite the warm October weather. "I know, dear. The connection between you and the trapped fragment is strengthening. It's trying to pull you back. But the mirror is destroyed. How can it pull me back? The mirror was a tool, not the source of the power. The real magic lives in our bloodline. Strong emotion, desperate need can sometimes create its own doorways. You think I might be pulled back to Salem even without the mirror? I think you're going to have to make a choice soon. Either find a way to recall that lost piece of yourself, or risk being torn apart by the conflict between past and present. How do I recall something trapped 3 centuries in the past? Perhaps the answer lies not in bringing that piece of you home, but in accepting that it belongs where it is, in letting it go." That night she dreamed of Salem again, but this time she was watching it from above. She could see herself, or the part of herself that had been left behind, wandering the streets invisible to the villagers but very much present. The dream fragment looked up suddenly, sensing her presence, and their eyes met across the centuries. When the trapped piece of her soul opened its mouth to speak, Eliza woke with a gasp, but the words echoed in her mind. "Let me rest." She sat up in bed and suddenly understood. The fragment wasn't trying to come home, it was trying to find peace. It had been trapped for months in a world of fear and death, watching the consequences of their escape, unable to intervene. It didn't want to return, it wanted to be allowed to fade away. The next morning she told them about the dream, about her new understanding. "So what do you need to do?" Nathaniel asked. "I need to let go. I need to stop fighting the connection and just release that part of myself. Let it find the peace it's looking for." That evening she stood before the mirror in her bedroom and spoke directly to her reflection. It looked normal at first, then slowly began to change. The face looking back became sadder, more worn, marked by experiences her conscious mind had never had. "I understand now," she said quietly. "You don't want to come back. You want to rest." Her reflection nodded, tears streaming down its face. "I'm sorry for what we left behind, for the damage we might have caused, for trapping you in that terrible time. But I have to let you go now. I have to let both of us heal." For a moment she felt a profound connection to that lost part of herself. All the fear and guilt and sorrow that had been building since their escape. Then, like a candle being gently blown out, the connection faded. Her reflection returned to normal, moving in perfect synchronization with her body. The oppressive sense of being watched lifted. The temperature returned to normal, and the electronics stopped malfunctioning. She felt different, lighter in some ways, but also smaller, as if a piece of her personal history had been erased. There were memories that seemed hazier now, emotions that felt distant. But she also felt at peace for the first time since their escape from Salem. Months passed. Winter gave way to spring, and Nathaniel continued his remarkable adaptation. He had begun taking classes at the local community college, studying history with a passion that impressed his professors. None suspected their most dedicated student had actually lived through some of the events they discussed. He still had difficult days, times when the weight of his displacement seemed overwhelming. But he was building a new life with determination, finding ways to honour his past while embracing his future. As for Eliza, she found herself changed by the experience in ways both obvious and subtle. She was more cautious now, more aware of consequences. but she was also more appreciative of the present moment, more conscious of how precious and fragile life actually was. The mirror fragments remained in their box in the attic, inert and harmless now. Grandmother Thorne had suggested they bury them, but somehow Eliza wasn't ready. The mirror had brought her pain and terror, but it had also brought her Nathaniel and shown her truths about herself and her family she might never have discovered otherwise. One evening in the early spring, as she and Nathaniel sat on the front porch watching the sunset, he turned to her with a thoughtful expression. "Do you ever regret it?" he asked. "Touching the mirror that first day?" She considered the question carefully. "I regret the pain it caused. I regret the people who might have died because of what we left behind. But I don't regret meeting you or learning about my family's history or discovering that I'm stronger than I thought I was." He nodded slowly. "I sometimes wonder what would have become of me if you hadn't appeared in that barn, whether I would have lived out my life in Salem Village, married some suitable Puritan girl, raised children to fear the devil and suspect their neighbours. I think I prefer this future, uncertain as it is." As the stars began to appear in the darkening sky, Eliza found herself thinking about the nature of time and choice, about how a single decision could ripple across centuries. The mirror was gone, but its influence would continue to shape their lives. Somewhere in the past, in a Salem village that existed now only in history, the echoes of their escape still reverberated. The witch trials had ended, the accused had been pardoned, and the community had slowly healed. But the memory of two strangers who had appeared from nowhere and vanished into legend lived on. And here, in the present, two people who never should have met continued building new lives from the fragments of the old. It wasn't the ending Eliza had imagined when she first touched the mirror, but it was an ending she could live with. The Salem mirror was gone, but its legacy lived on in the choices they made each day, in the kindness they showed each other, and in their shared understanding that sometimes the most profound journeys bring us not to where we intended to go, but to where we needed to be. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy. The salt air whipped through Maya's dark hair as she picked her way across the tide pools, her sneakers squelching against the wet rocks. The Oregon coast stretched endlessly in both directions, painted gold and crimson by the setting sun. This was supposed to be a relaxing family vacation, but Maya had grown restless sitting around the beach house while her parents read novels and her younger brother played video games. She craved adventure, something more than the predictable rhythm of waves and seagulls. Thunder rumbled in the distance, and Maya glanced up to see storm clouds gathering on the horizon. She should head back soon, but something caught her eye. A glint of something smooth and pale nestled between two barnacle-crusted rocks. Kneeling carefully, she brushed away the wet sand to reveal a stone unlike any she'd seen before. It was perfectly smooth, about the size of her palm, and carved with intricate symbols that seemed to dance in the fading light. The markings looked ancient, like the runic alphabets she'd studied in her mythology class. Maya had always been fascinated by Norse legends, the stories of Odin and Thor, of warriors sailing across stormy seas to unknown lands. Her fingers traced the carved lines, feeling their surprising warmth despite the cool evening air. Another rumble of thunder, closer now. The stone seemed to pulse beneath her touch, and Maya felt a strange vibration running through her palm and up her arm. The sensation was both thrilling and unsettling, like touching a live wire. She should put it down, should run back to the house before the storm hit, but she couldn't seem to let go. Lightning split the sky directly overhead, illuminating the churning sea in stark white light. The stone blazed with sudden heat, and Maya gasped as electricity seemed to course through her entire body. The world tilted, colours bleeding together like watercolours in rain, and then everything went black. Cold. That was Maya's first sensation as consciousness slowly returned. Bitter, bone-deep cold that made her teeth chatter. She was lying on her side on what felt like rough stone, not the soft sand of the Oregon beach. The air tasted different, thick with smoke and something metallic that made her stomach turn. And there were sounds, terrible sounds that didn't belong to any peaceful coastline. Screaming, the clash of metal on metal, the roar of flames. Maya's eyes snapped open and she scrambled to her feet, her heart hammering against her ribs. This wasn't the beach where she'd fallen. She stood on a rocky shoreline beneath a sky choked with smoke and ash. In the distance, a village burned, orange flames leaping high into the dark air. Silhouettes moved between the burning buildings, figures that ran and fought and fell. She still clutched the stone, which now glowed with a faint pulsing light that seemed to emanate from deep within the carved runes. The strange warmth spread through her fingers, the only comfort in this nightmare landscape. But as she stared at the burning village, trying to make sense of what she was seeing, a new sound made her blood freeze. Footsteps, heavy boots crunching over stones, approaching fast. Maya spun around and found herself face to face with a group of men emerging from the smoke. They were tall and broad-shouldered, dressed in leather and mail, with weapons gleaming in their hands. Their faces were streaked with soot and blood, their eyes wild with battle fury. But as they saw her standing there with the glowing stone, their expression shifted to something like awe. The leader, a bearded man with intricate tattoos spiralling up his arms, dropped to one knee. The others followed suit, their weapons clattering against the rocks. Maya backed away, her mind reeling. This couldn't be real. She had to be dreaming, or hallucinating, or... "Volva," the leader whispered in a language that sounded familiar yet foreign. His accent was thick, the words strangely shaped, but Maya found she could understand him. "The gods have sent us a seeress." Before she could protest, before she could even begin to process what was happening, more figures appeared through the smoke. These newcomers moved with predatory grace, their weapons raised and ready. Maya caught fragments of angry voices, accusations and counterclaims in that same archaic tongue that somehow made sense to her mind. "She appeared from nothing," someone snarled. "A curse upon us all." "The stone burns with Odin's light," another voice countered. "She is blessed, not cursed." The groups faced off over Maya's trembling form, and she realized with growing horror that they were preparing to fight. Over her. The stone pulsed brighter in her grip, and she felt its strange energy coursing through her veins, changing something fundamental about her perception. The language that had been foreign moments before now flowed more naturally in her ears. The faces around her, painted with mud and blood and fierce determination, belonged to people from another age entirely. Vikings. She was looking at actual Vikings, and they thought she was some kind of mystical prophet. A young warrior stepped forward from the first group, his hand extended toward Maya in what might have been protection or possession. He was perhaps a few years older than her, with auburn hair braided back from a face marked by premature scars. His eyes, startlingly blue in his soot-stained face, met hers with an intensity that made her shiver. "I am Bjorn Ironson," he said, his voice steady despite the chaos surrounding them. "If you are truly sent by the gods, then you belong with my clan. We have need of a seeress in the trials to come." One of the rival warriors spat in the dirt. "Your clan is weak, boy. The stranger's power should serve stronger hands." His gaze fixed on the glowing stone with naked greed. "That rune stone has been sung of in the old verses. It holds the power of the All-Father himself." Maya's grip tightened involuntarily on the stone, and its light flared brighter. The effect on the gathered warriors was immediate. Some took another step back while others pressed closer, their hunger for the stone's power written plainly on their faces. She was a prize to be won, a mystical object to be possessed and used. The realization sent a spike of panic through her chest. I don't," she stammered, but the words came out in that strange ancient tongue, as if the stone was translating her thoughts. "I don't belong here." Bjorn's expression softened slightly. "The gods send aid when it is most needed, Seeress. My people face a great battle in 3 days' time. If you are here, it is because the Norns have woven your thread into our tapestry." Before Maya could respond, the rival warrior lunged forward, his hand reaching for the stone. The moment his fingers brushed against hers, the runestone blazed like a miniature sun. Lightning crackled across its surface, and a shockwave of energy sent everyone staggering backward. In the sudden silence that followed, Maya heard the distant crash of waves and, impossibly, the sound of her mother calling her name from what felt like another world entirely. The vision lasted only a heartbeat, a glimpse of the Oregon beach house, warm light spilling from its windows, before snapping back to the smoke-filled nightmare of the Viking raid. But that brief connection to her own time gave Maya a terrible hope. The stone was more than just a mystical artifact. It was a bridge between worlds, between times, and if she could understand how it worked, she might find her way home. Bjorn helped her to her feet, his touch surprisingly gentle for a warrior. "Come," he said urgently. "Others will have seen that light. We must reach my longship before more enemies arrive." Maya found herself stumbling across the rocky shore, half carried by Bjorn and his companions as they made their way toward a cluster of dragon-prowed ships pulled up on the beach. Behind them, the burning village continued to collapse into ash and ember. She wanted to ask about the people who had lived there, about the families torn apart by this raid, but the words stuck in her throat. These men had participated in the destruction, had taken pride in their violence, yet they were also the only thing standing between her and the cruel warriors who wanted to tear the stone from her hands. The longship was a work of art and terror combined, its carved dragon head seeming to snarl at the stormy sky. Maya was bundled into the vessel, along with bags of plundered goods and several other captives, women and children who watched her with a mixture of fear and desperate hope. As the ship was pushed into the surf and the warriors took up their oars, Maya clutched the stone and tried to make sense of her impossible situation. She was trapped in what appeared to be the 9th century, surrounded by Viking raiders who believed she was a mystical seeress. The stone that had brought her here seemed to be her only hope of returning home, but she had no idea how to control its power. And somewhere in the back of her mind, a growing certainty that the longer she remained in this time, the harder it would become to find her way back. As the longship cut through the dark waves, Bjorn settled beside her on the rowing bench. Up close, she could see that he was younger than his scars suggested, probably no more than 19 or 20. His eyes held an intelligence that set him apart from the other warriors, along with something that might have been kindness. "You're afraid," he observed quietly, his voice barely audible over the sound of the oars cutting through water. Maya nodded, not trusting herself to speak without her voice shaking. "That is wisdom," Bjorn continued. "The gods' gifts are never given without purpose, but that purpose is often hidden. The runestone you carry, it is spoken of in the oldest songs, a key that opens doors between the 9 realms. Many have sought it, but none have been deemed worthy to wield it." "I didn't seek anything," Maya whispered. "I just found it on the beach." Bjorn's eyes studied her face in the flickering light of the ship's torches. "Perhaps, or perhaps you were led to find it. The Norns weave strange patterns, seeress. What you call chance, we call fate." Over the following days, as the longship made its way along the coastline toward Bjorn's home settlement, Maya began to piece together fragments of her situation. Through halting conversations with Bjorn and careful observation of the world around her, she learned that she had somehow been transported to 9th century Scandinavia, to a time when Viking raids were at their height and the old gods still held sway over human affairs. The stone continued to pulse with its mysterious energy, and Maya discovered that its power seemed tied to her emotional state. When she was calm, it glowed softly, providing warmth and light. But when she was frightened or angry, it flared with an intensity that made everyone around her nervous. She also noticed that during storms, when lightning split the sky and thunder shook the earth, the stone's power peaked, and she sometimes caught glimpses of her own world flickering at the edges of her vision. Bjorn's clan occupied a settlement built on a series of rocky islands connected by narrow causeways. The buildings were low and sturdy, constructed to withstand the harsh northern climate, with smoke rising from central hearths and the sound of metalwork ringing from forges. Maya was given a place in the great hall, treated with the wary respect due a person touched by divine power. The women of the settlement brought her food and clothing more suited to the climate, while the men kept their distance, unsure whether she represented blessing or curse. But Maya's presence had not gone unnoticed by the settlement's enemies. Word of the mystical seeress with the glowing runestone spread quickly along the coast, carried by traders and raiders alike. Within a week of her arrival, scouts reported ships gathering in the waters beyond the settlement. Other clans wanted what she possessed, and they were willing to fight for it. "The stone's power grows stronger," Bjorn told her one evening, as they stood on the settlement's highest point, watching the sunset paint the sea in shades of gold and blood. "Can you feel it calling to something?" Maya nodded, though she wasn't sure how to put her experiences into words. The stone seemed to resonate with some deep rhythm of the world around her, pulsing in time with her heartbeat and the crash of waves against the shore. But more than that, she was beginning to understand the runes carved into its surface. They weren't just decorative, they were instructions, a kind of mystical programming that governed the stone's power. "It shows me things," she said carefully, "glimpses of other places, other times. I think it's connected to the stories your people tell about Odin's ravens, Hugin and Munin, memory and thought, seeing across all the worlds." Bjorn's expression grew troubled. "Then the old prophecy may be true. It speaks of a stranger bearing the All-Father's stone, who will stand at the centre of a great choosing. Victory or defeat, prosperity or ruin, all hanging on decisions made by one who belongs to neither side." "What prophecy?" Maya asked, though part of her already dreaded the answer. "3 nights hence, when the moon is dark, Hakon the Red will come with his fleet," Bjorn replied grimly. "He has sworn to take our settlement and claim all who live here as thralls. But the skalds sing that when the rune-bearer arrives, the battle's outcome will rest not with the strongest sword arm, but with the choices made by one who sees across the realms." Maya felt the weight of expectation settling on her shoulders like a physical burden. These people were looking to her for salvation, but she was just a teenager from Oregon who had stumbled into their world by accident. She had no special wisdom, no mystical insight beyond what the stone occasionally showed her, and all she really wanted was to find her way home. That night, as a fierce storm lashed the settlement, Maya lay awake clutching the stone and focusing all her will on the glimpses it showed her of her own world. She saw her parents searching the beach, calling her name. She saw search and rescue teams combing the coastline with flashlights. She saw her younger brother crying, begging them to find his sister. The pain of their worry cut through her like a blade, and she pressed the stone against her chest, willing it to take her back to them. For a moment the vision solidified. She could smell the familiar scent of the beach house, could hear the sound of modern helicopters searching overhead. She reached out toward the image, and her fingers seemed to pass through some invisible barrier, touching something real. But just as she began to step forward, the vision shattered like glass, and she was back in the Viking Great Hall with tears streaming down her face. "The stone fights you," a voice said from the shadows. Maya looked up to see an elderly woman approaching, her back bent with age but her eyes sharp and knowing. She wore the distinctive apron dress and tortoise brooches of a Viking woman of high status, and the other settlement members treated her with obvious respect. "I am Sigrid the Wise," the woman continued, settling beside Maya on the sleeping bench. "I was seeress to this clan before my sight dimmed. The stone you carry, it serves a purpose greater than your desire to return home." "I don't understand," Maya whispered. "Why was I brought here? What am I supposed to do?" Sigrid's gnarled fingers reached out to touch the stone, and it pulsed with gentle light. "The runes speak of balance," she said softly, "of choices that echo across all the worlds. Hakon the Red carries darkness with him, not just death, but an end to the old ways, the old wisdom. If he succeeds here, if his cruelty spreads unchecked, it will poison the very roots of time itself." Maya stared at the old woman, trying to process what she was saying. "You're telling me that the entire future depends on what happens in this one battle?" "Not the future," Sigrid corrected. "The pattern. The great weaving that connects all things. Some knots, if pulled wrongly, can unravel entire tapestries." The storm raged for 3 days, and with it came Hakon's fleet. Maya watched from the settlement's walls as dozens of dragon ships emerged from the mist, their red sails billowing in the wind. The vessels were larger than Bjorn's ship, built for war rather than trade, and they carried hundreds of warriors eager for battle and plunder. Hakon himself stood in the prow of the lead ship, a giant of a man with flame-red hair and a beard to match. Even at a distance, Maya could see the cruel set of his features, the way his men shrank from his casual violence. This was not a leader who inspired loyalty through honour or wisdom, but through fear and the promise of shared brutality. As the enemy ships pulled up on the beaches, Bjorn found Maya on the wall. His face was grim, marked by the knowledge that his people were vastly outnumbered. "The stone," he said urgently. "Its power. Can you use it against them?" Maya looked down at the runestone in her hands. It pulsed with energy, responding to the approaching conflict, but she still didn't understand how to direct its power. "I don't know how," she admitted. "Sometimes it shows me visions, sometimes it flares with light, but I can't control it." Bjorn nodded, though she could see disappointment in his eyes. "Then we fight with steel and courage. as our fathers did before us. The battle began at dawn. Hakon's warriors came in waves, their shields locked together as they advanced up the rocky slopes toward the settlement. Bjorn's people met them at the outer walls, and the morning air filled with the crash of weapons and the cries of the wounded. Maya crouched behind the battlements, clutching the stone and trying to stay out of the way of the defenders rushing past her. But as the fighting intensified, something strange began to happen. The stone's glow grew brighter, and with it came a growing awareness of the battle's ebb and flow. Maya found she could sense the movements of individual warriors, could almost see the threads of fate weaving themselves around acts of heroism and cowardice, life and death. The stone was showing her the pattern that Sigrid had spoken of, the great tapestry of cause and effect that stretched across all the worlds, and in that tapestry she could see the dark stain that would spread if Hakon won this battle. His cruelty would inspire others, would poison the Viking culture with an emphasis on brutality over honour. The raids that had been tests of courage and skill would become exercises in sadism. The stories that should have celebrated heroism and wisdom would instead glorify meaningless violence. A shout brought Maya back to the immediate crisis. A section of the settlement's wall had been breached, and Hakon's warriors were pouring through the gap. Bjorn was there, his sword flashing as he tried to hold them back, but there were too many of them. Maya saw him stumble, blood streaming from a wound in his side, and knew that the battle was nearly lost. Without thinking, she stood up from her hiding place and raised the stone above her head. Light blazed from the carved runes, so bright that it cast stark shadows even in the daylight. The advancing warriors stopped, shielding their eyes, and in that moment of confusion, Bjorn's men rallied and pushed them back. But the effort cost Maya dearly. The stone's power flowed through her like molten metal, and she collapsed to her knees, gasping for breath. Through the haze of pain, she saw Hakon himself striding through the breach in the wall, his massive sword cutting down anyone who stood in his path. His eyes fixed on her with predatory hunger. "The Cirrus," he rumbled, his voice carrying clearly over the din of battle. "Bring me the stone-bearer, and this can all end." Maya tried to stand, but her legs wouldn't support her. The stone had dimmed to a barely perceptible glow, its power seemingly exhausted. She watched helplessly as Hakon's warriors formed a circle around her, their weapons raised. This was how it would end. Captured and slaved, the stone's power turned to dark purposes. But Bjorn was not finished fighting. With a war cry that seemed to shake the very earth, he threw himself at Hakon's warriors, his sword moving in deadly arcs. Behind him came the surviving defenders of the settlement, inspired by their young leader's courage. The battle raged around Maya as she knelt in the mud, still clutching the stone and praying for its power to return. Thunder crashed overhead, and Maya felt the stone pulse weakly in response. The storm was building again, and with it might come another chance to use the stone's power, or to escape this nightmare entirely. She closed her eyes and reached out with her mind, trying to connect with the energy that flowed between the worlds. The visions came faster now, sharper and more detailed. She saw herself as a child, reading books about mythology and dreaming of adventures in distant lands. She saw her family, still searching for her on a beach thousands of years in the future. And she saw the branching paths of possibility that stretched out from this moment, some leading to darkness and cruelty, others to hope and renewal. When she opened her eyes, Hakon stood over her, his sword pointed at her throat. Around them the battle had grown quiet, not because it was over, but because everyone was waiting to see what would happen next. Bjorn lay nearby, blood pooling beneath him, but his eyes were still alert, still watching. "Give me the stone," Hakon demanded. "Give it to me, and I will let your friends die quickly." Maya looked up at him, this man who represented everything brutal and small about the human spirit, and felt something harden inside her chest. The stone pulsed once, then blazed to life with a light that made the sun look dim by comparison. But this time, Maya didn't try to direct its power outward. Instead, she turned it inward, using it to see the true nature of the choice before her. She could surrender the stone, and Hakon would gain power beyond imagining. He would use it to spread his cruelty across the known world, poisoning the well of human civilization for generations to come, or she could fight him, knowing that victory might cost her any chance of returning home. But there was a third option, one that the stone's visions had been trying to show her all along. The rune-carved artifact wasn't just a bridge between worlds, it was a fulcrum, a point where small actions could have enormous consequences, and Maya was the only one who could choose how to tip the balance. Lightning split the sky directly overhead, and Maya felt the stone's power peak. In that moment of perfect clarity, she made her choice. Instead of trying to use the stone against Harkon, she turned its power on itself. The runes flared brilliant white, then began to crack and crumble. The stone was destroying itself, taking its immense power out of the world, rather than letting it be corrupted. Hakon roared in rage and swung his sword, but the blade passed harmlessly through Maya's suddenly translucent form. She was already fading, caught between worlds as the stone's final energies carried her home. The last thing she saw was Bjorn's face, his expression mixing gratitude with profound sadness. "You were never meant for our world," he whispered, and his words followed her into the light. Maya woke on the Oregon beach, soaked with rain and shivering with cold. The storm had passed, leaving behind calm waves and a sky painted with the soft colours of dawn. In her hand she still clutched the stone, but it was different now, cracked and dull, its runes barely visible as faint scratches in the weathered surface. She sat up slowly, her body aching as if she'd been running for miles. Around her, the familiar sights and sounds of her own time felt almost alien after her days in the Viking settlement. The distant hum of highway traffic, the geometric lines of modern buildings visible on the bluff above the beach, the plastic debris washed up by the tide, all of it seemed strange and artificial compared to the raw vitality of the 9th century. Maya's parents found her there an hour later, drawn by the emergency beacon on her phone that had somehow started working again. They rushed her to the hospital, where doctors found her dehydrated and exhausted but otherwise unharmed. The official story was that she had been caught in the storm and suffered from exposure, possibly hallucinating from hypothermia. Maya didn't try to convince anyone otherwise. But as she sat in the hospital bed, she noticed something that made her heart race. Around her wrist was a band of braided leather and silver wire, worked in patterns that belonged to no modern jewellery design. It was a Viking arm ring, the kind given to warriors and honoured guests, and she knew, with absolute certainty, where she'd gotten it. In the weeks that followed, Maya researched everything she could find about 9th century Scandinavian history. She learned about the various Viking clans and their raids, about the gradual conversion to Christianity and the end of the old ways. But she found no specific mention of Bjorn Ironson or Hakon the Red, no record of the battle she'd witnessed. Perhaps that was for the best. Perhaps some stories were meant to live only in the hearts of those who had experienced them. Maya kept the broken stone and the arm ring in a wooden box beside her bed, and sometimes, late at night, she thought she could still feel the faintest pulse of power from the cracked runes. She never found another stone like it, despite years of searching along coastlines around the world, and she never forgot the weight of choice that had rested on her shoulders in that moment when the fate of ages hung in the balance. The knowledge that individual decisions made by ordinary people in extraordinary circumstances could echo across time itself. Maya went on to study archaeology and medieval history, driven by a desire to understand the past that had briefly claimed her. She became an expert in Viking culture and mythology, writing papers about the role of seeresses and the power of belief in shaping historical events. Her colleagues respected her insights, though they never knew the true source of her understanding. Sometimes during thunderstorms, Maya would hold the broken stone and reach out with her mind, trying to catch glimpses of the world she had left behind. She never saw it clearly again, but occasionally in the space between lightning and thunder, she thought she heard the echo of waves against a rocky shore, and the distant sound of someone calling her name across the centuries. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy. Maya Tanaka had always been the type of student who lingered at museum exhibits, long after her classmates had moved on, drawn to the stories hidden behind glass cases and faded placards. On this particular October morning, as her history class shuffled through the Metropolitan Museum of Japanese Art, she found herself once again falling behind the group, her attention captured by details that seemed to whisper of lives long past. The museum's main galleries buzzed with the chatter of other school groups, but Maya was drawn toward a dimmer corridor marked Ancient Military Artifacts, Sengoku Period. The fluorescent lights flickered intermittently here, casting dancing shadows across displays of rusted katana, weathered armour, and battle standards whose silk had long since faded to the colour of old parchment. This section felt forgotten, as if the museum itself had lost interest in these particular relics. It was there, in a corner case barely illuminated by a single dying bulb, that she first saw the lantern. Unlike the other artefacts which were positioned with careful attention to lighting and dramatic effect, this piece seemed almost overlooked. The placard was simple, bearing only basic information. Iron lantern, circa 1580, provenance unknown. But Maya couldn't look away. The lantern itself was unremarkable at first glance, a traditional Choshin design with a metal frame and what appeared to be oiled paper panels, though closer inspection revealed the panels were actually made of some translucent material she couldn't identify. The iron was dark with age and oxidation, and hairline cracks spiderwebbed across its surface like scars from old battles. Yet despite its obvious age and deterioration, there was something about it that seemed to pulse with barely contained energy. As Maya pressed closer to the glass, she could have sworn she saw the faintest flicker of light from within the lantern's depths, as if someone had struck a match inside and quickly blown it out. She blinked hard, attributing the illusion to the poor lighting, but the sensation persisted. The longer she stared, the more convinced she became that the lantern was somehow aware of her presence, responding to her attention with subtle shifts in its inner glow. The sound of her classmates' voices grew distant as they moved deeper into the museum, but Maya remained transfixed. She noticed that the display case's lock appeared to be broken, its mechanism hanging loose against the glass. A small sign read, "Under restoration, do not touch," but it was yellowed with age and looked as forgotten as the artifacts themselves. Without fully understanding why, Maya found herself lifting the glass panel. The air that escaped carried a strange scent. Not the mustiness she expected, but something closer to wood smoke and iron, tinged with an indefinable sweetness that reminded her of incense burned in temples. Her fingers trembled as she reached for the lantern, every rational part of her mind screaming that this was wrong, that she was about to commit theft or vandalism or worse. But the moment her skin made contact with the cold metal, all hesitation vanished. The lantern felt right in her hands, as if it had been waiting centuries for exactly this touch. The weight of it surprised her, not heavy, but substantial in a way that spoke of importance, of purpose. As she lifted it from its stand, she noticed a small wick protruding from the top, blackened but intact. On a nearby display of ceremonial items, a single votive candle flickered in its glass holder, placed there either by museum staff or perhaps left behind by some previous visitor. Maya looked around the empty corridor, listening for footsteps or voices, but heard only the distant hum of climate control systems and the faint echo of conversations from far-off galleries. Later she would never be able to explain what possessed her to bring the lantern close to the candle's flame. It wasn't curiosity alone, nor simple teenage rebellion. It felt more like inevitability, as if every choice in her life had been leading to this moment, as if the universe itself was gently but inexorably guiding her hand toward the dancing flame. The moment the wick caught fire, reality shattered. The change wasn't gradual. It was instantaneous and overwhelming. The air around the lantern began to shimmer like heat waves rising from summer asphalt, but the shimmer had colour, deep purples and violets that seemed to exist in dimensions her eyes weren't designed to perceive. The flame within the lantern roared to brilliant life, not the steady glow of a normal wick, but something wild and hungry, casting light that threw shadows in impossible directions. Maya tried to drop the lantern, but her fingers wouldn't obey. The metal grew warm, then hot, then scalding, but instead of pain she felt a strange euphoria, as if electricity was coursing through her veins, rewriting her very molecular structure. The violet sparks that had begun as tiny motes of light now surrounded her in a whirling cyclone, and she could feel them not just against her skin but inside her, transforming her on a cellular level. The museum corridor began to stretch and warp, walls bending like taffy, display cases melting into abstract shapes that hurt to look at directly. The fluorescent lights strobed frantically before exploding in showers of sparks that joined the supernatural light show swirling around her. Maya tried to scream, but no sound emerged from her throat, or perhaps it did. but the sound was being stretched across time, distorted into frequencies her ears could no longer process. Her last coherent thought before consciousness fled was a desperate wish that she had simply followed her classmates to the next exhibit. When awareness returned, it came slowly, like surfacing from deep, dreamless water. Maya's first sensation was cold, a bone-deep chill that seemed to emanate from the ground beneath her. Her second was the smell of earth and growing things, rich loam and decaying leaves and the green scent of moss. Her third was the realization that she was lying on forest floor, not museum tile. She opened her eyes to a canopy of unfamiliar trees, their branches intertwined so thickly that only fragments of night sky were visible between the leaves. Moonlight filtered through in scattered patches, creating a complex pattern of silver and shadow across the forest floor. In the distance, she could hear sounds that made her blood run cold. The clash of metal on metal, shouting voices raised in anger and pain, the unmistakable cacophony of battle. The lantern was still clutched in her right hand, its flame now burning steadily but somehow contained, casting a warm circle of light that pushed back the forest darkness. Maya sat up slowly, her head spinning, and tried to make sense of what had happened. The last thing she remembered clearly was the museum, the broken display case, the irresistible urge to light the ancient wick. Everything after that felt like the remnants of a fever dream, too strange and vivid to be real, yet too detailed to dismiss as fantasy. She struggled to her feet, noting that her school uniform was somehow intact despite whatever impossible journey had brought her here. The sounds of battle were growing closer, accompanied now by other noises, the heavy breathing of horses, the creaking of leather, the wet sounds of weapons finding their mark. Maya's modern mind recoiled from the implications, but some deeper instinct urged her toward the sounds, as if the lantern in her hand was a compass pointing toward destiny. She pushed through underbrush that caught at her clothes and hair, following a path that might have been made by deer or might have been worn by human feet over centuries of use. The air was thick with the scent of smoke and something metallic that she recognized with horror as blood. As she crested a small hill, the forest opened into a clearing, and Maya found herself looking down upon a scene from humanity's most violent nightmares. The battlefield stretched before her like a vision of hell. Bodies lay scattered across trampled earth, some wearing elaborate armour that gleamed dully in the moonlight, others dressed in the simple robes of foot soldiers or farmers pressed into service. Broken weapons jutted from the ground like a grotesque harvest, and banners bearing unfamiliar crests hung in tatters from makeshift poles. The metallic smell was overwhelming now, mixing with the acrid smoke of extinguished fires and the sickly sweet odour of decay. Maya's rational mind insisted that this had to be some sort of elaborate historical reenactment, but the evidence of her senses told a different story. The blood pooled around fallen warriors was too dark, too viscous, too real to be theatrical. The expressions frozen on the faces of the dead spoke of genuine terror and pain. The very air seemed heavy with the weight of authentic violence and loss. As she stood frozen at the edge of the clearing, lantern light dancing across the carnage, movement caught her eye. Figures were emerging from the forest on the far side of the battlefield, not soldiers, but civilians, their rough clothing and careful movements identifying them as villagers. They moved with the practiced efficiency of people who had witnessed such scenes before, checking bodies for signs of life, gathering scattered weapons and useful supplies, performing the grim but necessary work of cleaning up after warfare. One of the villagers noticed her lantern's glow and pointed in her direction, speaking in rapid syllables that sounded like Japanese, but in a dialect her high school language classes had never covered. The words carried across the clearing, and suddenly every face was turned toward her, expression shifting from curiosity to alarm to something deeper and more primal. Terror. Maya realized how she must appear to them, a strange figure in unfamiliar clothing, emerging from the forest in the middle of the night, carrying a lantern that cast an otherworldly glow. In an age where the supernatural was accepted as part of daily reality, where spirits and demons were considered as real as the sunrise, she could only be one thing in their eyes. "Onryo," whispered one of the villagers, the word carrying clearly across the silent battlefield. Vengeful spirit, ghost, demon. The villagers began to back away, but their fear was tempered by something else, a kind of respectful dread, as if they believed her presence might be divine judgment made manifest. One elderly man, braver or more desperate than the others, approached slowly, bowing deeply as he spoke in that archaic dialect. Maya caught fragments of meaning, words that sounded like apologies, pleas for mercy, promises of offerings. She tried to respond, to explain that she wasn't a spirit or demon but simply a lost teenager, but the words that came from her mouth seemed to carry otherworldly resonance in the still night air. The villagers' eyes went wide with terror and awe, and several dropped to their knees in attitudes of worship or supplication. The situation might have continued to spiral toward disaster, if not for the sound of approaching hoofbeats. A single horseman emerged from the tree line, his mount picking its way carefully around the scattered bodies. Unlike the villagers, this figure showed no sign of fear at Maya's appearance. Instead, he studied her with the calculating gaze of someone accustomed to evaluating threats and opportunities. The rider was clearly a samurai, though his equipment spoke of hard times and harder choices. His armour was well maintained but showed signs of extensive use and repair, and while his weapons were obviously of fine quality, they lacked the ornate decoration that marked the gear of a wealthy or high-ranking warrior. Most tellingly, he bore no visible clan markings, no family crests or identifying banners that would place him in the complex hierarchy of feudal society. A ronin, then, a masterless samurai, one of the thousands of warriors whose lords had been killed in the endless conflicts that had consumed Japan for over a century. Such men walked a precarious path between honour and survival, serving whoever would pay them while maintaining the code of Bushido that defined their identity. The ronin dismounted with fluid grace and approached Maya directly, apparently unconcerned by the villagers' obvious terror or the supernatural implications of her sudden appearance. His hand rested casually on his sword hilt, but Maya sensed this was more from habit than any immediate threat assessment. Up close, she could see that he was younger than his bearing suggested, perhaps in his late 20s, with intelligent eyes and a face marked by exposure to weather and conflict. When he spoke, his voice carried the educated accent of the samurai class, but Maya was surprised to find she could understand him more clearly than she had the villagers. Whether this was some property of the lantern, or simply the difference in dialect, she couldn't say, but his words reached her with crystal clarity. "You carry the Kitsune lantern," he said, his tone carefully neutral. "I had thought it lost with Lord Takeshi's defeat at Nagakute." Maya looked down at the object in her hands, seeing it as if for the first time. In the moonlight and shadow of the forest, the lantern's flame cast dancing patterns that did indeed resemble foxfire, the supernatural light said to herald the presence of Kitsune spirits. The iron framework seemed different now as well, its cracks and patina forming patterns that suggested deliberate design rather than random decay. "I," she began, then stopped, unsure how to explain her presence or her possession of what was clearly a significant artifact. "I found it. In a museum. I mean, in a place where old things are kept." The ronin's eyebrows rose slightly at her words, but he showed no signs of dismissing her explanation as impossible. In an age where the boundaries between the natural and supernatural were fluid, perhaps dimensional, travel seemed no more unlikely than any other manifestation of spiritual power. "The museum of which you speak," he said carefully, "would it happen to exist in a time beyond this one?" Maya stared at him in shock. Somehow impossibly he understood, or at least suspected what had happened to her. Before she could respond, the sound of more hoofbeats echoed through the forest, but these came from multiple directions and carried the organised rhythm of military movement. The ronin's demeanour changed instantly, his casual alertness transforming into battle-ready tension. He turned toward the sound, hand now gripping his sword hilt with clear intent, and spoke rapidly to the villagers in their local dialect. Maya caught enough to understand that he was telling them to run, to seek shelter, to avoid being caught between him and whoever was approaching. The villagers needed no further encouragement. They melted back into the forest with the practiced stealth of people who had survived multiple conflicts by knowing when to hide. Within moments, Maya and the ronin stood alone among the scattered dead, the lantern's light creating an island of visibility in the darkness. "The Ishida clan," Ronin said grimly, naming their approaching enemies. "They've been hunting for the lantern since Sekigahara. They believe its power can turn the tide of their endless wars. What power? Maya asked, though part of her already knew the answer. The evidence was all around her. She had been transported across centuries by lighting the ancient wick, had somehow acquired the ability to communicate in a language she didn't speak, had been mistaken for a supernatural entity by people who lived daily with the possibility of such encounters. The Ronin looked at her with something approaching sympathy. "You truly don't know what you carry, do you?" The Kitsune lantern was crafted by the greatest onmyoji of the imperial court, forged with metals from a fallen star and blessed by spirits whose names are forbidden to speak. It was designed as a bridge between worlds, a beacon that could guide souls across the barriers that separate life from death, past from future, reality from dream. As if responding to his words, the lantern's flame flickered and danced, casting shadows that seemed to move independently of any natural light source. Maya felt a strange tugging sensation in her chest, as if some part of her was being pulled in multiple directions at once, stretched across dimensions she couldn't name or understand. The hoofbeats were closer now, accompanied by the jingle of mail and the creak of leather. Through the trees, Maya could see the glint of torchlight reflecting off weapons and armour. The pursuing soldiers were making no attempt at stealth, confident in their numbers and equipment, certain that their quarry had nowhere to run. "Can you fight?" the Ronin asked, his attention focused on the approaching threat. "I don't know," Maya admitted. "I mean, no, not really. I'm just a student." "Then stay behind me and keep the lantern safe. Whatever happens, don't let them take it from you. The power it contains could tip the balance of this war, could give Ishida the means to crush every rival and unite the country under his banner. That might sound like peace, but it would be the peace of the grave, the silence that comes when there's no one left to oppose tyranny." The first of the enemy soldiers burst into the clearing, their leader mounted on a warhorse that snorted and stamped at the scent of blood. Maya counted at least a dozen riders, all bearing the distinctive three-circle mon of the Ishida clan. Their leader wore elaborate armour that marked him as a commander of significant rank, and when he spoke, his voice carried the authority of someone accustomed to absolute obedience. "Surrender the artifact, Ronin, and we might allow you to live long enough to serve my lord with honour." The Ronin drew his katana in one fluid motion, the blade catching moonlight and lantern glow along its perfectly forged edge. "I served your lord once," he replied, his voice carrying across the clearing like a funeral bell. "At the siege of Odawara, when he promised quarter to the defenders and then butchered them in their sleep. I've seen his version of honour." The commander's face darkened behind his war mask. "Then you have chosen death, Hayato-san. I had hoped to see the famous ghost of Mimisetio fight alongside us rather than against us, but so be it." Maya felt a chill that had nothing to do with the night air. The Ronin beside her was famous, or perhaps infamous would be a better word. She had stumbled into the middle of a confrontation between legendary figures from Japan's most violent era, carrying an artifact whose power she barely understood, with no idea how to get home, or even whether home still existed in any meaningful sense. The battle that followed was unlike anything Maya could have imagined. She had seen movie sword fights, choreographed and dramatic, but this was something entirely different. A display of lethal artistry that transformed violence into a deadly dance. The Ronin moved like water, flowing around his enemy's attacks while his blade found gaps in their armour with surgical precision. Each strike was economical, purposeful, designed to end the fight as quickly as possible. But he was outnumbered, and even legendary skill had its limits. As the battle progressed, Maya could see him beginning to tire, his movements becoming slightly less fluid, his reactions a fraction slower. The Ishida soldiers pressed their advantage, trying to surround him, to overwhelm him with sheer numbers. It was then that Maya made a choice that would define the rest of her extraordinary night. Instead of cowering behind the Ronin as he had instructed, she stepped forward, raising the lantern high above her head. The flame within roared to brilliant life, casting light that transformed the battlefield into a theatre of dancing shadows and impossible clarity. More importantly, the sudden flare of supernatural light spooked the horses. The animals reared and bucked, throwing their riders or bolting into the forest, their training useless against instinctive terror of otherworldly fire. Within moments, the organised charge had become chaos, with soldiers struggling to control their mounts, or fighting on foot against an opponent who had suddenly regained all his advantages. The Ronin took full advantage of the confusion, his blade singing through the air in patterns that seemed to exist in multiple dimensions simultaneously. When the last of the Ishida soldiers fell or fled, he stood panting among the bodies, his armour splattered with blood that looked black in the lantern light. "You saved my life," he said simply, bowing with the deep respect due to an honoured ally. "You saved mine first," Maya replied, though she wasn't entirely sure that was true. The lantern had done most of the work, but she had been the one to trust her instincts and act when action was needed. As they stood in the aftermath of violence, Maya became aware that the lantern's flame was behaving strangely. Instead of burning steadily, it was pulsing like a heartbeat, and with each pulse, she caught glimpses of scenes that couldn't possibly be real. Images flashed before her eyes. The Ronin as a younger man, serving a lord whose face was kind, but whose hands were stained with blood. Battles fought for causes that seemed noble until they led to atrocity. A moment of betrayal that left him masterless and alone. But mixed with these visions of the past were fragments of something else, glimpses of a world of glass and steel, of knowledge preserved in climate-controlled rooms, of a teenage girl living a safe, ordinary life in a time when samurai existed only in books and movies. Her world, her life, the existence she had left behind when she lit an ancient wick out of curiosity and impulse. "You see them too," the Ronin said, and Maya realised he was experiencing the same visions. The paths between what was, what is, and what might be, the lantern shows all who carry it. The connections that bind souls across time and space. "How do I get back?" Maya asked, though part of her wasn't sure she wanted to. This world was dangerous and violent, but it was also vivid in a way her ordinary life had never been. Here, choices mattered in immediate and dramatic ways. Here, courage could change the course of history. The Ronin sheathed his sword and began moving among the fallen enemies, checking for signs of life and gathering useful supplies with the practiced efficiency of someone who had learned to waste nothing. "The lantern brought you here for a reason," he said, without looking up from his work. "Perhaps to save my life. Perhaps to prevent the Ishida clan from claiming its power. Perhaps for purposes neither of us can understand. But the kami who guide such things rarely act without purpose." "You really believe in all that? Gods and spirits and destiny?" "I have seen too much to doubt the existence of forces beyond human understanding. The question is not whether such powers exist, but whether we are wise enough to serve purposes greater than our own immediate desires." Maya thought about that as they made camp in a grove of cedar trees well away from the battlefield. The Ronin built a small fire with practiced skill, keeping the flames low and shielded to avoid attracting attention, while Maya tried to make sense of everything that had happened. The lantern sat between them, its flame now burning peacefully, casting a warm light that made the forest seem less threatening and more like a sanctuary. "What was your lord like?" Maya asked. "The one who was betrayed?" The Ronin stared into the fire for a long moment before answering. "Lord Takeshi was a good man trying to survive in an evil time. He believed in honour, in protecting the innocent, in finding a path to peace through strength rather than conquest. But good intentions are no armour against treachery, and honour can be a weakness when your enemies have none. What happened? We were betrayed by his brother, who had made secret alliance with the Tokugawa. The night before the Battle of Sekigahara, half our forces simply vanished, taking their weapons and supplies with them. Lord Takeshi fought anyway, because surrender would have meant death for everyone who had served him faithfully. He died well, but he died nonetheless, and his death made me masterless." Maya heard the pain in his voice, the guilt of a survivor who couldn't understand why fate had spared him when it claimed so many others. "Is that why you won't let the Ishida clan have the lantern? Because they remind you of the people who betrayed your lord?" "Partly, but mostly because I've seen what happens when men like Ishida gain the power to reshape the world according to their desires. They speak of peace and unity, but what they mean is silence and submission. The lantern could give them the means to reach across time itself, to eliminate their enemies not just in this world, but in all the worlds that touch this one." The implications of that statement sent a chill through Maya's bones. If the lantern could indeed bridge different realities, different timelines, then controlling it would mean the power to rewrite history itself, to ensure that only one vision of the future could exist. "There's something else," the Ronin continued. The lantern was not meant to be used lightly or for selfish purposes. Its creator built certain safeguards into its design. The longer it remains lit, the more it drains from whoever wields it. Eventually it will consume the bearer's life force entirely, leaving only enough spiritual energy to power its supernatural flame for all eternity. Maya looked down at the innocent-seeming object with new horror. Are you saying it's killing me? Not killing exactly, transforming. The boundary between life and death is not as absolute as most people believe. The lantern exists in the space between worlds, and prolonged contact with it gradually moves the bearer into that same liminal state. You would not die in any conventional sense, but you would become something other than human, a guardian spirit bound to the artifact forever. How long do I have? That depends on how you use its power. Simple illumination might give you weeks or months. Travelling between worlds, influencing events on the scale we witnessed tonight, that accelerates the process considerably. Maya felt panic rising in her chest, but forced herself to think clearly. If the lantern was slowly consuming her life force, then she needed to find a way back to her own time quickly, before the transformation became irreversible. But she also couldn't simply abandon the Ronin to face the Ishida clan alone, not when they would certainly kill him to claim the artifact. Is there a way to reverse the process, she asked, to break the connection between the bearer and the lantern? Only one that I know of, though it requires precise timing and considerable risk. On certain nights when the celestial conditions are perfect, the barriers between worlds become thin enough that the lantern's power can be turned inward, used to sever its own connection to whoever carries it. The next such night will be the blood moon 3 days hence. What happens during the ritual? The bearer must kindle the flame using their own spiritual energy, not just the lantern's stored power. This creates a feedback loop that overloads the artifact's binding mechanisms, forcing it to release its hold on whoever has been transformed by its influence. But the process is dangerous. If the timing is wrong, if the bearer's will falters, the lantern will consume them entirely in a single instant. Maya absorbed this information, trying to calculate odds and possibilities. 3 days to reach whatever location was necessary for the ritual, while avoiding the Ishida clan forces that were certainly still hunting them. 3 days during which the lantern would continue to slowly transform her into something that was no longer entirely human. And at the end of it all, a chance, but no guarantee, of returning to her ordinary life in a world where magic existed only in stories and museums. Where does this ritual have to take place? She asked. The Shrine of the Crossed Paths, high in the mountains of Shinano Province. It was built on a site where multiple ley lines intersect, creating a natural gateway between different planes of existence. If the lantern can be properly released anywhere, it would be there. And you'll help me reach it. The Ronin studied her face in the firelight, perhaps looking for signs of fear or uncertainty. Whatever he saw there seemed to satisfy him, because he nodded slowly. I will help you reach the shrine, and I will guard you during the ritual. It is the least I can do for someone who saved my life. But Maya heard something else in his voice, a note of resignation that suggested he wasn't expecting to survive the journey. The Ishida clan would never stop hunting them, not while the lantern remained beyond their reach, and a single Ronin could only fight impossible odds for so long before luck and skill finally ran out. They set out before dawn, travelling through forest paths that the Ronin seemed to know by instinct. Maya had expected the journey to be grueling, but found that the lantern's influence extended to her physical capabilities as well. She could walk for hours without fatigue, could navigate rough terrain that should have left her exhausted and bruised, could see clearly in conditions that should have required torchlight. The transformation was accelerating just as the Ronin had warned, but the process wasn't entirely unpleasant. Along with inhuman endurance came enhanced senses that revealed the forest's hidden beauty, the complex symphony of scents that told the story of every creature that had passed through the area, the subtle variations in light that marked the presence of streams and clearings still miles ahead, the way the very air seemed to vibrate with life and possibility. More disturbing were the moments when reality seemed to flicker around her, when she would catch glimpses of other versions of the same landscape. Sometimes she saw the forest as it had been centuries earlier, when ancient trees still stood that had long since fallen to axes and storms. Sometimes she saw it as it might become in futures both wonderful and terrible, transformed into cities of glass and steel, burned to ash by wars not yet fought, or grown wild and strange in a world where humanity had found different paths to follow. The Ronin noticed her distraction during these episodes but said nothing. There was an understanding between them now that went beyond words, a recognition that they were both prisoners of circumstances larger than themselves, both trying to find honour and meaning in choices that had been forced upon them by forces beyond their control. On the second day of their journey, they encountered the first of the refugees, families fleeing the latest round of battles, carrying what few possessions they could manage while searching for somewhere safe to wait out the violence. The sight of Maya with her glowing lantern sent most of them fleeing in terror, but a few were desperate enough to approach, begging for blessings or protection or simply acknowledgement from what they assumed was a supernatural entity. Maya found herself responding to these pleas with words she didn't remember choosing, offering comfort and advice that seemed to come from some source deeper than her conscious mind. The Ronin watched these interactions with growing wonder, as if seeing confirmation of something he had long suspected but never dared voice. "You're becoming something more than human," he said during one of their rest stops. "Not less than human, as I feared, but something greater. The lantern isn't just transforming you, it's awakening abilities that were always present, potential that exists in every soul but is normally hidden beneath the weight of ordinary existence. Is that what happened to you? Is that why you can do impossible things with a sword? Why you seem to know things you shouldn't know? Perhaps. Or perhaps some people are simply born closer to the boundaries between worlds, more sensitive to the currents that flow between what is seen and what is hidden. The important thing is to remember that power without purpose is destruction, while purpose without power is futility. The lantern has given you the means to change the world. The question is whether you have the wisdom to change it for the better." That night, as they camped in the ruins of an ancient temple, Maya experienced her strongest vision yet. The lantern's flames suddenly roared to brilliant life without any action on her part, and the world around her dissolved into streams of light and possibility. She saw the Ronin's entire history, his childhood as the son of a minor lord, his training in the martial arts and the code of Bushido, his loyal service to Lord Takeshi, the moment of betrayal that left him masterless and alone. But she also saw other versions of his story, paths not taken, choices that might have led to different outcomes. In some of these alternate histories he had died with his lord at Sekigahara, finding honour in death if not in life. In others, he had accepted the new order that emerged after the battle, finding service with the Tokugawa regime and eventually earning a place in the peaceful world that followed centuries of warfare. And in still others, he had found the Kitsune lantern much earlier, had learned to use its power not for personal gain but for the protection of the innocent and the weak. These were the versions of his story that fascinated Maya most, because in them she could see the potential for redemption, for finding meaning in the midst of meaningless violence. When the vision faded, she found the Ronin watching her, with an expression of profound sadness. "You saw them," he said. "All the paths I might have walked, all the choices I might have made differently." "Why didn't you?" Maya asked. "Find the lantern earlier, I mean. Use its power to save your lord, to change the outcome of the war." "Because I didn't know it existed until after his death, when rumours began to spread about a supernatural artifact that had disappeared from the battlefield. And because even if I had known, I'm not sure I would have been worthy to carry it. The lantern chooses its bearers according to criteria that mortal minds can't fully understand. Purity of purpose, perhaps, or simply the ability to see beyond the immediate consequences of one's actions. You think it chose me? I think it was waiting for you, across centuries and dimensions, knowing that you would be the one to find it when the time was right. The question is whether you're prepared to accept what that means." Maya considered this as they prepared for sleep. If the lantern had indeed chosen her, if her presence in this time and place was part of some larger design, then her responsibility extended far beyond simply finding a way home. She had been given power that could reshape history, and with that power came the obligation to use it wisely. The third day of their journey brought them to the lower slopes of the mountains that hid the shrine of the crossed paths. The terrain was rough and steep, requiring them to abandon the forest paths for what amounted to rock climbing. But Maya found that her transformed body was more than equal to the challenge. She could leap across chasms that should have been impassable, could find handholds in apparently smooth stone, could climb for hours without fatigue or fear. The Ronin struggled more with the ascent. his purely human limitations becoming apparent as they gained altitude. By midday, he was breathing heavily and moving with obvious effort, though he showed no signs of asking for rest or assistance. Maya realised that he was pushing himself beyond his limits because he knew their time was running out. The blood moon would rise that evening, and if they weren't at the shrine by then, her next chance wouldn't come for months. It was during one of their brief rest stops that they finally encountered the pursuit they had been evading for 3 days. The Ishida clan forces had tracked them through the mountains with supernatural persistence, and now emerged from concealment among the rocks like demons materialising from the earth itself. They had learned from their previous defeat, bringing no horses to be spooked by the lantern's light, carrying weapons designed specifically to counter the Ronin's legendary speed and skill. The battle that followed was desperate and vicious, with no room for the elegant swordplay that had characterised their earlier encounter. This was close quarters fighting on treacherous terrain, where a single misstep could send a warrior plummeting to his death on the rocks below. The Ronin fought with the fury of a man who knew he was making his last stand, his blades singing through the air in patterns that defied both gravity and possibility. But there were too many enemies, and they had learned to coordinate their attacks, to overwhelm him with sheer numbers and relentless pressure. Maya watched in horror as the Ronin took wound after wound, his movements becoming slower and less precise with each passing moment. Blood stained the rocks beneath his feet, and she could see the terrible knowledge in his eyes. He was going to die here, far from the shrine where her salvation waited. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy. The autumn wind carried the scent of decay through the broken stones of Raven's Hollow Castle, its skeletal towers clawing at the grey sky like the fingers of some ancient corpse. Elias crept through the collapsed archway, his flashlight beam dancing across crumbling walls where ivy had claimed dominion over mortar and memory. At 15, he possessed that peculiar blend of fearlessness and curiosity that made adults shake their heads and mutter about foolish youth. But Elias had discovered that every ruin whispered secrets to those brave enough to listen. The castle had been abandoned for centuries, reduced to little more than foundation stones and the occasional wall that stubbornly refused to surrender to time. Local historians claimed it had once belonged to a minor lord whose name had been lost to the ages, but Elias suspected there was more to the story. There always was. In the 3 years since he'd begun exploring ruins around his small English town, he'd found Roman coins in a farmer's field, medieval pottery shards in a forgotten cellar, and once, memorably, a perfectly preserved knight's gauntlet tucked behind a loose stone in what had once been a chapel. Today felt different, though. The air seemed charged with possibility, electric in a way that made the hair on his arm stand on end. He'd been exploring the castle's eastern wing when he noticed something odd about the way the afternoon light fell across a particular section of collapsed masonry. Where other stones lay in the random patterns of decay, these formed something almost deliberate, as if they had fallen to conceal rather than merely crumble. Elias spent 20 minutes carefully moving stones, his excitement building with each cleared piece. Gradually the outline of a doorway emerged from the rubble, not the simple rectangular opening he might have expected, but something altogether more intriguing. The door itself was carved from a single piece of black stone that seemed to absorb his flashlight beam rather than reflect it. Intricate symbols covered its surface, flowing across the stone like frozen fire. Most were incomprehensible, but at the centre, larger than the rest, was something he recognised from his history books. An alchemical symbol consisting of a triangle enclosed within a perfect circle. The door bore no visible hinges or handles, just that central symbol which seemed to pulse with its own inner darkness. Elias ran his fingers across the carving, marvelling at the precision of the work. The stone was smooth as glass and cold as winter, unmarked by the centuries that had weathered everything around it. As he traced the circular border of the central symbol, he felt the slightest give, as if the stone was softer than it appeared. Without thinking, he pressed. The reaction was immediate and terrifying. Light exploded from the symbol, not the warm yellow of his flashlight, but a brilliant, searing white that seemed to burn his retinas even through closed eyelids. The ground beneath his feet shuddered, then gave way entirely. Elias felt himself falling through space that tasted of copper and ozone. his scream lost in a wind that howled with voices from centuries past. Darkness swallowed him like a hungry beast, and consciousness fled. The first thing Elias noticed was the smell. Not the musty, earth-heavy scent of ancient stones, but something altogether more immediate and terrifying: smoke. Not the pleasant wood smoke of a fireplace, but the acrid, choking reek of a city burning. He opened his eyes and immediately wished he hadn't. Hamburg burned around him like a vision of hell made manifest. Wooden buildings erupted in towers of flame that reached toward a sky already black with ash and smoke. The narrow medieval streets, barely wide enough for two men to pass abreast, had become rivers of panic as people fled with whatever possessions they could carry. Children screamed for parents lost in the chaos, while mothers clutched infants to their breasts and ran toward an escape that existed nowhere in the burning maze of the city. Elias staggered to his feet, his 21st century clothes marking him as foreign in ways that should have been impossible. His jeans and sneakers, his Manchester United jacket, everything about him screamed anachronism in a world of rough wool and leather. But in the chaos of the fire, such details were lost. People ran past him without a second glance, their faces masks of terror painted orange by the flames. A burning timber crashed down beside him, missing his head by inches and spraying sparks across his jacket. The heat was overwhelming, a living thing that pressed against him from all sides and made each breath a struggle. He stumbled forward, not knowing where he was going, only that staying still meant death. The cobblestones beneath his feet were slick with ash, and something he didn't want to identify. "Young fool! This way!" A gnarled hand seized his wrist and pulled him into the shadowed mouth of an alley. His rescuer was an old man, perhaps 60, with wild white hair that looked as if he'd spent years testing the effects of various chemical explosions. His clothes were scholars' robes, but practical ones. Leather patches reinforced the elbows, and numerous pouches and bottles hung from his belt like the tools of some arcane trade. His eyes, bright blue and sharp as cut glass, studied Elias with an intensity that made the boy uncomfortable. "Strange clothes," the old man muttered, pulling Elias deeper into the alley. "Strange speech, and you appear in the Marktplatz just as the Phoenix Gate opens. No accident this, no accident at all." "I don't understand," Elias gasped, his voice hoarse from the smoke. "Where am I? What's happening?" The old man stopped so suddenly that Elias nearly collided with him, those piercing blue eyes fixed on his face with an expression that was equal parts fascination and fear. "You truly don't know, do you? Hamburg burns, boy. The Great Fire of 1669, though the history books will never record the true cause. I am Master Vogel, and if my calculations are correct, you are the key to stopping this before it consumes not just the city, but tears a hole in time itself." 1669? Elias's voice cracked on the date. "That's impossible. I was just in the castle ruins. The door, the symbol. Aha!" Vogel's face lit up with the terrible enthusiasm of a scholar proved right. The Phoenix Gateway. I theorized it existed, but to actually witness its activation. He seized Elias by the shoulders. "Tell me, boy, what did you touch?" "What symbol?" "A triangle in a circle," Elias whispered, the memory already taking on a dreamlike quality. "Carved in black stone." Vogel's grip tightened. "Then it is as I feared. The gateway stone has been activated, and Hamburg burns because of it. But there is hope. If we can find the stone before the fire consumes it, we can reverse the process, send you home and save the city in one stroke." Another building collapsed nearby, sending a shower of sparks into the darkening sky. The fire was spreading faster now, fed by the autumn wind and the dry timber of the old city. Vogel pulled Elias along the alley, moving with surprising speed for a man his age. "Where are we going?" Elias shouted over the roar of flames. "My workshop," Vogel replied. "If it still stands, I have books there, manuscripts that explain the Phoenix Gateway. We'll need them if we're to have any hope of controlling the stone." They emerged from the alley onto a street that might once have been prosperous, but was now a corridor of flame. The merchants' houses that lined it were going up like torches, their timber frames providing perfect fuel for the fire's appetite. People ran past them in both directions, some fleeing the flames, others running toward them with buckets of water in futile attempts to stem the tide. "Sorcerer!" The voice cut through the chaos like a blade. Elias turned to see a group of men approaching, their faces hard with the kind of religious fervour that made the Inquisition possible. They wore the rough clothes of labourers, but each carried some sort of weapon. Clubs, knives, even a rusty sword. "The fire follows where you go, old man." Vogel's face paled, but he stood his ground. "I am a natural philosopher, nothing more. If you want to find the cause of this fire—" "We know the cause!" The leader of the group, a burly man with burn scars on his hands, stepped forward. "Devils and demons called up by your unholy practices. The whole city knows of your experiments, Vogel, and now God's wrath burns because of them." Elias felt panic rise in his throat. These men meant violence, and in their fear and superstition, they would gladly burn Vogel alive if it meant having someone to blame. Without thinking, he stepped forward. "You're wrong," he said, putting every ounce of authority he could muster into his voice. "I was with Master Vogel when the fire started. We were in his workshop studying scripture. It was a lie, but a necessary one. The fire began at the docks, where lightning struck a warehouse full of pitch and tar. I saw it myself. The men hesitated, their certainty wavering. Elias pressed his advantage. Look to the harbour if you want to see the true cause, and if you want to stop the fire, get to the river. Fill your buckets there and form a line to the flames. Standing here arguing will save no one." For a moment it could have gone either way. Then the sound of splintering wood and screams from the direction of the docks decided the matter. The men looked at each other, then began moving toward the harbour, their bloodlust temporarily replaced by the more practical need to fight the fire. Vogel stared at Elias with new respect. "Quick thinking, young man. Though I fear your lie about the lightning may prove prophetic, the gateway stone tends to attract such things." They hurried through streets that were rapidly becoming impassable. The fire had jumped from building to building with terrifying speed, turning entire blocks into infernos. Twice they had to backtrack when their path was blocked by collapsed structures, and once they barely escaped when a burning roof beam crashed down across the street behind them. Finally, they reached what had once been a quiet residential area near the city's eastern wall. Here, the houses were smaller but more solidly built, with stone foundations and tile roofs that offered at least some resistance to the flames. Vogel led Elias to a narrow 3-story building wedged between a bakery and a cordwainer's shop. Both neighbouring structures were already burning, but Vogel's house remained untouched, as if the fire itself was reluctant to approach it. "Interesting," Vogel muttered as he fumbled with his keys. "The wards are still holding." "Wards?" Elias asked. But Vogel was already pushing open the heavy wooden door. The interior of the house was unlike anything Elias had ever seen. The ground floor was given over entirely to what could only be called a laboratory, though it bore little resemblance to the sterile white rooms he knew from school. Wooden tables groaned under the weight of alchemical equipment, retorts and alembics, crucibles and pelicans, substances bubbling and steaming in glass vessels whose shapes seemed to defy geometry. The walls were lined with shelves containing hundreds of bottles and jars, each labelled in Latin script and containing things that ranged from the merely unusual to the genuinely disturbing. But it was the books that truly captured Elias's attention. They were everywhere, stacked on tables, crammed into bookcases, scattered across the floor in piles that suggested they had been consulted recently and in haste. Some were bound in leather so old it had turned black, while others were barely more than collections of loose parchment tied with string. Many bore titles in languages he didn't recognise, and several seemed to glow with their own inner light. "Here," Vogel said, pulling a massive tome from one of the shelves. The cover was unmarked save for a single symbol burned into the leather, the same triangle in circle that Elias had pressed in the ruins. The Codex Venesis, written by Brother Marcus of Lindisfarne in the 8th century, though the knowledge it contains is far older. He opened the book, revealing pages covered in dense Latin text interspersed with diagrams that hurt to look at directly. The ink seemed to shift and writhe on the parchment, forming patterns that made Elias's eyes water. "The Phoenix Gateway," Vogel explained, translating as he read. "A doorway through time itself, powered by the primal forces of destruction and rebirth. Fire consumes the old, and from its ashes rises the new, but the process requires a focus, a stone that has been prepared through years of alchemical refinement." He turned the page, revealing a detailed illustration of a stone very much like the one Elias remembered. The gateway stone must be placed at the moment of maximum conflagration, when the fire reaches its peak intensity. At that point it can channel the destructive force, using it to open a pathway through the years. But He paused, his face growing troubled. If the stone is damaged or lost, the fire will continue to burn until there is nothing left to consume, and the temporal energies will tear reality apart. So we have to find it, Elias said. Where would it be? Vogel's expression grew grim. That is the problem. The stone was stolen 3 days ago from this very workshop. I had finished the final preparations and was waiting for the proper celestial alignment when thieves broke in. They took it along with several other items they thought valuable. By now it could be anywhere in the city, or beyond. Outside, the sound of the fire was growing louder. Through the small windows, Elias could see that the flames had reached the neighbouring buildings. The bakery next door was fully engulfed, its roof timbers crackling as they burned. It would only be a matter of minutes before the fire spread to Vogel's house. We have to leave, Elias said. This place won't be safe much longer. Vogel nodded reluctantly. But first, we must take what we need. He began stuffing books and instruments into a leather satchel, muttering under his breath as he worked. The Opus Minus, the Clavicula, the translation of Al-Jabir's treatises. Where is the blessed thing? What are you looking for? A manuscript, Vogel replied, pulling books from shelves and scanning their titles. My own work on the Phoenix Gateway. It contains the incantation needed to control the stone, as well as detailed instructions for the ritual. Without it, we'll be working blind. Ah! He pulled a slim volume bound in red leather from behind a row of larger books. Here it is. The heat in the room was becoming unbearable. Through the walls, Elias could hear the fire consuming the neighbouring buildings, and smoke was beginning to seep through the cracks around the windows. They had perhaps minutes before the house became a death trap. The stone, Elias said urgently. You said it was stolen. Do you have any idea who took it? Vogel shouldered his satchel and headed for the door. Mercenaries, he said grimly. A band of them has been in the city for a week, hiring themselves out to the highest bidder. Dutch deserters from the war, led by a man named Vanderberg. They rob anyone they think might have valuables, and they're not particular about who gets hurt in the process. They stepped out into a street that had become a furnace. The fire had spread to both sides of the narrow lane, creating a corridor of flame that stretched as far as they could see. The heat was so intense that Elias felt his eyebrows singing, and breathing became a conscious effort. People ran past them, their clothes smouldering, some carrying possessions that were already beginning to burn. "Which way?" Elias shouted over the roar of the flames. "The Goose Market," Vogel replied. "It's where such men would go to drink and gamble away their spoils. If we can find them before the fire reaches that district." They plunged into the chaos of the burning city. The streets were rivers of panic, filled with people who had lost everything and had nowhere to go. Carts overturned when their terrified horses bolted, spilling their contents across cobblestones that were already slick with ash and debris. The city watch, what remained of it, had given up trying to maintain order and was simply trying to evacuate people from the worst affected areas. As they pushed through the crowd, Elias caught fragments of conversation that painted a picture of complete disaster. The fire had started in at least 3 different places simultaneously, which struck many as suspicious. Some blamed foreign saboteurs, others pointed to divine wrath for the city's sins. A few whispered about sorcery and devil worship, their eyes turning toward anyone who looked suspicious, which, unfortunately, included an old alchemist and a strangely dressed teenager. The Goose Market lay in the heart of the old city, surrounded by the guild halls and merchant houses that formed Hamburg's commercial core. Under normal circumstances, it would have been crowded with traders and shoppers, but today it was a refugee camp. People huddled together in family groups, their possessions piled around them, watching the approaching flames with the dull resignation of those who have already lost everything. The market's taverns and alehouses were doing a roaring trade, selling whatever alcohol they had left to men who wanted to drink away their sorrows or their fears. It was in the largest of these, the Golden Goose, that Vogel expected to find Vanderberg and his mercenaries. The taproom was packed with desperate men making the most of what might be their last night on Earth. The air was thick with pipe smoke and the stench of unwashed bodies, but compared to the burning streets outside, it felt like sanctuary. Vogel and Elias pushed through the crowd, scanning faces and listening for Dutch accents. They found their quarry at a table near the back of the room. Vanderberg was exactly what Elias had expected. A big, scarred brute with the kind of face that suggested violence was his first solution to any problem. His men were cut from similar cloth, hard-faced soldiers who'd seen too much war and were now trying to drink away the memories. On the table before them were several objects that clearly didn't belong to common mercenaries: a jewelled goblet, an ivory chess set, and most importantly a black stone covered in alchemical symbols. "There," Vogel whispered, "the gateway stone. But how do we retrieve it? There are 6 of them, and they're all armed." Elias studied the mercenaries, his mind racing. In the normal world, he would have called the police or found an adult to handle the situation. But here, in burning Hamburg, he was on his own. The fire was spreading faster than ever, and he could see the orange glow of flames through the tavern's windows. They had perhaps an hour before the fire reached the market, maybe less. "We need a distraction," he said finally. "Something to get them away from the table." Before Vogel could ask what he had in mind, Elias was pushing through the crowd toward the bar. The tavern keeper was a nervous-looking man who kept glancing toward the windows and the approaching fire. Elias caught his attention and gestured toward the mercenaries. "Those Dutchmen at the back table," he said in his best approximation of the local dialect. "They've been talking about firing the building to cover their escape. Said they'd done it before in other cities." It was another lie, but in the atmosphere of fear and suspicion that gripped the city, it was a believable one. The tavern keeper's face went white, and within minutes, word had spread throughout the tap room. Angry voices were raised, and a crowd began to gather around the mercenaries' table. Vanderberg rose to his feet, his hand moving to his sword. "What is this about?" he demanded in accented German. "Arsonists," someone shouted. "You started the fires! Murderers!" The confrontation escalated quickly. Vanderberg's men stood as well, forming a defensive circle as the crowd pressed closer. Voices were raised, accusations flew, and in the confusion no one noticed an old alchemist and a strangely dressed teenager approaching the abandoned table. Vogel's hand closed over the gateway stone just as the first punch was thrown. The tavern erupted into chaos as mercenaries and citizens fought with fists, bottles, and whatever else came to hand. Tables overturned, drinks went flying, and the air filled with curses in multiple languages. "Run!" Vogel hissed, clutching the stone to his chest. They fought their way through the brawling crowd and burst out of the tavern into the night air. The fire had spread even further while they were inside, and the goose market was now surrounded by a wall of flame on 3 sides. The only escape route led back toward the city centre, where the conflagration was at its worst. "This way!" Vogel led them toward a narrow alley that ran between 2 guild halls. But they had barely taken a dozen steps when a shout came from behind them. "Stop, thieves!" Vanderberg stood in the tavern doorway, his face bloody but his eyes bright with rage. He had broken free from the brawl and realised what had happened. The surviving men were with him, and all of them were armed. "The stone!" Vanderberg roared. "Give it back or I'll cut your throats!" Elias and Vogel ran. There was no other choice. Behind them, they could hear the mercenaries giving chase, their boots pounding on the cobblestones. The alley was narrow and dark, lit only by the red glow of the approaching fire, and it twisted and turned in ways that made it impossible to see more than a few yards ahead. They ran past workshops and storerooms, their doors standing open where their owners had fled. Some were already burning, adding to the hellish illumination that painted everything in shades of orange and red. The smoke was getting thicker, making every breath a struggle, and Elias could feel his lungs burning with each inhalation. Behind them, Vanderberg was shouting orders to his men. They were spreading out, trying to cut off possible escape routes. These were professional soldiers, men who knew how to hunt human prey, and they were gaining ground. The alley opened onto a small square dominated by a church whose tall spire was already wreathed in flames. The building's stone walls offered some protection from the fire, but the wooden roof was going up like tinder, sending cascades of sparks into the night sky. "The marked Kirche," Vogel gasped, barely able to speak. "If we can reach the crypt." They ran across the square, dodging falling debris from the burning spire. The church doors stood open, and they plunged into the relative coolness of the stone interior. But their relief was short-lived. Behind them, they could hear Vanderberg and his men entering the square. The church was in chaos. Townspeople had taken refuge inside, and the priest was trying to lead them in prayer while smoke poured in through the broken windows. No one paid any attention to an old man and a teenager as they made their way toward the altar. "There!" Vogel pointed to a door set into the wall behind the altar. "The crypt stairs. We can hide there until they give up the search." But as they reached the door, disaster struck. A burning timber from the roof crashed down, striking Vogel across the back and pinning him to the floor. The old alchemist cried out in pain, and the gateway stone skittered across the stone floor. "Master Vogel!" Elias dropped to his knees beside the old man, trying to lift the heavy beam, but it was too massive, and Vogel's legs were trapped beneath it. "The stone," Vogel whispered, his face grey with pain. "You must... the ritual... in my manuscript." Vanderberg's voice echoed through the church. "I can smell the smoke on you, old man." "Where are you hiding?" Elias grabbed the gateway stone and Vogel's leather satchel. The manuscript had to be inside, along with the instructions for the ritual, but he had never performed magic in his life, had never even believed it was possible until today. "I don't know how," he said desperately. Vogel's hand gripped his wrist with surprising strength. "The city burns because of the stone," he whispered. "If it is not properly channeled, the fire will never stop. It will consume everything, spread to other cities, other times. You must take it to the Hauptkirche, to the altar there. Read the words in the manuscript. Place the stone at the moment of greatest flame." "Found you!" Vanderberg appeared at the altar, his sword drawn and his face twisted with rage. Behind him came two of his surviving men, both armed with crossbows. The other townspeople scattered, screaming as the mercenaries advanced on their prey. "Give me the stone, boy," Vanderberg snarled. "It's worth more than your life." Elias clutched the black stone to his chest and backed toward the crypt door. "You don't understand," he said. "It's not treasure. It's dangerous. The whole city is burning because of it." Vanderberg laughed, a sound with no humour in it. "Dangerous? It's just a rock, albeit an expensive one. Now hand it over or watch your friend die slowly." One of his men aimed his crossbow at the trapped Vogel, who lay helpless beneath the burning timber. The message was clear: surrender the stone or watch the old alchemist die. But before Elias could respond, the church roof finally gave way. Centuries of wooden beams, weakened by fire and age, came crashing down in an avalanche of flame and debris. Vanderberg and his men dove for cover as burning timber rained from above, and in the chaos, Elias saw his chance. He pulled open the crypt door and plunged down the narrow stone steps, leaving Vogel and the mercenaries behind in the burning church. He hated himself for abandoning the old man, but Vogel's words echoed in his mind. The fire would never stop unless he completed the ritual. The fate of Hamburg, perhaps of time itself, rested in his hands. The crypt was a maze of stone passages and burial chambers, carved into the living rock beneath the church. By the light of the fires above, filtering down through cracks in the ceiling, Elias made his way through corridors lined with the tombs of Hamburg's dead. The air was cooler here, but it still tasted of smoke, and he knew the fire would eventually reach even this sanctuary. He found a relatively safe chamber, and opened Vogel's satchel with trembling hands. The manuscript was there, its red leather binding warm to the touch. As he opened it, the pages seemed to glow with their own inner light, revealing text written in Latin and German, interspersed with diagrams that made his eyes water to look upon. The ritual was complex, requiring precise timing and exact pronunciation of words in languages that predated Rome. But Vogel had been thorough, providing translations and phonetic guides that made it possible for a novice to attempt. The stone had to be placed at the centre of the greatest conflagration, at the moment when the fire reached its peak intensity. Only then would it be able to channel the destructive forces and open the gateway home. According to the manuscript, the Hauptkirche, Hamburg's main church, stood at the spiritual heart of the city. If anywhere would serve as the focal point for the ritual, it would be there. But the church was several blocks away, through streets that were now completely engulfed in flame. Elias closed the manuscript and tucked it into his jacket. The gateway stone felt warm in his hands, almost alive, and he thought he could feel it pulsing with some inner rhythm that matched the beating of his heart. Whatever happened next, there was no going back. He was committed now, for better or worse. The journey through the burning city was a nightmare of heat and smoke and falling debris. Every street was an inferno, every building a torch that added to the hellish illumination. The fire had taken on a life of its own, creating its own weather system of superheated winds that howled through the narrow streets like the voices of the damned. More than once, Elias had to shelter in doorways as walls collapsed across his path, sending avalanches of burning stone tumbling into the streets. The people were gone now, either fled the city or dead. The only living things he encountered were rats and cats, driven from their hiding places by the smoke, and once, memorably, a horse that galloped past with its mane on fire, its eyes wild with terror. Hamburg had become a ghost town, populated only by flames. The Hauptkirche was Hamburg's greatest architectural achievement, a soaring Gothic structure whose twin spires had dominated the city skyline for centuries. Now those same spires were wrapped in fire, their stone walls cracked by the heat, their wooden interiors providing fuel for a blaze that could be seen for miles. But the building's massive construction meant it was collapsing more slowly than the timber-framed houses around it, and its altar was still intact when Elias finally reached it. The great nave was a cathedral of flame, its vaulted ceiling lost in smoke and fire. Burning pews provided funeral pyres for whatever furnishings had not already been consumed, and the stained glass windows had shattered from the heat, their rainbow fragments scattered across the floor like fallen stars. At the far end, the altar stood intact, its stone construction offering the only stable surface in the chaos. Elias ran down the central aisle, dodging falling stonework and burning timbers. The heat was incredible, far worse than anything he had experienced, and he could feel his clothes beginning to smoulder. His hair was singing, and the soles of his sneakers were starting to melt. He had perhaps minutes before the building's final collapse made the ritual impossible. He reached the altar and placed the gateway stone at its centre, just as the manuscript instructed. The black stone seemed to drink in the firelight around it, its surface growing warm and then hot to the touch. The carved symbols began to glow, not with reflected light, but with an inner radiance that pulsed in rhythm with the flames. Elias pulled out Vogel's manuscript and found the page he needed. The incantation was written in what looked like ancient Greek, with phonetic guides in Latin script below each line. His voice shook as he began to read, struggling to pronounce words that had not been spoken for centuries. Ignis et sinis, vita et mors, circulus, temporis aeternus. The stone's glow intensified with each word, and the fire around him seemed to respond, its flames bending toward the altar as if drawn by some invisible force. The heat was becoming unbearable, but Elias forced himself to continue reading. Behind him, he could hear the church's walls beginning to crack and shift as the building prepared for its final collapse. Phoenix ex cineribus, porta inter mundos. The gateway stone was now blazing like a miniature sun, its light so intense that Elias had to squint to read the final lines of the incantation. The fire was being drawn into it now, streams of flame flowing from all directions to feed the growing vortex of energy that surrounded the altar. The very air seemed to be burning, and Elias's clothes were beginning to smoke and char. Tempus fluit, ianua patet, revertere ad originem. He spoke the final words just as the church's great roof beam, a massive timber that had supported the structure for 400 years, finally gave way. It came crashing down toward the altar like the judgment of God himself, but it never reached its target. The gateway stone erupted in a pillar of white light that reached from floor to ceiling, and everything within 20 feet of the altar simply ceased to exist, consumed by energies that turned matter into pure possibility. Elias had one moment to realize what was happening, one instant to understand that he was standing at the center of a temporal vortex that was tearing a hole through the fabric of time itself. Then the light swallowed him, and he felt himself falling through space and time, his consciousness scattered across centuries like leaves in a hurricane. He fell through moments of history like a stone through water, catching glimpses of other times, other places. He saw Hamburg as it had been before the fire, prosperous and peaceful, its citizens going about their daily lives unaware of the disaster that awaited them. He saw it as it would be rebuilt, rising from its own ashes like the mythical phoenix that had given the gateway its name. He saw other cities, other times, all connected by threads of fire and time that stretched across the centuries. And then, suddenly, he was back in the ruined castle, lying on cold stone beneath an autumn sky. The chamber around him was scorched black, its walls scarred by fire that had burned centuries ago. The gateway stone lay cracked and lifeless at his feet, its inner light finally extinguished. Elias sat up slowly, his body aching in ways he couldn't quite identify. His clothes were singed and smoke-stained, and he could smell the lingering scent of the fire that had nearly consumed him. but he was alive, and he was home, whenever and wherever home might be. He picked up the broken stone and examined it carefully. It was just rock now, its alchemical properties exhausted by the ritual that had brought him back through time. But as he held it, he thought he could still feel the faintest echo of the power it had once contained, a whisper of possibility that suggested the gateway might someday open again. In his jacket pocket, he found something that shouldn't have been there, a single page from Vogel's manuscript, its edges charred but its contents still legible. It was covered with notes in the old alchemist's spidery handwriting, calculations and diagrams that seemed to pulse with their own inner light. At the bottom of the page, in Vogel's careful script, were words in Latin that made Elias's blood run cold. The fire that consumes Hamburg is but the first flame. The Phoenix Gateway will open again when the stars align, and when it does, the Chosen One must be ready. Elias folded the page carefully and tucked it away. He knew, with the certainty that comes from having seen the impossible made real, that his adventure in Hamburg was not the end but the beginning. The Phoenix Gateway was still out there, still waiting, and someday it would call to him again. When it did, he would be ready. The wind picked up, scattering leaves across the ruined chamber, and somewhere in its whisper, Elias thought he heard the voice of Master Vogel, speaking words of warning and promise across the centuries that separated them. The fire had been stopped, but the gateway remained, and time itself held its breath, waiting for the next traveller brave. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy. Clara pressed her face against the cool glass of the library window, watching the last traces of sunlight disappear behind the city's concrete skyline. The fluorescent lights hummed overhead, casting harsh shadows across the empty reading tables, where she sat alone, surrounded by towers of history books that seemed to mock the sterile modernity around her. At 16, she felt like a relic herself, more comfortable with the dust-covered chronicles of ancient civilizations than with the digital world her classmates inhabited. The main floor had emptied hours ago, leaving only the night security guard and Clara, who had long ago earned the privilege of staying past closing time. Mrs. Henderson, the head librarian, trusted her completely. That girl lives and breathes history, she would tell the other staff members. She knows these books better than some of our cataloguers. Clara gathered her notebooks, filled with careful sketches of Egyptian hieroglyphs and Roman architecture, and made her way toward the basement archives. This was her true sanctuary, a labyrinth of forgotten shelves where old acquisitions sat waiting to be properly catalogued, where manuscripts donated decades ago still rested in their original boxes, untouched and unexamined. The basement smelled of aged paper and leather bindings, a perfume that made Clara feel more at home than anywhere else in the world. She had discovered this particular section 3 months ago, behind a heavy door marked Restricted Access that had been left unlocked. The room beyond contained dozens of glass display cases, most empty, but a few still holding treasures from the library's early collection. Clara had made it her personal mission to document everything she found, creating detailed inventories that she hoped to present to Mrs. Henderson someday as evidence of the basement's hidden value. Tonight, however, something was different. In the far corner of the room, illuminated by her flashlight, stood a case she had never noticed before. It was smaller than the others, made of dark wood rather than glass, and secured with an ornate brass lock that looked centuries old. Clara approached it slowly, her heart racing with the familiar thrill of discovery. The case sat atop a pedestal, and as she drew closer she could see something inside, a rolled parchment, yellowed with age, tied with what appeared to be a thin strip of leather. Attached to the leather binding was a wax seal, deep red and bearing the image of a phoenix with its wings spread wide. The mythical bird seemed to shimmer in the beam of her flashlight, as if the wax itself held some inner fire. Clara circled the case, looking for any identification or catalogue number, but found nothing. The wood was smooth and unadorned except for a small brass plate that bore only a single line of text in Latin. Tempus omnia revelat. Time reveals all things. She recognised the phrase from her studies, but seeing it here in this context sent a chill down her spine that had nothing to do with the basement's cool temperature. The rational part of her mind insisted she should leave the case alone, return to the main floor and mention her discovery to Mrs. Henderson in the morning. But curiosity had always been Clara's greatest weakness and strongest asset. She pulled out her phone to take pictures, but the camera seemed unable to focus on the seal properly, producing only blurred images that failed to capture the phoenix's remarkable detail. Clara examined the lock more closely. It was clearly old, but time and humidity had corroded the metal enough that it seemed fragile. Almost without conscious decision, she found herself applying gentle pressure to the mechanism. To her surprise, the lock clicked open with barely any resistance, as if it had been waiting for her touch. The lid of the case lifted smoothly, releasing a scent that reminded Clara of desert sand and burning cedar. Inside, the scroll lay nestled in faded silk lining, looking impossibly ancient yet perfectly preserved. The leather binding was soft as velvet beneath her fingers as she carefully lifted the parchment from its resting place. She knew she should stop. Every instinct trained by years of handling fragile documents told her to put the scroll back immediately and seek proper supervision. But as she held it in her hands, she felt a strange warmth emanating from the parchment, as if the paper itself were alive. The phoenix seal seemed to pulse with its own rhythm, matching the beating of her heart. Clara untied the leather binding with trembling fingers. The wax seal cracked as she unrolled the scroll, fragments of red wax falling to scatter on the floor like drops of blood. As the parchment opened, she gasped at what she saw, not the medieval Latin or ancient Greek she had expected, but symbols that seemed to shift and dance before her eyes. Some appeared Egyptian, others resembled cuneiform, and still others looked like nothing she had ever encountered in her extensive studies. The symbols began to glow with a soft golden light that grew brighter as she stared at them. Clara blinked hard, certain she was imagining things, but the luminescence only intensified. The air around her began to shimmer like heat waves rising from summer pavement, and she felt a strange tugging sensation in her chest, as if something were trying to pull her forward into the parchment itself. "What is happening?" she whispered, but her voice seemed to come from very far away. The basement around her began to spin, slowly at first, then with increasing speed. The shelves and boxes blurred into streaks of brown and grey, while the golden light from the scroll expanded to fill her entire field of vision. Clara tried to drop the parchment, but her fingers seemed frozen around its edges. The tugging in her chest became a rushing sensation, as if she were falling upward through an endless tunnel of light and time. She felt herself dissolving, her consciousness stretching across vast distances, and then darkness. Clara awoke to the sound of voices speaking in a language she recognized but had never heard spoken aloud, ancient Greek, but with an accent and cadence that her textbooks could never have conveyed. Her eyes fluttered open to reveal not the familiar concrete ceiling of the library basement, but soaring columns of white marble that stretched upward toward a ceiling painted with scenes of gods and heroes. She lay on a floor of polished stone, the scroll still clutched in her hands but no longer glowing. As consciousness fully returned, she realized she was surrounded by the most magnificent collection of written works she had ever imagined. Towering shelves carved from marble and cedar stretched in every direction, filled not with bound books but with thousands upon thousands of scrolls. Some shelves reached 30 feet high, accessible only by rolling ladders that scholars in white togas navigated with practiced ease. Clara struggled to her feet, her modern jeans and hoodie feeling absurdly out of place among the flowing robes around her. The air smelled of papyrus and ink, cedarwood, and the salt breeze of a nearby sea. Somewhere in the distance she could hear the rhythm of waves against stone, and closer at hand the scratch of reed pens on parchment as dozens of scribes worked at long wooden tables. "The great library of Alexandria," she breathed, and the words seemed to echo in the vast space around her. But even as wonder threatened to overwhelm her, Clara noticed something wrong. The scholars weren't working with their usual careful deliberation. They moved with frantic urgency, gathering scrolls in their arms and rushing toward the exits. Voices raised in alarm echoed from distant corridors, and somewhere beyond the marble walls she could hear what sounded like shouting and the clash of metal on metal. A young man about her own age, wearing the simple tunic of a scribe's apprentice, rushed past her carrying an armload of papyri. He had dark hair and intelligent eyes that widened when he saw Clara's strange clothing. "You there!" he called in Greek. "What are you doing just standing there? Can't you hear them coming? The Romans will be here any moment." Clara stared at him, her mind struggling to process what he had said. Romans? Here? And then the historical reality crashed over her like a cold wave. If this was truly Alexandria in ancient times, and if Roman soldiers were approaching, then she knew exactly when she was. 48 BC, during Julius Caesar's siege of the city, when fire had consumed portions of the great library and countless irreplaceable works had been lost forever. "The fire," she whispered in Greek, surprised at how naturally the ancient language came to her lips. The young scribe nodded grimly. "The harbour warehouses are already burning, and they say Caesar's men are pushing into the palace quarter. Master Apollodorus has ordered us to save what we can, but—" He gestured helplessly at the countless thousands of scrolls surrounding them. "How do you save the knowledge of the world when you can only carry what fits in your arms?" As if summoned by his words, the acrid smell of smoke began to drift through the great hall. Clara looked around with new eyes, seeing not just the magnificent collection that represented humanity's greatest intellectual achievement, but also recognizing the tragic vulnerability of papyrus and wood in the face of fire. Everything she had studied, everything she had dreamed of seeing was about to be consumed by flames. The young scribe grabbed her arm. "I am Nico," he said. "You must be one of the new servant girls from the palace. Come, we need to get the most valuable texts to the harbour. There are ships waiting to carry them to safety." Clara wanted to correct him about her identity, but there seemed little point in explaining the impossible truth. Instead, she followed him as he led her through corridors she had only imagined from historical descriptions. They passed reading rooms where philosophers had debated the nature of existence, laboratories where mathematicians had calculated the circumference of the Earth, and halls where physicians had recorded their observations of the human body. "Here," Nico said, pressing several scrolls into her arms. "These are copies of Eratosthenes' geographical works, irreplaceable calculations, and this," he added a smaller scroll to her burden, "contains mathematical proofs that exist nowhere else in the world." Clara accepted the scrolls with reverent care, feeling the weight of centuries of human knowledge in her arms. But as they made their way toward what Nico indicated was the harbour exit, she noticed something extraordinary. The scroll she had opened in the library, the Phoenix Scroll, was glowing again, faintly but unmistakably, from where she had tucked it into her jacket pocket. They emerged onto a balcony overlooking Alexandria's great harbour, and Clara gasped at the scene below. The city she had studied in countless books was spread out before her in living detail. The lighthouse of Alexandria rising impossibly tall from Pharos Island, merchant ships from a dozen nations crowded along the waterfront, and the palace complex gleaming white in the afternoon sun. But over it all hung a pall of black smoke, and she could see flames licking at buildings near the harbour. "Look there," Nico pointed toward the palace quarter, where Roman standards were visible above the rooftops. "Caesar's men have taken the royal district. They say Cleopatra herself has fled, and her brother Ptolemy is either dead or captured." The sound of breaking glass came from somewhere below them in the library, followed by shouts in Latin. Clara felt her heart sink as she realised how little time they had left. Already, precious scrolls were being abandoned in the corridors as scholars fled with only what they could carry. "Nico," she said urgently, "the scroll I carry, the one with the phoenix seal, do you know anything about it?" He looked at her with surprise. "You have the Phoenix Scroll? I thought that was legend. Master Demetrius spoke of it sometimes. A text that was said to carry knowledge across time itself, created by the first keepers of the library as a safeguard against exactly this kind of catastrophe." His eyes widened as he saw the faint glow emanating from her pocket. "By the gods, it is real!" More crashes echoed from below, accompanied by the crackle of flames. The acrid smoke was growing thicker, and Clara could see that several sections of the library were already burning. Scholars ran past them in increasing panic, some weeping openly as they watched centuries of work disappear in minutes. Clara pulled out the Phoenix Scroll and unrolled it partially. The symbols were definitely glowing now, brighter than before, and as she watched, they seemed to rearrange themselves into new patterns. Some of the characters looked familiar. She could make out what appeared to be coordinates or mathematical formulas, while others remained completely alien to her understanding. "It's trying to tell us something," she said to Nico, who stared at the scroll with a mixture of awe and terror. "The legends say it only activates when the knowledge it protects is in mortal danger," he replied. "Master Demetrius believed it was created not just to preserve information, but to ensure that someone would survive to carry that knowledge to a time when it could be safe." A section of the ceiling above them groaned ominously, and chunks of marble began to fall. The fire had reached the upper levels of the library, and Clara realised with growing horror that they were about to witness, and potentially die in, one of history's greatest tragedies. "We need to get out of here," Nico said. But even as he spoke, the sound of heavy footsteps and barked Latin commands echoed from the corridor behind them. Roman soldiers had reached this level of the library. They ran toward a side passage that Nico indicated led to the scholars' quarters, but their path was blocked by a wall of flames that had already consumed several rooms. The heat was intense, and Clara had to shield her face with her arm as they backtracked toward the main hall. "This way," Nico called, leading her toward a narrow staircase that spiraled downward into the oldest part of the library. There are ancient tunnels that connect to the harbour. They were built when the library was first constructed. As they descended the stone steps, Clara could hear the voices of Roman soldiers growing louder above them. The narrow staircase was lit only by the glow from her scroll and the flickering light of flames that were beginning to penetrate even these lower levels. The air grew cooler but heavier with smoke, making each breath an effort. They emerged into a circular chamber that Clara recognised from her studies, the original archive room where the library's most precious and ancient texts had been stored. Even now, in the midst of catastrophe, she felt a thrill of recognition at seeing the stone shelves and reading alcoves that scholars had described in their writings. But the chamber was not empty. A group of older scholars huddled around a large stone table, desperately copying text from scrolls onto smaller pieces of papyrus that could be more easily hidden and transported. Their leader, a man with a white beard and ink-stained fingers, looked up as Clara and Nico entered. "Nico," he called in relief, "thank the gods you're safe, and you've brought help." He gestured toward Clara with gratitude. "We need every hand we can get. These scrolls contain the core mathematical principles that underlie all our astronomical calculations. If they're lost, it will set human understanding back by centuries." Clara approached the table and saw that they were copying works she recognised from her studies. Texts by Hipparchus on trigonometry, calculations of planetary orbits, and geometric proofs that wouldn't be rediscovered in Europe for over 1,000 years. The scholars worked with desperate efficiency, but she could see that they would never be able to copy more than a fraction of the material before the fire reached them. "Master Apollodorus," Nico said to the bearded scholar, "she carries the Phoenix Scroll." The old man looked up sharply, his eyes immediately focusing on the glow emanating from Clara's jacket. "Impossible," he breathed. "That artifact was lost generations ago." Clara pulled out the scroll and spread it on the table. The symbols were now blazing with golden light, so bright that they illuminated the entire chamber. As the scholars gathered around, Clara noticed that the characters were definitely rearranging themselves, forming patterns that seemed to respond to the presence of the other documents. "Look," she said, pointing to a section near the centre of the scroll. "These symbols, they're reflecting the mathematical formulas you're copying." Indeed, as Apollodorus held up a papyrus covered with geometric calculations, corresponding symbols appeared on the Phoenix Scroll, glowing even brighter than the rest. It was as if the ancient artifact was absorbing and storing the knowledge around it. "Remarkable," the old scholar whispered. "The legends were true. It is a repository, designed to preserve essential knowledge across time itself." The sound of splintering wood came from above them, followed by the roar of flames consuming entire shelves of scrolls. Clara felt tears streaming down her face as she realised that thousands of years of human achievement were disappearing forever. Works by Sophocles that would never be recovered, scientific treatises that had taken lifetimes to complete, historical records of civilizations that would become mysteries to future archaeologists, all of it turning to ash and smoke. "We have to save more," she said desperately, but even as she spoke she knew it was impossible. The fire was spreading too quickly and they were running out of time. Nico grabbed her arm. "Listen," he said urgently. Above the crackle of flames they could hear voices shouting in Latin, growing closer. The Roman soldiers had found the staircase and were making their way down to the archive chamber. "They'll kill us all," one of the younger scholars said in panic. "Caesar's men show no mercy to those who resist." Apollodorus looked at Clara with sudden understanding. "The scroll," he said. "It's not just preserving knowledge, it's preparing for transport. The patterns, the way the symbols respond to other texts, it's building a complete record that can be carried forward in time." Clara stared at the Phoenix Scroll, and as she did, she began to understand. The artifact wasn't just a repository of knowledge, it was a vehicle designed to transport both information and a guardian across time to an era when that knowledge would be safe. The legends hadn't described a simple storage device, but a temporal escape mechanism created by scholars who had foreseen exactly this kind of catastrophe. The footsteps on the stone stairs were very close now, accompanied by the harsh breathing of men wearing heavy armour. Clara made a decision that surprised her with its certainty. "I have to activate it," she said to the assembled scholars. "The scroll is meant to carry knowledge forward. That's why it appeared in my time, and that's why I was brought back here." "Your time?" Nico asked. But before Clara could explain, Roman soldiers burst into the chamber. There were 6 of them, led by a centurion whose scarred face spoke of many battles. They wore the distinctive armour of Caesar's legions, and their swords were already drawn. The lead soldier barked something in Latin about searching for valuable items, and his men began roughly examining the scrolls and tablets scattered around the chamber. "Stand away from the table," the centurion commanded in accented Greek. Apollodorus stepped forward bravely. "These are scholarly works," he said with dignity. "They have no military value. We are simply trying to preserve knowledge for future generations." The Roman laughed harshly. "Knowledge is power, old man, and Caesar's enemies deserve neither." He gestured to his men. "Burn it all." One of the soldiers approached the table with a flaming torch, and Clara saw centuries of mathematical and astronomical achievement about to disappear forever. Without thinking, she stepped between the soldier and the ancient texts. "Please," she said in Latin, surprising everyone, including herself. "These works contain no political information. They're purely scientific. Destroying them serves no military purpose." The centurion studied her with interest, taking in her strange clothing and confident bearing. "You speak Latin well for a servant girl," he said suspiciously. "Where did you learn the language of Rome?" Before Clara could answer, Nico stepped up beside her. "She's under my protection," he said firmly, "and these scrolls belong to scholars, not politicians. Surely Rome respects learning and knowledge." The soldier with the torch grew impatient and moved toward the table again, but as he did so, the phoenix scroll blazed with sudden brilliance. The golden light was so intense that everyone in the chamber had to shield their eyes, and the Roman soldiers stepped back in alarm. "Sorcery," one of them shouted, and Clara saw several of the men reaching for weapons. The scroll was now burning with light so bright it was almost impossible to look at directly, and Clara could feel the same tugging sensation in her chest that she had experienced in the library basement. The symbols on the parchment were moving rapidly now, forming new patterns and absorbing glowing traces from every scroll and tablet in the chamber. "It's time," Apollodorus said with sudden understanding. "The Phoenix Scroll has recorded what it can, and now it must carry that knowledge to safety." Clara felt the temporal pull growing stronger, but she looked around the chamber at the scholars who devoted their lives to preserving human knowledge. She couldn't just abandon them to the Roman soldiers and the approaching fire. "Come with me," she said desperately. "The scroll can transport all of us." But Apollodorus shook his head sadly. "The legends are clear," he said. "The Phoenix Scroll carries one guardian and the knowledge they protect. We are meant to remain here, to save what we can in the time we have left." The Roman centurion was shouting orders now, trying to organize his men to seize the blazing scroll, but the light was so intense that none of them could approach the table. Clara could feel her connection to her own time growing stronger, pulling at her with increasing force. Nico grabbed her hand. "Remember us," he said urgently. "Remember what was here, what was lost, and what was saved. That's why you were chosen, to be the witness, the keeper of memory." Clara wanted to argue, wanted to find a way to save them all, but the golden light was expanding now, filling the entire chamber and making it impossible to see anything clearly. She felt herself beginning to dissolve again, her consciousness stretching across time and space. As the light consumed her vision, she heard the crash of burning timbers from above and Nico's voice calling out over the chaos. "The knowledge lives. The phoenix rises." Then there was only rushing wind and golden fire and the sensation of falling through centuries. Clara awoke on the cold concrete floor of the library basement, surrounded by the familiar smell of dust and old books. The Phoenix Scroll lay beside her, no longer glowing, looking once again like nothing more than an ancient piece of parchment. The wooden case stood open and empty, and fragments of red wax were scattered across the floor. For a moment she wondered if the entire experience had been some kind of vivid dream brought on by exhaustion, and too many late nights studying. But as she sat up and examined herself, she found evidence that proved otherwise. Her jeans were singed at the cuffs from the heat of the fire, and her hoodie smelled of smoke and cedar. Most importantly, tucked into her jacket pocket alongside the Phoenix Scroll, she discovered a small piece of papyrus covered with mathematical calculations in Nico's careful handwriting. Clara unfolded the papyrus with trembling hands. It contained geometric proofs that she recognised from her studies, but these weren't copies from textbooks. They were written in the original Greek, in ink that was still slightly damp by a young scholar who had pressed the fragment into her hands as the great library of Alexandria burned around them. She looked at the Phoenix Scroll again and saw that while it no longer blazed with supernatural light, faint symbols were still visible on its surface, thousands of tiny characters that seemed to contain compressed information from countless lost texts. The scroll had indeed become a repository, a backup drive for human knowledge that had been created to survive the destruction of one of history's greatest libraries. Tears streamed down Clara's face as she realised the full weight of what she had witnessed. She had stood in the great library of Alexandria during its final hours, had seen scholars desperately trying to save fragments of human achievement, had watched irreplaceable works disappear forever in smoke and flame. She was quite possibly the only living person who could describe what the library had actually looked like, how it had smelled, what the voices of ancient scholars had sounded like as they worked. But she was also the keeper of something more precious than memories. The Phoenix Scroll and the papyrus fragment represented knowledge that had been deliberately saved, passed forward through time to ensure that some trace of humanity's greatest intellectual achievement would survive. She thought of Nico and Apollodorus and the other scholars who had sacrificed themselves to preserve even small pieces of their world's learning, and she understood that she had been chosen not just as a witness, but as a guardian. Clara carefully rolled up both the Phoenix Scroll and the papyrus fragment, handling them with the reverence they deserved. She looked around the basement archive with new eyes, seeing it not as a forgotten storage room but as a modern version of what she had just left, a repository of human knowledge, waiting for someone who cared enough to explore and preserve it. The overhead lights flickered, reminding her that she was still alone in the library well past closing time. She needed to get home, to process what had happened, to figure out how to honour the responsibility that had been placed on her shoulders. But first, she took one last look at the empty wooden case and the scattered fragments of the Phoenix seal. As she gathered her things and prepared to leave, Clara noticed something that made her heart race. The wax fragments on the floor were beginning to glow with the same faint golden light she'd seen in the scroll. As she watched, the pieces began to move toward each other, slowly reforming the Phoenix seal as if drawn by an invisible force. She knelt and carefully collected the reassembling fragments, feeling the same warm pulse she had experienced when she first opened the case. The Phoenix seal was reconstituting itself, preparing for another journey through time. The scroll's power was not exhausted. It was simply resting, waiting for the next moment when human knowledge would need a guardian to carry it across the centuries. Clara smiled through her tears as she understood the full scope of what had been entrusted to her. She was not just the keeper of ancient knowledge, but part of an eternal cycle of preservation and protection that stretched across time itself. Somewhere in the future, another curious scholar would find the Phoenix Scroll, would break the seal, and would take their own journey to whenever human learning was most threatened. But that was a responsibility for tomorrow. Tonight she had knowledge to study, memories to record, and a connection to the ancient world that would never be broken. As she climbed the stairs from the basement archive, Clara felt the weight of history on her shoulders, not as a burden, but as a sacred trust. The great library of Alexandria had burned, but its most precious treasures had survived, carried forward by a teenage girl who loved books more than her own safety. And someday, when the knowledge was threatened again, the Phoenix Scroll would rise once more, seeking another guardian worthy of its trust. Clara walked out into the night air, clutching the ancient parchments against her chest, knowing that she was no longer just a student of history. She had become history it. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy. The morning sun painted everything golden through the kitchen windows, and Maya Sinclair should have been getting ready. Her parents bustled around the marble countertops, her father checking his watch for the third time, while her mother packed last-minute snacks into a leather travel bag. 12-year-old David bounced between them like a pinball, his excitement barely contained as he rattled off everything he wanted to do at their lake house in Colorado. "Maya, sweetheart, are you sure you don't want to come?" Her mother's voice carried that familiar note of gentle concern. "We could postpone the SAT prep course. It's just one weekend." Maya looked up from her cereal, studying the three faces that had been her whole world for 16 years. Her father's kind eyes behind wire-rimmed glasses, always patient, always understanding. Her mother's graceful smile, the one that could make any problem seem smaller. David's grin, gap-toothed and infectious, already anticipating the adventures ahead. Something twisted in her stomach, a feeling she couldn't name. "No, Mom, the test is in 2 weeks. I really need to focus." She forced a smile. "Besides, you guys will have more fun without me being all stressed and cranky." Her father ruffled her hair as he passed behind her chair. "You're never cranky, kiddo, but we understand. Your future comes first." The pride in his voice made her chest tighten. David threw his arms around her neck from behind, still vibrating with energy. "I'm going to catch the biggest fish ever and take a picture for you." Maya hugged his thin arms, breathing in his familiar scent of strawberry shampoo and grass stains. "I'll hold you to that, troublemaker." The house felt impossibly quiet after they left. Maya tried to settle into her study routine, spreading SAT prep books across the dining room table, but concentration eluded her. Every few minutes she found herself glancing toward the window, as if she could will their car back into the driveway. The silence pressed against her eardrums until she turned on music, then turned it off again when it felt too cheerful for her inexplicable melancholy. By noon, she'd managed exactly 3 math problems. Her phone buzzed with a text from her mother. "Made it to the airport. Love you, sweetheart. David wants you to know the snacks are epic." Maya smiled despite herself, typing back, "Tell him to save some for the trip. Love you guys." She didn't know those would be the last words she'd ever say to them. The call came at 3:47 p.m. Maya remembered the exact time because she'd been staring at the clock, willing the day to pass faster so her family would be back tomorrow evening. The phone rang with her father's ringtone, some jazz melody he'd loved, and she answered without looking, expecting his voice. "Miss Sinclair?" The woman on the other end sounded professional, careful. "This is Sandra Martinez from the Federal Aviation Administration. I'm calling about your parents, James and Catherine Sinclair, and your brother David." Maya's blood turned to ice water. "Yes. I'm very sorry to inform you that there was an accident. The aircraft they were travelling in experienced mechanical failure and went down approximately 30 miles outside Denver. There were no survivors." The words hit Maya like physical blows. The phone slipped from her numb fingers, clattering on the hardwood floor. She could hear the woman's voice continuing, something about recovery efforts and next steps, but the sound faded into a roar of white noise that filled her head. No survivors. The next weeks passed in a haze of condolences, funeral arrangements, and legal procedures that Maya barely comprehended. Relatives she'd only seen at Christmas descended on the house, speaking in hushed tones and bringing casseroles she couldn't eat. Her Aunt Rebecca, her mother's sister, tried to convince Maya to come stay with her family in Portland, but Maya couldn't bear the thought of leaving the house that still smelled like her father's coffee and her mother's perfume. She attended the memorial service in a borrowed black dress, staring at 3 photographs on easels while strangers shared memories of her family. The crash site had been too damaged, too scattered. There were no bodies to bury. Just photos and flowers and words that felt meaningless against the enormity of what was gone. 2 weeks after the service, when the relatives had finally gone home and the house fell silent again, Maya found herself driving to the small memorial park that had been erected near the crash site. She'd avoided it until now, unable to face the physical reminder of where her world had ended. The memorial was simple. A granite stone with the names of the 3 victims, surrounded by flowers and small mementos left by people who'd cared. Maya knelt in the grass, running her fingers over the engraved letters of their names. David Marcus Sinclair, age 12. The numbers looked so small, so insufficient to encompass a whole life. They were everything to you. Maya startled, spinning around to find an elderly woman standing a few feet away. She was tiny and bent with age, her silver hair pulled back in a neat bun, wearing a dark coat despite the warm afternoon. Her eyes were the strangest thing about her. pale blue, almost colourless, but sharp with an intelligence that seemed to see straight through Maya. "I'm sorry," Maya whispered, wiping tears from her cheeks. "I didn't know anyone else was here." "We often come to these places seeking answers," the old woman said softly, moving closer. "Seeking ways to undo what cannot be undone." She reached into her coat and withdrew something that glinted in the sunlight. "Sometimes, child, the universe provides." Before Maya could react, the woman pressed something into her palm, a pendant on a thin chain, warm as if it had been sitting in sunlight for hours. The pendant was unlike anything Maya had ever seen. Crystalline, multifaceted, with what looked like tiny gears and clockwork suspended impossibly within its transparent depths. "What is this?" Maya stared at the object, mesmerised by the way the gears seemed to move on their own, ticking with a rhythm that wasn't quite in sync with her heartbeat. "A gift," the woman said simply, "from someone who understands the weight of loss. It can rewrite fate, child, but every gift comes with a price." Maya looked up to ask what she meant, but the woman was gone. Maya spun in a full circle, scanning the empty memorial park, but there was no sign of the strange visitor. Only the pendant remained, solid and warm in her palm, its internal clockwork ticking steadily. That night, Maya lay in bed, turning the pendant over in her hands. Whenever she held it, strange images flashed behind her eyelids, clock faces spinning backward, her father's laugh echoing from empty rooms, David's voice calling her name from someplace very far away. She told herself it was grief playing tricks on her mind, but the pendant seemed to pulse with its own life, growing warmer whenever the visions came. For 3 weeks she carried it with her everywhere, unable to put it down yet afraid to examine it too closely. She'd catch herself staring at it during what should have been senior year classes, watching the tiny gears turn, wondering if the old woman had been real, or just another manifestation of her fractured mind. Then came the night she couldn't take the silence anymore. Maya sat in the middle of her parents' bedroom floor, still wearing her father's too large sweater, clutching the pendant so tightly its edges cut into her palm. The house creaked around her, settling into another empty night, and the weight of forever pressed down until she couldn't breathe. "Please," she whispered to the pendant, to the universe, to anyone who might be listening. "Please let me see them again, just once more." The pendant grew scorching hot in her hand, and suddenly the world lurched sideways. Maya's vision blurred, filled with spinning clock faces and rushing wind, and then sunlight, the smell of coffee, her mother's voice drifting from the kitchen. Maya gasped, finding herself standing in the hallway outside her bedroom, wearing the same pyjamas she'd had on that morning 6 weeks ago, the morning of the accident. Her hands shook as she crept toward the kitchen, afraid to hope, afraid to breathe. They were there, all of them, exactly as she remembered. Her father reading the news on his tablet, her mother humming as she packed snacks, David practically vibrating with excitement about their trip. Maya's heart hammered against her ribs as she watched them, these beloved ghosts made flesh again. "Maya, sweetheart, are you sure you don't want to come?" This time, Maya almost said yes. The words sat on the tip of her tongue, heavy with longing. But if she went with them, if she changed that detail, would the pendant still work? Would it change everything else too? Instead, she said, "Actually, I think I'm getting sick. Maybe you guys should postpone." "Nonsense," her father said gently. "You've been looking forward to this trip for weeks, and David will be heartbroken if we cancel." He caught her eye and smiled. "We'll bring you back something special, okay?" Maya's throat closed up. She nodded, not trusting her voice, and watched them finish their preparations. David hugged her extra tight before they left, as if some part of him sensed this goodbye was different. "Love you, Maya." "Love you too, troublemaker." The moment their car disappeared around the corner, Maya was moving. She ran to the garage, grabbed her father's toolbox and drove to the small private airport where they kept their plane. Her hands shook as she worked, loosening bolts in the engine compartment, disconnecting wires she prayed were crucial. She had no idea if she was doing enough or if she was damaging the right systems, but desperation guided her movements. When the maintenance alert triggered and their departure was delayed indefinitely, Maya felt a triumph so fierce it nearly brought her to her knees. Her phone buzzed. Her father. "Looks like we're grounded today, kiddo. Mechanical issues. We'll try again tomorrow." Maya almost sobbed with relief. She'd done it. She'd saved them. That afternoon she sat with her family on the couch, David curled against her side while they watched a movie. Her parents held hands in the armchair like teenagers, and Maya memorised every detail, the way her mother unconsciously played with her wedding ring, how her father's eyes crinkled when he laughed at David's commentary, the weight of her brother's head on her shoulder. It was perfect. It was everything she'd dreamed about during those long, empty weeks. Then the emergency broadcast interrupted their movie. This is a breaking news alert. A commercial airliner en route from Denver to Phoenix has crashed shortly after takeoff. Flight 447 was carrying 312 passengers and crew. There are no reported survivors at this time. We'll continue following this story as more information becomes available. The room went silent except for the newscaster's voice. Maya felt ice water flooding her veins as the implications hit her. 312 people. Her father reached for the remote, his face grave. Those poor families, he murmured. Maya's mother pulled David closer, pressing her face into his hair. I can't imagine losing a child, she whispered. But Maya could imagine it now. She was imagining 312 families receiving phone calls like the one she'd gotten 6 weeks ago. 312 families planning funerals, struggling with the impossible weight of sudden loss. Had she caused this? Had her sabotage somehow triggered a chain of events that brought down a commercial flight? The pendant lay heavy against her chest, and she wondered if its clockwork gears were laughing at her naive assumption that saving 3 lives could come without a cost. That night, she lay awake staring at the ceiling while her family slept peacefully down the hall. She could hear David talking in his sleep, her father's soft snoring, her mother getting up for her usual midnight glass of water. All the sounds she'd missed so desperately, now tainted by the knowledge of what her joy had cost. The next morning brought more coverage of the crash. Maya couldn't stop watching, torturing herself with every detail. The flight manifest scrolled across the screen, names, ages, brief descriptions of lives cut short. Maria Santos, 34, mother of 2, Thomas Chen, 7, travelling alone to visit his grandmother, Jennifer Morrison, 23, newlywed returning from her honeymoon. And then Maya saw her, a little girl, maybe 8 years old, sobbing into a microphone at a press conference. Her name was Emma Walsh, and she'd lost her parents and older sister in the crash. She'd stayed behind because of a stomach bug, just like Maya had stayed behind for SAT prep. I want my mummy, the little girl cried, and Maya watched herself, her own grief, her own devastation, reflected in those tears. Maya ran to the bathroom and vomited until her stomach was empty. The pendant burned against her skin, its gears ticking faster, as if counting down to some inevitable conclusion. Maya stared at her reflection in the mirror, seeing a stranger wearing her face. Who was she to decide that her family's lives were worth more than 312 others? What gave her the right to trade their grief for hers? But when David bounded into the kitchen that morning, chattering about plans for their rescheduled trip, Maya almost convinced herself she could live with the guilt. Almost. Maya, you look terrible, her mother said, pressing a cool hand to her forehead. Are you sure you're not getting sick? Maya leaned into the touch she'd thought she'd never feel again, closing her eyes. I'm okay, Mum. But she wasn't okay. Every news report was a knife in her chest. Every mention of the families destroyed in the crash made her question the choice she'd thought was so clear-cut. The pendant grew heavier each day, as if it were absorbing the weight of her guilt. A week later, Maya found herself back at the memorial park where the old woman had given her the pendant. She knelt by the granite stone, running her fingers over her family's names, and wondered if she was losing her mind. Having second thoughts, Maya didn't even startle this time. The old woman stood behind her again, looking exactly as she had before, ageless, knowing, sad in a way that went deeper than any single loss. You knew, Maya said, without turning around. You knew what would happen. I knew what always happens, the woman replied. The universe demands balance. You cannot create joy without creating sorrow elsewhere. 312 people, Maya whispered. Yes. Why didn't you warn me? Would you have listened? When you were drowning in grief, would warnings from a stranger have stopped you from trying to save the people you loved most? Maya finally turned to face her. What are you? Someone who was given the same choice long ago. Someone who learned that the hardest decisions are often the most necessary ones. The old woman knelt beside Maya, her colourless eyes reflecting the afternoon sky. The pendant doesn't create tragedy, child. It simply moves it. There are paths where your family lives and others die. Paths where those 312 people live and your family dies. The only question is, who decides which path we follow? I can't make that choice, Maya said, tears streaming down her face. I can't choose who lives and who dies. Then perhaps you've learned what the pendant was meant to teach you. Maya stared at the crystal in her palm, watching its gears turn with mechanical precision. Each tick seemed to echo with the heartbeats of the people she could save or doom with her choice. That night, she sat in her father's study, surrounded by the smell of his cologne and the books he'd never finished reading. David's laughter echoed from the living room where he was playing video games with their parents, and Maya felt her heart break all over again. She thought about Emma Walsh, crying on television. She thought about Maria Santos's 2 children, about Thomas Chen's grandmother waiting at the airport. She thought about Jennifer Morrison's new husband, planning a life they'd never have. Then she thought about her own family, warm and alive and real, just down the hall. Her father would help her with college applications next month. Her mother would teach her to make the family stuffing recipe at Thanksgiving. David would lose his first tooth and leave it under his pillow for the tooth fairy. All of it would happen if she just let it happen. All she had to do was nothing. But every time she closed her eyes, she saw Emma Walsh's tears. Maya clutched the pendant until its edges drew blood from her palm. "Please," she whispered to the clockwork heart of it. "One more time." The world spun away from her again, pulling her back through time like a fish on a hook, and suddenly she was standing in her hallway on the morning that had started it all. The morning when everything went wrong, or right, depending on how you looked at it. Her family moved through their breakfast routine below, unaware that their daughter had lived through this morning twice before, unaware of the weight of decision that pressed down on her shoulders like a physical thing. Maya walked downstairs on unsteady legs. Her father looked up from his tablet and smiled, the expression so familiar and dear that Maya had to grip the doorframe to keep from falling. "Morning, sweetheart. Ready for your SAT prep?" Maya opened her mouth to tell him about the mechanical issues, to warn him about what would happen if they took off today. The words sat on her tongue like stones. Instead, she said, "I love you, Dad." He blinked in surprise, then his expression softened. "I love you too, kiddo." She hugged each of them goodbye, memorizing the feel of their arms around her, the sound of their voices, the way David's hair stuck up in the back no matter how much their mother tried to smooth it down. "Be safe," she whispered into her mother's ear. "Always are," her mother replied, kissing her cheek. Maya watched their car disappear around the corner and felt her heart shatter all over again. But this time, she didn't run to the airport. This time, she sat on the front porch steps and waited for a call she now knew was coming. The pendant lay warm against her chest, its gears slowing as the timeline settled back into its original path. Maya could feel the commercial flight taking off safely from Denver, carrying 312 people home to their families. She could feel Emma Walsh's parents and sister settling into their seats, unaware of how close they'd come to disaster. At 3:47 p.m, Maya's phone rang. She answered on the first ring this time, her voice steady despite the tears streaming down her face. "I know," she told Sandra Martinez before the woman could speak. "I already know." After the call ended, Maya walked into the backyard and pulled the pendant from around her neck. It felt lighter now, its gears barely moving, as if its purpose had been fulfilled. She studied its crystal faces one last time, seeing her reflection fractured into a dozen broken pieces. "Thank you," she whispered to it, though she wasn't sure if she was grateful or not. She drove to the coast that evening, to the cliffs overlooking the Pacific where her family used to go for picnics. The sun was setting, painting the water gold and orange, and Maya stood at the edge thinking about choices and consequences, about love and sacrifice. The pendant felt warm in her palm one last time as she drew back her arm and hurled it as far as she could into the churning waves below. She watched it disappear beneath the surface, carrying its terrible gift down into the dark. Maya lived the rest of her life carrying the weight of what she'd done, not just losing her family, but choosing to lose them. There were days when the grief felt like drowning, when she questioned whether she'd made the right choice at all. She thought about Emma Walsh often, wondering if that little girl grew up whole and happy, If the parents Maya had saved told their daughter they loved her every single day. She graduated high school with honours, using her father's life insurance money to attend the college he'd wanted her to go to. She studied psychology, drawn to understanding trauma and loss, and eventually became a counsellor specialising in helping children cope with sudden family deaths. Every client reminded her of Emma Walsh. Every success felt like a small redemption. Sometimes, late at night in her apartment that was too quiet and too empty, Maya would trace the chain marks the pendant had left on her throat and wonder if there was another timeline where she'd kept her family and learned to live with the guilt. She wondered if that version of herself was happy, if the weight of 312 deaths had eventually faded, if David had grown up to be the doctor he'd always dreamed of becoming. But those thoughts never lasted long, because Maya had learned something that the pendant had tried to teach her from the beginning. Love isn't about holding on. Sometimes love means letting go, even when letting go destroys you. On the anniversary of the crash, Maya would drive back to the memorial park and lay flowers on the granite stone that bore her family's names. She would kneel in the grass and tell them about her life, about the people she had helped, about the choice she'd made for them and for strangers whose names she'd never know. "I hope you understand," she would whisper to the stone, to the wind, to the empty sky. "I hope you know that I loved you enough to let you go." And sometimes, when the wind blew just right through the memorial park, Maya could swear she heard David's laugh carried on the air, her mother's gentle voice, her father's proud approval. She could swear they were telling her that love, in the end, was exactly that. The courage to choose others' joy over your own, even when the cost was everything that mattered. Maya carried that knowledge with her for the rest of her days, a weight both terrible and precious, a reminder that the hardest choices were often the most necessary ones. She never married, never had children, never built the kind of family life that might have healed the hollow space where her heart used to be. But she slept peacefully at night, knowing that somewhere in the world, Emma Walsh was grown and whole, that 312 families had been spared the devastation Maya knew so intimately. She slept knowing that love sometimes meant sacrifice, and that sacrifice, however painful, could be its own kind of gift. The pendant was gone, swallowed by the sea, its power spent. But its lesson lived on in the woman who had learned that the greatest magic wasn't changing the past, it was finding the strength to accept it, and to choose hope over despair, love over loss, and the greater good over your own heart's desire. In the end, that was more than enough. Years passed like pages turning in a book Maya could never quite finish reading. She became Doctor Maya Sinclair, though the title always felt borrowed, as if it belonged to someone else, someone whose family had lived to see her graduate, to cry her doctoral defence, to frame her diploma on their refrigerator next to David's crayon drawings that would never exist. Her practice grew slowly but steadily. Word spread through the network of grief counsellors and child psychologists about the young woman who understood loss in ways that textbooks couldn't teach. Parents brought their shattered children to her small office, overlooking a garden she tended with the same meticulous care her mother had once shown their rose bushes. Maya specialised in what the literature called complicated grief, the kind that didn't follow neat stages or timelines, the kind that came from sudden, senseless loss. She worked with children who'd lost parents in car accidents, teens whose siblings had died in school shootings, families torn apart by natural disasters that struck without warning. Each case was a mirror reflecting her own fractured heart, and each small victory felt like a prayer answered. There was Tommy, age 7, who stopped speaking after his mother died in a hospital fire. Maya sat with him week after week, saying nothing herself, until one day he whispered, "Do you think she's scared?" Maya had held his small hand and told him the truth, that she didn't know what came after, but she knew his mother had been brave, and brave people didn't stay scared for long. Tommy started talking again that day. There was Angie, 16 and furious, whose entire family had been killed by a drunk driver while she was at a sleepover. Angie raged through their first dozen sessions, throwing books and screaming that Maya couldn't possibly understand. "You still have your family," she'd spit through tears. Maya had waited for the storm to pass, then quietly told Angie about a plane crash and 3 empty chairs at a dinner table. They'd cried together that day, and slowly, session by session, Angie had learned to carry her anger like a tool instead of a weapon. But it was Emma Walsh who changed everything. Maya first saw her name on a referral form when Emma was 14, 8 years after the crash that had claimed her family. She'd been through a string of therapists, each one unable to break through the wall of guilt and survivor's remorse that had calcified around Emma's heart. She was cutting herself, her social worker explained, failing classes despite obvious intelligence, pushing away anyone who tried to get close. When Emma walked into Maya's office for the first time, Maya felt the pendant's phantom weight against her chest like a ghost made of gold and crystal. Emma had her mother's eyes. Maya knew because she'd memorised every photograph from the memorial coverage, and the same stubborn set to her jaw that David had inherited from their father. "Another shrink," Emma muttered, slumping into the chair across from Maya's desk. "Let me guess. You want to talk about my feelings." Maya studied the girl who existed because of her choice, this living proof that sometimes sacrifice bore fruit in forms you never expected. Emma was tall for her age, all sharp angles and defensive posture, her dark hair hanging like a curtain between her and the world. "Actually," Maya said, "I was wondering if you knew anything about gardening." Emma blinked, thrown off her script. "What?" "Gardening. Growing things." Maya gestured toward the window where her small garden bloomed with careful precision. "My mother used to say that some plants only grow strong after they've been broken. Cut a rose stem at the right angle, and it sends out new shoots. Burn a forest, and certain seeds only sprout in the ash." "That's stupid," Emma said, but Maya caught the flicker of curiosity in her eyes. "Maybe, but I've been thinking about it a lot lately, about whether broken things can grow into something beautiful, or if they're just forever broken." They talked about gardens and broken things for 3 months before Emma finally mentioned the crash. She'd been having the dream again, the one where she was on the plane with her family, where she felt the moment of impact, where she woke up wishing she'd been there to die with them instead of home with a stomach bug. "The guilt is the worst part," Emma whispered during their 20th session, finally letting the curtain of hair fall away from her face. "Everyone says I should be grateful to be alive, but I just feel like I stole something. Like I took their spot in the world, and now I don't know how to fill it." Maya's throat tightened. "What if I told you that your being alive saved other people from feeling exactly what you're feeling right now? I'd say you're talking crazy." "Maybe I am." Maya leaned forward, weighing her words carefully. "But sometimes I think about all the ripple effects we never see. Your family died on that flight, Emma. But what if there was another plane that was supposed to crash that day, with hundreds of people on it? What if somehow, in some cosmic accounting system we can't understand, your family's death prevented that bigger tragedy?" Emma stared at her with those eyes that were her mother's eyes, that were alive because Maya had chosen to let her own mother die. "You really believe that?" "I believe that love finds ways to protect people, even from beyond death. I believe your parents would rather have died themselves than let hundreds of other families go through what you've been going through." Emma was quiet for a long time, staring out the window at Maya's garden where roses bloomed from stems that had been cut and grafted and tended with patient hands. "My mum used to garden," she said finally. "She said plants were like people. Sometimes they needed to be broken a little to grow stronger." Maya felt tears threaten behind her eyes. "Your mum sounds like she was very wise." Their work together took 2 years. Maya watched Emma slowly unfurl like a flower reaching towards sunlight, watched her learn to carry her grief like a sacred burden rather than a poisonous weight. Emma started volunteering at a children's hospital, reading to kids who were scared and alone. She got her grades back up, made friends, even started dating a boy who made her laugh until her sides hurt. On the day before Emma's 18th birthday, she brought Maya a small potted rose bush. "It's a memorial rose," Emma explained, setting it carefully on Maya's desk. "They breed them to bloom twice, once in memory of what's lost and once in hope of what's coming." She looked up at Maya with eyes that were clear now, free of the shadows that had haunted them for so long. "I wanted you to have it because you taught me that broken doesn't mean dead, that sometimes being broken is just the first step toward becoming something new." Maya had to excuse herself to cry in the bathroom, overcome by the weight of grace. This girl, alive and healing and whole, living proof that Maya's choice had been worth the cost. But Emma wasn't finished. As she was leaving that day, she paused at the door and looked back. "Doctor? Sinclair? I know you lost people too." I can see it in how you understand things that other people don't. I just wanted you to know, whoever you lost, whatever happened, they'd be proud of who you became. They'd be proud of how you've helped people like me." After Emma left, Maya sat alone in her office holding the memorial rose, its thorns pressing into her palms like the phantom ache of a pendant that no longer existed. She thought about David, who would have been 24 now, probably finishing medical school with that same stubborn determination that had driven him to memorize every dinosaur name by age 5. She thought about her mother, who would have loved seeing Maya help broken things grow strong again. She thought about her father, who would have understood why she'd made the choice she'd made, who would have told her that love wasn't about keeping people safe, it was about helping them become who they were meant to be. The memorial rose bloomed twice that year, just as Emma had promised. Once in late spring, deep red petals that reminded Maya of her mother's garden, and once in early fall, pale pink blooms that caught the light like David's gap-toothed grin. Maya tended it carefully, this living symbol of love that grew from loss, of choices that echoed across time in ways their makers could never fully understand. She watered it with careful hands and spoke to it sometimes when the office was empty, telling it about the children she'd helped, the families she'd counselled through their darkest hours, the small ways she'd learned to honour her family's memory by living a life worthy of their sacrifice. In the end, perhaps that was what the pendant had really been about. Not changing the past, but learning to grow something beautiful from its ashes. Not rewriting fate, but accepting it with enough grace to transform pain into purpose, loss into love, endings into new beginnings that honoured what came before while reaching toward what might still be possible. The rose bloomed and bloomed, season after season, a reminder that some things, love, memory, the echo of choices made with a breaking heart, were stronger than time itself. Maya was 43 when she first saw the old woman again. She was leaving her office on a Thursday evening, the memorial rose carefully potted and ready to move to her new practice, a larger space where she could help more children, train other therapists and trauma counselling. The sun was setting behind the building, casting long shadows across the parking lot, when Maya noticed a familiar figure standing by her car. The woman looked exactly the same as she had 27 years ago at the crash memorial. The same silver hair pulled back in a neat bun, the same dark coat, the same colourless eyes that seemed to see through time itself. She was holding something in her weathered hands, another pendant, its crystalline surface catching the dying light. "Hello, Maya," the old woman said softly. Maya's heart hammered against her ribs. "You're not real. You can't be real. I'm as real as the choice you made all those years ago, as real as the lives you've saved since then." The woman stepped closer, and Maya could see the tiny clockwork gears turning within the new pendant, just as they had the first one. "You've done well with the gift I gave you." "Gift?" Maya's voice cracked. "You call losing my family a gift? I call learning to love without possessing a gift, learning to sacrifice without bitterness, learning to heal others because you understand their pain." The woman held up the pendant, its gears catching starlight that seemed to come from nowhere. "Few people pass the test, Maya. Most use the pendant to save themselves, over and over, creating endless loops of tragedy as they try to avoid their own suffering." Maya stared at the pendant, feeling its pull like gravity. There were others, many others. A mother who lost her son in a car accident. She used the pendant 17 times, saving him again and again, each time causing a different tragedy somewhere else. She never learned, never accepted. The pendant became a prison of her own making. The woman's expression grew sad. A man who lost his wife to cancer used it to prevent her death, only to watch her die in different ways. A heart attack, a stroke, an accident. He tried for decades to find a timeline where she lived, never understanding that some things cannot be changed, only accepted. What happened to them? Eventually, the pendant consumed them. They became trapped between timelines, neither fully alive nor properly dead, forever chasing a past they couldn't let go of. The woman's eyes met Maya's. "You were different. You learned what the pendant was truly meant to teach." Maya felt cold despite the warm evening air. Which was? That love isn't about holding on. It's about knowing when to let go. The woman extended the new pendant toward Maya. "This is for someone else. Someone who needs to learn what you learned." Maya stepped back. "Number, I won't do it. I won't be responsible for someone else's suffering. You won't be responsible for their suffering, Maya. You'll be responsible for their healing. The pendant doesn't create tragedy. It reveals the tragedy that already exists, forces people to confront the weight of their choices. The woman smiled, and for the first time her expression held warmth. You think I appeared to you by accident? You think I chose you randomly? Didn't you? I chose you because I saw what you would become. I saw the woman who would sacrifice everything for strangers, who would build a life dedicated to healing the wounds she understood so intimately. The woman's voice grew gentle. I chose you because I knew you would choose love over selfishness, even when love demanded the ultimate price. Maya felt tears burning her eyes. My family? Your family lives on in every child you've helped, every parent you've counselled through their darkest hour. David's laughter echoes in Tommy's voice when he finally speaks again. Your mother's compassion flows through your hands when you hold Emma while she cries. Your father's wisdom guides your words when you help families find meaning in their loss. The woman pressed the pendant into Maya's reluctant palm. They are not gone, Maya. They have simply been transformed into something larger than themselves. The pendant felt different from the first one. Warmer, somehow less threatening. Its gears moved slowly, peacefully, like a heartbeat at rest. Who is it for? Maya whispered. You'll know when the time comes. Someone will find their way to you, carrying a grief so profound it threatens to destroy not just them, but everyone they touch. Someone who needs to learn what you learned, that the deepest love sometimes requires the greatest sacrifice. Maya looked up to ask more questions, but the woman was already fading, becoming translucent in the gathering dusk. Wait, Maya called out. What's your name? Who are you really? The woman's voice came from very far away, carried on wind that smelled of roses and regret. I was the first, Maya, the first to face the choice you faced. I learned, as you learned, that some gifts are too precious to keep for ourselves. And then she was gone, leaving only the pendant and the echo of her words hanging in the evening air. Maya drove home in a daze, the pendant heavy in her jacket pocket. She set it on her kitchen table and stared at it while she made dinner she couldn't eat, watched it while she tried to focus on case files that blurred before her eyes. That night, she dreamed of clock faces spinning backward, of David's laughter and her mother's garden, of a little girl crying on television who had grown into a woman who saved other broken children. 3 weeks later, Dr. Sarah Chen walked into Maya's office. Sarah was 35, a successful surgeon whose husband and twin daughters had been killed in a home invasion while she was working a night shift at the hospital. She'd tried to return to work too soon, made a mistake during surgery that cost another patient their life, and was now facing both malpractice suits and a complete psychological breakdown. I should have been home, Sarah said during their first session, her voice flat with shock. If I'd been home, I could have protected them, or at least died with them. Maya recognised the tone, the hollow grief that echoed with might-have-beens and if-alonelys. She recognised the particular agony of survivors' guilt mixed with professional failure, the crushing weight of being unable to save the people who mattered most, while failing to save strangers too. Sarah had been seeing other therapists for months, but nothing helped. She'd stopped eating, stopped sleeping, stopped engaging with life in any meaningful way. Her colleagues were worried she might hurt herself. Her sister was threatening to have her committed. I keep thinking, Sarah continued, staring at her hands, about all the people I've saved on operating tables, hundreds of them, and I couldn't save my own family. What's the point of any of it? Maya felt the pendant's weight in her desk drawer like a second heartbeat. Not yet, she told herself. Sarah needed traditional therapy first, needed to process her trauma through conventional means. But Maya could see the depth of her despair, the way it was calcifying into something harder and more dangerous with each passing day. They worked together for 6 months. Maya used every technique in her arsenal, every hard-won insight from her own journey through grief. Sarah made small improvements. She started eating again, returned to work part-time, managed to sleep for a few hours each night without nightmares. But Maya could see that it wasn't enough. Sarah was going through the motions of healing without truly engaging with life. She'd built walls around her heart so high and thick that no joy could penetrate, no love could take root. She was existing rather than living, surviving rather than thriving. Then came the night Sarah called Maya at 2 a.m., her voice slurred with sleeping pills and wine. I found them, Sarah whispered into the phone. The men who killed my family. They're in prison, but they're up for parole in 5 years. 5 years, Dr. Sinclair, and my girls will still be dead. Maya was already getting dressed, already calculating how long it would take to reach Sarah's apartment. "Sarah, I need you to stay on the phone with me. Are you somewhere safe?" "Safe?" Sarah laughed bitterly. "I haven't been safe since the night they died. None of us are safe. That's the joke, isn't it? We pretend we can protect the people we love, but we can't. We're all just waiting for the universe to take them away." Maya was in her car now, driving through empty streets while talking Sarah through breathing exercises, keeping her voice calm while her heart raced. She found Sarah on the floor of her bathroom, surrounded by pill bottles and family photos, conscious but barely coherent. The hospital pumped Sarah's stomach and kept her on psychiatric hold for 72 hours. When she was released, she looked at Maya with eyes that held no hope at all. "I can't do this anymore," she said simply. "I can't keep pretending that life has meaning without them." That night, Maya sat in her office after hours, holding the pendant up to the lamplight and watching its gears turn with mechanical precision. She thought about the old woman's words, about love and sacrifice and the weight of choices that echoed across time. She thought about Sarah, brilliant and broken, carrying a grief that was slowly poisoning everything around her. She thought about all the patients Sarah could still save, all the lives she could still touch, if only she could learn to transform her pain into purpose instead of letting it consume her. Maya had never told anyone about the pendant, had never spoken of her family or the choice she'd made, but as she looked at the crystal surface and saw her own reflection fractured into a dozen pieces, she realised that some gifts were meant to be passed on, some lessons could only be learned through experience. The next morning she would offer Sarah a different kind of healing, not the slow, traditional path of talk therapy and medication, but the sharp, transformative lesson of understanding that love sometimes demanded the ultimate sacrifice, and that such sacrifices could become the foundation for a life of meaning and service. Maya closed her eyes and felt her family's presence like sunlight on her face, their love flowing through her into all the lives she'd touched, all the healing she'd facilitated, all the hope she'd helped kindle in hearts that had thought themselves permanently broken. The pendant grew warm in her palm, its gears spinning faster, as if sensing that its purpose was about to be fulfilled once again. "The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy." Clara Wells had always been drawn to the impossible. As a graduate researcher in molecular biology at Stanford's Institute for Advanced Temporal Studies, she spent her days analysing theoretical frameworks that most scientists dismissed as science fiction. The laboratory hummed with the quiet intensity of discovery, rows of equipment casting shadows across sterile white surfaces, while her colleagues pursued more conventional research paths. Clara, however, had devoted the last 3 years of her life to understanding the temporal displacement device that Dr. Marcus Venn had abandoned after his funding dried up. The machine itself was an unassuming collection of chrome cylinders and quantum processors, roughly the size of a telephone booth, tucked away in the basement level of the research facility. Most days, Clara worked alone, adjusting calibrations and running theoretical simulations on energy displacement patterns. Her advisor had warned her that temporal mechanics was a career dead end, but Clara couldn't shake the feeling that time travel held answers to questions humanity hadn't yet learned to ask. She believed that understanding the flow of time might unlock solutions to problems that seemed insurmountable in linear thinking. On the morning that would change everything, Clara arrived at the lab early, her coffee still steaming as she reviewed her latest calculations. The temporal device had been showing promising energy readings for weeks, suggesting that the quantum field generators were finally achieving the resonance frequencies Dr. Venn had theorized. Clara had spent countless hours fine-tuning the calibration sequences, and today's test represented the culmination of her work. She intended to send a small biological sample forward in time by exactly 24 hours, a modest goal that would prove the device's functionality without risking significant temporal disruption. The morning light filtered through the basement windows as Clara prepared her test materials. She selected a petri dish containing a culture of common bacteria, sealed it within the device's central chamber, and began the startup sequence. The machine responded beautifully, its quantum processors humming with increasing intensity as energy coursed through the temporal field generators. Clara monitored the readouts carefully, watching as the chronometer displays indicated successful temporal field formation. Everything proceeded exactly as her calculations had predicted, but as Clara reached for the activation switch, her sleeve caught on a secondary control panel, accidentally engaging the human-scale temporal field instead of the microscopic setting she had intended. The device's safety protocols, designed to prevent accidental activation, had been disabled during her calibration work. In the split second before Clara could react, the entire chamber filled with brilliant white light, and the sensation of falling consumed her consciousness. Clara's next coherent memory was of silence, not the ordinary quiet of a laboratory or library, but an absolute absence of sound that seemed to press against her eardrums with physical weight. She found herself lying on cracked earth, beneath a sky the colour of old bone, stretching endlessly in all directions without a single cloud or bird to break its monotony. The air tasted of dust and metal, carrying no hint of vegetation or life. As Clara struggled to her feet, she realised that the temporal device was nowhere to be seen, leaving her stranded in whatever time and place she had arrived. The landscape around her defied comprehension. Where she expected to see trees, grass, or even weeds, Clara found only barren soil and scattered debris that might once have been buildings. The horizon revealed no signs of movement, no indication that anything lived in this desolate world. Most disturbing was the absence of insects. No flies, no ants, no beetles scurrying across the ground. Clara, whose career had been built on understanding biological systems, felt a deep unease at finding herself in a world apparently devoid of animal life. As she walked across the wasteland, Clara discovered the first signs of human habitation, a series of metal hatches built into the ground, their surfaces worn smooth by time and weather. One of the hatches stood partially open, revealing a ladder that descended into artificial light. Clara's scientific training warred with her survival instincts, but curiosity ultimately won. She climbed down into the underground passage, following the sound of distant voices through corridors lined with LED strips and ventilation systems. The underground city that Clara discovered challenged every assumption she had held about human civilization. Miles of tunnels connected vast chambers where thousands of people lived in structures that resembled nothing so much as an enormous ant colony. The air was clean but artificial, filtered and recycled through systems that hummed constantly in the background. Citizens moved through the corridors with purposeful efficiency, their clothing functional and uniform, their expressions displaying a resignation that Clara found deeply troubling. Clara's arrival created an immediate stir among the underground dwellers. Her clothing, her hair, even her skin tone marked her as different from the pale inhabitants who had spent their lives away from natural sunlight. Within hours, Clara found herself brought before the Settlement Council, a governing body of men and women whose ages were difficult to determine, but whose eyes held the weight of inherited tragedy. Council Chairman Marcus Chen, a man whose gentle demeanour couldn't disguise the authority in his voice, explained their history with the patience of someone who had told this story many times before. The Great Dying began in the year 2089, he said, consulting records displayed on a holographic interface. At first, it seemed like an ordinary livestock disease, cattle falling sick in agricultural regions, birds dropping from the sky in isolated incidents. The early reports described it as a respiratory infection, highly contagious among animals but harmless to humans. Chen's narrative unfolded like a horror story told in the calm voice of a documentary narrator. The disease had spread with terrifying efficiency, jumping between species with an adaptability that defied all biological precedent. Mammals died first, followed by birds, then reptiles and amphibians. Even insects succumbed within months, leaving ecosystems in complete collapse. The governments assured everyone that containment was possible, Chen continued. They established quarantine zones, implemented mass culling programs, funded research into vaccines and treatments. But the pathogen adapted faster than our science could understand it. Clara listened with growing horror as Chen described the social upheaval that followed. Food systems collapsed as agricultural animals died and pollinating insects vanished. Governments fell as desperate populations demanded solutions that didn't exist. Wars broke out over remaining resources while the disease continued its relentless spread. Within 50 years, every animal species on Earth had been eliminated, leaving humanity alone on a planet that could no longer sustain life on its surface. The underground colonies were humanity's last hope, Chen explained. We developed synthetic food production, artificial atmosphere systems, renewable energy networks powered by geothermal sources. We preserved human culture and knowledge, maintained libraries and schools, raised children who would never see the sky except through observation domes. We survived, but we lost everything that made Earth beautiful. Clara's scientific mind reeled at the implications of Chen's story. The timeline he described placed the origin of the Great Dying in what was, from Clara's perspective, the very near future. More troubling still, Chen's description of the initial pathogen matched research Clara had encountered in her own time, a genetically modified livestock vaccine that had shown unusual mutation patterns in laboratory testing. She remembered reading about the project in scientific journals, recalled conversations with colleagues who had dismissed the mutation risk as negligible. As Clara explored the underground settlement over the following days, she began to understand the full scope of humanity's loss. Children grew up learning about animals through historical recordings and artistic representations, but their understanding remained purely academic. Clara watched a group of young people examine holographic displays showing elephants, lions and dolphins with the same detached interest they might show for dinosaurs or mythical creatures. These children had never heard birdsong, never seen a butterfly, never felt the warm breath of a horse or the soft fur of a cat. The underground society had achieved remarkable technological sophistication in their efforts to survive. Hydroponic gardens produced vegetables under artificial sunlight. Protein synthesis facilities created meat-like substances from engineered bacteria, and atmospheric processors maintained breathable air throughout the vast tunnel networks. But for all their technical achievements, Clara could see that something essential had been lost. The people moved with efficiency but not joy, spoke with knowledge but not wonder. They had preserved human life but not human spirit. Clara's most profound encounter came through a 12-year-old girl named Maya, whose intelligence and curiosity reminded Clara of herself at that age. Maya had been assigned to help Clara navigate the settlement, and their conversations revealed the depth of loss that the underground generation carried. What were they really like? Maya asked one day as they walked through the archives where thousands of hours of animal footage were stored. The old people tell us about pets, about how animals were friends with humans, but I don't understand how something could be your friend if it couldn't talk. Clara struggled to explain concepts that had been fundamental to her own childhood. The loyalty of dogs, the independence of cats, the beauty of bird flight, the majesty of wild animals in their natural habitats. Maya listened with fascination, but also with a sadness that broke Clara's heart. I dream about them sometimes, Maya confided. The animals. I dream that I'm walking on the surface and there are creatures everywhere, making sounds and moving around. But when I wake up, I know it's just my imagination making things up. The weight of responsibility settled on Clara's shoulders with crushing force. She possessed knowledge that could prevent this future, could ensure that Maya and millions like her would grow up in a world filled with life and wonder. But she was trapped in a time not her own, with no apparent way to return to the moment when history could still be changed. The temporal device that had brought her here was lost, possibly destroyed in the transition, leaving Clara stranded in a future she desperately wanted to undo. Clara's attempts to access historical records met with resistance from the settlement council. The underground society had built its stability on acceptance of their situation, and Clara's questions about the past threatened to disrupt the delicate psychological balance that kept their community functional. "We don't encourage dwelling on what might have been," explained Dr. Sarah Kim, the settlement's chief psychologist. "Our people have made peace with reality. Hope for impossible changes leads to despair and social instability." But Clara persisted, using her scientific credentials and knowledge of pre-dying biology to gain access to archived research data. Working late into the artificial nights in the settlement's digital libraries, she began to piece together the exact sequence of events that had led to the Great Dying. The pathogen had indeed originated from the livestock vaccine project she remembered from her own time, specifically from a genetic modification designed to improve the vaccine's effectiveness against respiratory diseases in cattle. The research records painted a picture of corporate negligence and regulatory failure that was both predictable and heartbreaking. Viridian Agricultural Solutions, a biotechnology company focused on livestock health, had developed their modified vaccine under tremendous pressure to bring it to market quickly. Early testing had shown unusual mutation patterns in the vaccine's viral components, but company scientists had dismissed these findings as laboratory artifacts with no real-world significance. The critical decision had come down to a single board meeting where Viridian's executives decided whether to delay the vaccine's release for additional safety testing. Market pressures, competitor threats, and investor expectations had all weighed against caution. The board voted to proceed with immediate distribution, overruling the concerns of their own research staff. Within months, the modified vaccine was being administered to cattle across 6 continents. Clara found records of the first mutation events, initially isolated incidents where the vaccine's viral components had recombined with natural pathogens to create something entirely new. These early cases were investigated by local health authorities, but never reported to international monitoring agencies. By the time the pattern became clear, the mutated pathogen had already spread beyond any possibility of containment. What made the story particularly tragic was how easily the disaster could have been prevented. A delay of even 6 months would have allowed Viridian scientists to identify and correct the genetic instability in their vaccine. More rigorous regulatory oversight would have caught the mutation risk before the vaccine reached the market. Simple precautionary principles, applied with the knowledge available at the time, could have saved every animal on Earth. Clara's research revealed the exact date and time of the crucial board meeting. March 15th, 2024, at 2 p.m. Pacific time. She had returned to the past just 5 days before that meeting, giving her a narrow window to prevent the decision that would doom the world's animals. But Clara faced an almost impossible challenge. How could she convince corporate executives and government regulators to abandon a profitable project based on evidence she couldn't possibly have obtained through normal channels? As Clara worked frantically in the archives, she discovered that the temporal device was not lost after all. The underground settlement's engineers had found the machine's remains scattered across the surface above their city, its components damaged but not destroyed by the temporal transition. Dr. James Wright, the settlement's leading physicist, had spent decades studying the device, trying to understand its principles and reconstruct its functionality. "We always hoped someone would come back," Wright explained as he showed Clara through his workshop, where the temporal device's components were carefully preserved. The mathematics suggested that time travel was possible, and we theorized that someone from the past might realize what was happening and try to change it. But the energy requirements for temporal displacement are enormous, and our power systems can only support a single transition. Wright's analysis confirmed Clara's worst fears and best hopes. The temporal device could indeed send her back to her own time, but only once. The underground settlement's entire power grid would have to be diverted to charge the machine's quantum field generators, leaving the city without energy for weeks, while their fusion reactors slowly rebuilt capacity. More critically, Wright couldn't guarantee that the device would send Clara to the exact moment she needed to reach. "The temporal targeting system was damaged in your arrival," Wright explained, pointing to scorched components that looked like modern art sculptures. "I can recalibrate it to approximate your original time period, but the margin of error could be significant. You might arrive weeks or months before the critical moment, or you might overshoot and arrive too late to change anything." Clara faced an agonizing decision. Staying in the future meant accepting the death of every animal on Earth, but preserving the lives and society of the people who had welcomed her into their underground world. Attempting to return to the past meant risking not just her own life, but potentially disrupting history in ways that might create an even worse future. And there was no guarantee that she would be able to convince anyone in her own time to take action based on her incredible story. The decision became clear when Maya approached Clara in the archives, carrying a hand-drawn picture of a forest filled with creatures the girl had never seen but had imagined based on historical records. "If you could really change things," Maya asked with the directness that only children possess, "would you make it so that animals were real again, even if it meant people like me were never born?" Clara realized that Maya had perfectly articulated the moral complexity of her situation. Changing the past would indeed mean that the underground society would never develop, that the specific people she had come to know and care about might never exist. But it would also mean that billions of animals would live, that ecosystems would thrive, that children would grow up in a world where beauty and wonder were part of everyday experience. "Yes," Clara told Maya, knowing that her answer condemned herself to loneliness, but offered hope to countless generations. "I would change things because the world is supposed to be full of life, and every child deserves to see that for themselves." The preparations for Clara's return took 3 days. during which the entire underground settlement worked together to prepare the temporal device. Clara spent her time documenting everything she had learned about the Great Dying, creating detailed records that she hoped would help her convince people in her own time to take action. She also worked with Doctor, right to understand exactly how the vaccine's genetic modifications had created the conditions for the pathogen's mutation. On her final night in the underground city, Clara attended a gathering where the entire community came to say goodbye. These people had devoted their limited power resources and their hopes to sending her back to a past they would never see, trusting her to prevent their world from coming into existence. Children who had never seen stars gave her drawings of night skies. Adults who had never felt rain offered her poems about water falling from clouds. Chen spoke for the community. We know that if you succeed, we will never exist as we are now. Our city, our culture, our individual lives, all of it will be erased from history. But we also know that the world you came from, the world you can restore, is more beautiful and more alive than anything we have ever known. That is our gift to the future, the sacrifice of our existence for the chance that life itself might continue. Clara entered the temporal device with tears in her eyes and the weight of 2 worlds on her shoulders. As the machine's field generators whined to life and the familiar white light began to fill the chamber, Clara held tight to Maya's drawing and Dr. Wright's technical specifications for the vaccine's genetic structure. She had one chance to save the future by changing the past, and failure would mean not just her own death, but the extinction of every animal on Earth. The transition back to her own time felt different from her original journey forward. Instead of the sensation of falling, Clara experienced a crushing pressure that seemed to compress her very atoms, followed by a stretching sensation as if she were being pulled apart by invisible forces. When consciousness returned, she found herself lying on the floor of her own laboratory, surrounded by the familiar equipment and computer displays she had left behind what seemed like a lifetime ago. But something was wrong with the scene around her. Clara's laboratory showed signs of activity that shouldn't have been there. Additional computer terminals, research materials she didn't recognize, personnel badges for people she had never met. As she struggled to her feet, Clara realized that the temporal transition had not returned her to the exact moment of her departure. The calendar displays showed that she had arrived 2 weeks after her disappearance, during which time the university had begun investigating her vanishing and reassigning her research projects. Clara's return created an immediate sensation throughout the research facility. Her colleagues had assumed she was dead, and her sudden reappearance raised questions that Clara couldn't possibly answer honestly. The university administration demanded explanations for her absence. The research funding agencies wanted to know about the status of her temporal mechanics project, and her fellow graduate students were curious about where she'd been for 2 weeks. Working frantically to establish credible cover stories, Clara claimed to have been conducting field research that had been interrupted by a hiking accident, leaving her stranded and injured with partial memory loss. The story was thin and wouldn't withstand serious scrutiny, but it bought her enough time to focus on the critical task ahead of her. According to her calculations, the Viridian Agricultural Solutions Board meeting was scheduled for the following morning. Clara's first challenge was gaining access to information about Viridian's vaccine project that she couldn't possibly have known through normal research channels. She spent the night in computer databases, scientific journals and corporate filings, trying to find legitimate sources for the knowledge she had gained in the future. Clara discovered that some information about the vaccine's genetic modifications had been published in obscure technical journals, though the mutation risks had been buried in supplementary data that few researchers would have examined carefully. More challenging was the question of how to present her concerns to people who would take them seriously. Clara's reputation as a temporal mechanics researcher gave her credibility in theoretical physics, but not in agricultural biotechnology. She needed to find allies within the relevant scientific community, people whose expertise and professional standing would lend weight to her warnings about the vaccine's dangers. Clara's breakthrough came through Dr. Elena Rodriguez, a veterinary epidemiologist whose research focused on disease transmission patterns in livestock populations. Rodriguez had actually published papers questioning the safety protocols for genetically modified livestock treatments, making her a natural ally for Clara's concerns about the Viridian vaccine. But convincing Rodriguez to take immediate action required Clara to reveal more about her knowledge than she was comfortable sharing. The mutation patterns you're describing are theoretically possible, Rodriguez agreed, as she reviewed Clara's hastily prepared analysis. But they seem unlikely based on the genetic modifications Viridian has published. Where are you getting this specific information about recombination sequences and cross-species transmission rates? Clara had prepared for this question, but her answer still felt inadequate. I've been running advanced computer simulations based on temporal progression modelling, essentially trying to predict how genetic systems might evolve over time under different environmental pressures. The results suggest that Viridian's modifications create precisely the conditions that could lead to catastrophic mutation events. Rodriguez studied Clara's data with the careful attention of a scientist who understood both the theoretical possibilities and the practical implications. Even if you're right about the risks, she said finally, convincing a major corporation to delay a product launch based on computer simulations would require extraordinary evidence. Viridian has invested millions of dollars in this vaccine, and they have regulatory approval from multiple agencies. Clara realised that preventing the vaccine's release would require more than scientific arguments. It would require political and economic pressure applied at the highest levels of corporate decision-making. She needed to create a crisis of confidence that would make Viridian's board meeting delay their approval, while additional safety testing was conducted. But Clara had less than 12 hours to orchestrate a campaign that might normally take months to develop. Working through the night, Clara contacted every relevant scientist, regulatory official, and advocacy organisation she could reach. She used her temporal mechanics research credentials to gain access to high-level meetings, her university's reputation to schedule emergency consultations, and her desperation to convince people that immediate action was necessary. Clara's story was that her computer models had identified a potential catastrophic failure mode in the Viridian vaccine, and that the company needed to be warned before they proceeded with full-scale distribution. The response to Clara's emergency campaign was mixed but encouraging. Several prominent epidemiologists agreed that the genetic modifications in Viridian's vaccine warranted additional scrutiny, even if they weren't convinced that the risks were as severe as Clara claimed. Regulatory agencies promised to review their approval processes, though they couldn't commit to any immediate changes in policy. Animal welfare organisations prepared to file emergency petitions that would at least create publicity around the vaccine's potential dangers. But Clara's most important breakthrough came through Dr. Michael Chen, a former Viridian researcher who had left the company after disagreeing with their safety protocols. Chen confirmed that there had indeed been internal debates about the vaccine's stability, and that some company scientists had expressed concerns about mutation risks that were ultimately overruled by management. With Chen's insider knowledge and Rodriguez's epidemiological expertise supporting her claims, Clara's warnings gained the credibility they needed to be taken seriously. The morning of the Viridian board meeting, Clara found herself in the surreal position of sitting in a conference room with corporate executives, government regulators, and scientific experts, knowing that the decisions made in the next few hours would determine the fate of every animal on Earth. Viridian's chief executive, Dr. Patricia Williams, presented the company's case for immediate vaccine distribution with the confidence of someone who had prepared for months to make this presentation. Clara's opportunity to speak came during the regulatory review portion of the meeting, when external experts were invited to comment on the vaccine's safety profile. Using the scientific data she had compiled and the expert testimony she had arranged, Clara presented a carefully structured argument about the potential for genetic instability in Viridian's modified viral components. The concern is not that these mutations are likely, Clara explained, displaying computer models on the conference room's presentation system, but that if they occur, the consequences could be unprecedented in scope. We're talking about the possibility of a pathogen that could adapt to any animal species, potentially threatening entire ecosystems. The economic cost of additional safety testing is negligible compared to the risk we're taking by proceeding without full understanding of these genetic modifications. Williams responded with the predictable corporate arguments about extensive testing, regulatory approval, and competitive pressures. But Clara noticed uncertainty in the faces of several board members, particularly when Dr. Chen described the internal scientific debates that had led to his departure from the company. The presentation of evidence continued for 3 hours, with experts on both sides offering increasingly technical arguments about genetic stability, mutation probabilities, and risk assessment methodologies. The critical moment came when Dr. Rodriguez presented epidemiological models showing how quickly a cross-species pathogen could spread in modern agricultural systems. If Dr. Wells's simulations are correct about the mutation potential, Rodriguez explained, we could see global transmission within months of the first recombination event. The interconnected nature of modern food production means that a single outbreak could spread faster than any containment measures we have available. Clara watched the faces of the board members as they processed the implications of Rodriguez's presentation. She could see the moment when abstract scientific discussions became concrete understanding of potential consequences. Williams continued to argue for proceeding with the vaccine's release, but her arguments increasingly focused on economic and competitive factors rather than scientific certainty about safety. The final vote was closer than Clara had dared to hope. 7 board members voted to delay the vaccine's release pending additional safety testing, while 5 voted to proceed with the original timeline. Williams accepted the decision with professional grace, announcing that Viridian would conduct an additional 6 months of stability testing before bringing the product to market. Clara left the meeting feeling simultaneously exhausted and elated. She had successfully prevented the decision that would have led to the Great Dying, ensuring that Viridian's vaccine would undergo the additional testing needed to identify and correct its genetic instabilities. The future that Maya and her underground community had described would never come to pass, replaced by a timeline where animals would continue to thrive on Earth's surface. But Clara's work was not yet complete. She wanted to verify that her intervention had actually changed the future, to see with her own eyes that the world she'd saved would indeed be different from the one she'd visited. Using the knowledge she'd gained from Dr. Dwight, Clara began rebuilding the temporal device, this time with proper safety protocols and targeting systems that would allow her to make controlled jumps forward in time. The reconstruction took several months, during which Clara continued to monitor Viridian's progress with their vaccine development. The additional safety testing revealed exactly the genetic instabilities that Clara had predicted, leading to significant modifications in the vaccine's design that eliminated the mutation risks. When the vaccine was finally released, it proved highly effective against livestock diseases while maintaining complete genetic stability. Clara's temporal device came online again in late 2024, nearly a year after her original accidental journey to the future. This time, she programmed the machine to make a brief reconnaissance trip forward to the year 2100, just long enough to verify that the world had indeed developed along different lines than the timeline she had originally encountered. The future Clara discovered was radically different from the underground civilization she remembered. Earth's surface teemed with life. Birds filled the skies, forests covered the landscape, and oceans supported thriving ecosystems. Cities existed both above and below ground, but as choices of lifestyle rather than necessities of survival. Humanity had continued to develop advanced technologies, but in partnership with natural systems rather than as replacements for them. Yet Clara's brief exploration of this altered future revealed new challenges that her intervention had created. With animal populations continuing to thrive, ecological balance had become a critical concern. Some regions struggled with overpopulation of certain species, while others dealt with invasive animals that had adapted to human-modified environments. The abundance of life that Clara had preserved created its own complex problems that future humanity would need to solve. Clara realised that her role as a time traveller was not to create perfect futures, but to preserve humanity's opportunity to face and overcome whatever challenges arose. She had prevented one catastrophic outcome, but she could not eliminate the fundamental responsibility that each generation bears for the consequences of their choices. The future would always contain problems and difficulties. The important thing was ensuring that humanity retained the diversity and richness of life that would provide resources for addressing those challenges. Standing in a forest filled with the sounds of birds and insects, Clara understood that her intervention had been successful, not because it had created paradise, but because it had preserved possibility. Children in this timeline would grow up knowing the wonder of animal life, would develop relationships with other species, would inherit a world where biology and technology could work together to solve problems rather than create them. Clara returned to her own time with a profound sense of completion and an equally profound sense of responsibility. She knew that there would always be other critical decisions, other moments when humanity's future hung in the balance, other opportunities for wisdom or folly to shape the course of history. Her temporal device remained functional, offering the possibility of further interventions, but Clara also understood the dangers of excessive meddling with the natural flow of time. Instead, Clara chose to focus her efforts on education and advocacy within her own timeline, using her knowledge of potential futures to guide present-day decision-making. She became a leading voice in debates about biotechnology safety, environmental protection, and the precautionary principle in scientific research. Clara's unique perspective, informed by direct experience of one potential future, gave her insights that no amount of theoretical analysis could provide. Maya's drawing, which Clara had carried back from the underground future, became a reminder of what was at stake in humanity's choices about technology and environment. Though Maya herself would never exist in the timeline Clara had preserved, her dream of seeing real animals had been fulfilled for countless other children who would grow up in a world where such dreams were everyday reality rather than impossible fantasies. Clara often wondered about the people she had met in that underground future, Chen, Wright, Rodriguez, and especially Maya. Their sacrifice, giving up their own existence for the chance to preserve a more beautiful world, represented the highest form of human altruism. Clara carried their memory as a responsibility, knowing that her actions in the present would determine whether their gift would be honoured by the generations who would inherit the world she had helped to save. The temporal device remained in Clara's laboratory, a tool of incredible power that she used sparingly and with great caution. Clara had learned that changing the past was possible, but that each change created new uncertainties and new responsibilities. The future would always be shaped by the choices of the present, and the best any individual could do was to ensure that those choices were made with wisdom, compassion, and full awareness of their potential consequences. In quiet moments, Clara would sometimes activate the temporal device just long enough to glimpse potential futures, watching the branching possibilities that stretched ahead of humanity like an infinite garden of paths. Some futures were bright with promise, others dark with challenges, but all of them contained the fundamental elements that Clara had fought to preserve: life in all its diversity, beauty in all its forms, and the endless potential for growth, discovery and wonder that made existence itself a gift worth protecting.